hello. I haven't streamed in over a year. Hang on a second. I think there's a bit of a delay here, unfortunately. Hang on. Alright. Hang on, why am I using this chat? I have a popped out one right here. Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm just gonna cut right to the chase here. I'm back now. It's nice to see you all. You might be a bit close to the mic. Good, I started off initially being a bit close, but now I'm not so close to it. I think this is okay. Let me know how the audio is. I have not streamed in like a year, so I'm a little bit rusty with the setup and everything. Oh god, this latency could be much better. Is there a way for me to change that right now? No, unfortunately I can't. But... hello. Let me pop out this chat, actually, because the other one is not showing fucking anything. A little quiet. Okay. Bear with me here. This is my first time doing this layout as well. I'm gonna explain everything in just a little bit. Is this chat too... Can I not? Damn! I can't pop out the chat and put it in here because it's gonna be too fucking big for the screen. Well, alright, I can still read it here at least. A little quiet. Alright. Let me see what I can do about that then. Like, alright, how about this? It's just tipping over the red, which should be okay. Background music is barely audible. You are fine. Good to know. Good to know. That's about ideal for me. But hello. First off, thank you for the $10 from Fantas Sleepy already. Holy shit. When you find out your goat still has it, thank you. I appreciate it. Bear with you? Why is he there? I just know them. You know, I'm chill with them. Oh my god. A lot has changed in this stream setup since last time. And the time before that was also quite different, because last time I was doing all this with a fucking camcorder, but... Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My first stream in a year. After my first video in a year. I can do this now. I can just move my setup around. I can, oh god. Let me start with what's going on with the setup here. So, for coming back, one of the first things I wanted to do... holy shit, thank you, Leaf Lady, for the 20. My god. Hey, Molly, thanks again for helping me with my script last year. I should hopefully have my video finished before Chapter 5 drops. Ooh! I think I remember the one you're talking about. God, it has been a bit. My memory is a bit fuzzy. Of, like, last year, after June especially. But, yeah, I'm glad I could help out. And again, thank you for the 20. I hope you're able to finish it before Chapter 5. Did you like the Backrooms movie? I certainly did. I can barely just hear the percussion of the BGM. I could increase the desktop audio a bit. I don't need it to be very loud on my end, but as long as y'all can hear it decently, it should be okay. So, first thing first, what is this stream? And I think that's a twofold question, both for what the fuck the stream looks like and also what the stream, what we'll be doing. First off, I missed y'all a lot. I really miss doing this fucking kind of thing, honestly. I have grown to really enjoy streaming a lot. As just kind of a thing I don't take as seriously compared to the videos. Is the audio weird? I did put a few filters over the microphone for like a bit of authenticity, given how the stream itself looks like, so... Let me explain how things have changed with the stream setup and how I kind of want to run things in that regard going forward. So, since last time, I upgraded my computer, and in that process, I also have completely just morphed my entire setup to now have a second monitor that is a CRT, which a VCR is running from my PC to the VCR, to the CRT, And splitting off from it is also going back into my computer, which is what you're seeing right now in OBS. This is a completely authentic, just HDMI to AV adaptation. Just completely authentic analog conversion. Because I figured, fuck it, you know, if I'm going to come back to streaming as something that I'm purposefully just not going to take too seriously, I'm going to make it purposefully lower quality, and that's kind of what this is. I'm still working out, and I'm going to have to work it out as I go, because the thing with this especially is this is a very small resolution, so it's hard to make things quite fit in this thing. It's definitely a little bit haphazard, but I really wanted to just kind of do what has always been in my mind for like streaming, which was just fully authentic. Try to do like a live version of what I try to go for with the videos. I wish I could appreciate this, but my internet is so bad that the video's at like 240p. That kind of makes it better, honestly. I think this is a good middle ground for what I was doing previously, which like it's not quite like the pointing a camera at the TV thing, which I appreciate that experience as well, but you get the typical stream experience, but a little bit fucked up on purpose. Thank you for the 10... What kind of dollars is that? There's like an R before that. Let me search that up. What is that? That is... a new currency. What is that? Thank you for the 10 Brazilian real, I think. I don't know the pronunciation. In before, this will become an Andrew Cunningham-esque stream where Molly... hang on. Where Molly won't be able to do anything as planned because she won't stop reading reading donos. I refuse to help. Quality is pretty good, by the way. Thank you. Like, funny you say that, because fucking... Thank you, Lulitian Novo. Thank you for the 25 casual Deltarune fanatic. You are really cool. Keep up the good work. My god. I appreciate the donations already so much. I've barely even started the stream. I do not mind, honestly. I apologize for this one, like, starting late, by the way, because this was going to be 6 p.m., but I had to start at 8 because I got pulled away for some unexpected housework I had to do that I didn't know the people in the house were doing today. So I was a little bit caught up in that for a bit. I might actually get pulled away for a few minutes at some point in like the early stream. So if I ever have to BRB suddenly, then you know why. Other than like, you know, bathroom water breaks, of course. I see my partner Repulsum in there. Hello, Repulsum. But like, what have you done with the taskbar? Yeah, this is part of the whole I upgraded my PC thing. So, the plan with upgrading the workstation initially, because I mentioned in the update video, was I wanted to just go fully from Windows to Linux. Small issue with that, though, was for some reason the motherboard I got was not cooperating with the Linux kernel. I tried like 6 different distros, trust me, it was not working. So I decided to just compromise for, rice the fuck out Windows 10, is what you're looking at, without getting like too into the specifics. I was gonna do Linux, but it would not work. Maybe if I do like a VM in the future or something and do my magic with that, I'll see what I can do. Have you heard about Original Chris theory? Maybe not by that name. I'm assuming it's probably related to like the copies or monochrome thing from chapter 3, which we will get to that. Are you a Linux user on other devices? Not presently, but I hope to change that in the near future. At some point I will. But for the time being, I decided to just settle for this, because fucking I had no other choice, unfortunately. But hey, this has been working out pretty well. Thank you for the 5 Canadian dollars, Ozzy Lelowen. Lemao, get distracted by this donation, nerd! JK Rock, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, for my first stream, and for like streams going forward, the screen is a little bit cut off on the side edges. Yeah, it might be a quirk of just how I got this set up, because by default the adapter kind of like stretches out the display for some reason, like it's not accurate to the resolution, so I had to like manually scale it in OBS to be more form-fitting. But yeah, overall, for what this stream is, like in terms of what the fuck you're looking at, since last time, it's not only 4x3 now, it is fully authentic analog. And I'm gonna try as hard as possible to run this for all that it's worth, without, like, sacrificing just enjoying the stream. I do plan to kind of have the Deltarune gameplay be a part of this, but I will see if that just doesn't work out for any reason. Have you played Roboto, Molly? I have. That game is amazing. I really enjoyed it. I am excited for the update, though, that the developer's making, since apparently people didn't like the second area a lot, which I guess I could see, but, like, I mean, without getting into spoilers, I mean, I honestly thought it wasn't that bad at all. Maybe, like, awkwardly paced or, like, weird in some spots, but not bad whatsoever. I like weird shit anyway. Thank you for the $10, Facade Games. Holy shit. I was so happy to see you were pursuing your passion projects in your update video. Thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts on Deltarune. Thank you for the donation, and thank you for your fucking patience through all this time, because that genuinely means a lot. I was away for a while, and the update video goes over all the specifics, but, fucking, yeah. A lot happened in the past year, and I just kind of needed to focus on that before I could really get back into the YouTube end. But I've been hard at work. I just won't be going too into specifics for a while on that, outside of, like, what I've already said in the video. So yeah. To everyone that's, like, a bit wondering what the stream situation is, I'm just going all in, because I couldn't do that previously, but I now have the means to do so thanks to you all. So, provided I don't have, like, further... Like there's some games I'm sure I probably, like, will switch to a more higher quality if, like, things don't really work too well. What is going on with my like count? I don't know, YouTube's just being dumb, probably. 30... Thank you for the 31 Australian dollars, I think. Is that Australian dollars? It has an A before that, but let me double check. Holy fucking shit, 50 from CocoPay. Watched through your first Deltarune stream before I even knew about device theory and was so excited when you said you'd stream again. God damn, thank you. That means so much. I'm very glad people have been yearning for the streams as well. I have to know, is that Australian dollars or not? I'm going to search this up. But I think it is. I think it is. I think so. I searched it up. I think so. I could be wrong. But goddamn, thank you for the donation so far. $2 from Venus Moding 2. Congrats on the tennis, CRT. I do have a tennis plush right next to me, by the way, like opposite side from the CRT. I had to. I saw the frail Mr. Tenna plush, and I had to get it. So I technically have two CRTs. One of them is just alive. Hello, hope you're doing well, Molly. Thank you. I am doing pretty good myself. I'm dedicating at least, like, a good chunk of the start of the stream to just getting back into it, so again, forgive me if things are a bit wonky and pacing or whatever I'm talking about. I am simply getting back on the saddle of it. The date and time of the next HL2 VR AI stream was just announced. Oh, fuck yeah. That's good to know. I haven't been able to catch up on that, but I'm very glad that's actually been finally happening. Are Gingerbread songs copyright free? I think I've played his stuff on here before during streams. It's probably fine. I don't really monetize these streams, so I don't really have an issue with copyright or music. It's rare that, like, anything I play on here actually gets, like, blocked in regions. Though apologies if that's the case. You mentioned that Staggering Ones 2 was the most ready video. That video has a script pretty much done. It's in the same state as, like, Chapter 3 and 4 video of... I just need to make maybe a couple tweaks, and I can basically get started on, like, doing the audio and stuff, like, at any point. Original stream was at 6 AM for me, so this worked out perfectly. I'm glad to hear it. I apologize to anyone where, like, the stream delay inconvenienced things. Oh, 1 second, actually. I have to BRB. shit. So the thing I mentioned, by the way, about the BRB that I would have to do soon. Yeah, let me return in a moment. I have been called to take care of a quick little thing. So apologies. Today has been surprisingly busy because I wasn't expecting so much housework, but this should be just like a quick little thing. Just listen to the music for now. I will return soon. Blah. Okay. Jesus Christ. I am so sorry for the sudden BRB there. Hello, everyone. Again, I don't know how many donos did I miss, if any. Hopefully I didn't miss any. 1 second. There was the 31 from Bush Pun Cart. Hype for new Meister's rambles. It'll feed the Deltarune sheep roars on my brain. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I missed any. Good to know. So, yeah, apologies for that. Hello. So the reason I had to BRB suddenly, and also why the stream got delayed. Dono's Andrew pilled. I've been watching Andrew's streams. I guess it just transferred to me. 5 quid from Chris McMorbius. Maui, start breakdancing on stream. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. Maybe. I'm a little bit tired. But, yeah, hello again. So, the reason I had to BRB and why the stream had to be delayed was, basically, I didn't know today that, some of the people in the house were going to be doing gardening work and that they would need my help with that. And I was also in the middle of, trying to replay Chapter 2. So, I fucking had that eat up a lot of time, unfortunately. I had to help with the soil. Other than that, though, I think everything is fine. I just had to, like, fence up what we had just done so that the deer don't fucking eat it tomorrow. Chapter 5 reference, yeah, pretty much. You think I'm preparing just in save files? No, we're making the field of pink and gold, actually. Alright, like, I am all about, like, full immersion here. We're locking the fuck in. The Molly Tuber is so cute. Thank you. I just made this in, like, VRoid Studio years ago, and I've, like, done little tweaks to it since. But yes. What I've mentioned since, before I left. Hello, everybody. To anyone that's just joined or anyone that's been waiting. Let me make the music a little louder. This should be fine. For now, at least. It's gonna probably jump scare the fuck out of me after the next one. But, hope you're doing well. I am doing pretty good. I have missed streaming. I have missed doing YouTube things, because it has been a bit. But I've had this whole setup prepared for, like, basically the better part of a year now. I just didn't have a good enough excuse to get back into streaming, because I didn't have excuse to upload again. Or make that the priority again. If you're missing the context for that, basically the TLDR is, I spent the past year focusing more on game dev and being a person, because a lot of things have happened in my life overall since Chapter 3 and 4 came out, and I was like, you know, maybe I'm gonna focus on what I know is gonna matter to me most long-term, and not necessarily content-brain stuff. But, I think overall, that's pretty much where I've been the past year. I missed it very much. I missed streaming and doing things. And I just had this, authentic fucking VCR setup for, like, the better part of a year. So I'm very glad I finally get to show this off now. That's more or less what I've been saying. Cy Blue Scout, with the $10. Thank you so much. One Up and Chris. Hi, Mo. Hello. But yeah, that's more or less where I was the past year. I just kind of wanted to focus on that because I had a lot of other shit going on, so I kind of needed to pick and choose what my priorities were going to be for a while, and it still kind of is the case, but I'm able to add a little bit more on the plate, or rather, I want to now, because it's just been a hot minute. I don't want to be a ghost forever. So, alright, I'm gonna get some water, because I'm a little bit fucking dehydrated. Your model's super cute. He made it. I technically did. I just used, like, some preset stuff from Vroid Studio, and then, I did, like, the additional tweaks of, like, editing a few, like, clothing textures and stuff, and, just over the course of a few years, I just kind of have had this model sitting around. I want to, like, probably commission a new one sometime in the future for streaming, at least, but that's, like, gonna be a bit later down the line. But yeah, for the stream, where I left off was more or less just, this is why the stream looks like this. Hopefully I get to keep it like this for a while, but if there's anything where it's like this just won't work for like a specific game or situation, at the very least I'd like this as like the basic hanging out overlay pretty much. Does tea count as hydrating? I mean, I would say so. It's because it's like, it's got other stuff in it, but I think it's like, just like if you're not adding sugar and stuff to it, yeah, I'd say it's like it's pretty close. It's not soda. Yeah, I had to read some donations and I had to help with like a last bit of gardening work because I didn't know we were doing that today. Nobody told me we were doing that today, so it threw off my plans a little bit. But everything is okay now. $5 from quote 926. Thank you. Being a person is overrated, but also important. Good for you. Love your device theory so much. Happy that you're back to streaming. Of course. Fucking... I'm hoping, like, even after these few Deltarune streams I'm going to be doing, then I'll try to keep it more consistent, because I really like this layout. And I'd like to see how far I can push it. I wanted to really just go... I think the whole goal with my channel, in a lot of ways, with presentation, has always just been, how much can I evoke, I guess, more nostalgic aesthetics without, like, sacrificing the quality too much? How do I hit a good balance of, like, not overproduced, but also, you know, still authentic as hell to the medium I'm trying to, like, call to, without just kind of being stuck in it? I think this strikes a really good balance here. But yeah, since it's been a hot minute, I'm being very lenient with not really rushing it. Chapter 3 is the shorter of the new chapters, so we really do not have to rush through this one, honestly. So I just kind of want to hang out with chat for a little bit now that we're back here. So, if I get any DMs from anyone, like, you know, that, like, has my Discord that's in chat or what have you, I will probably respond to them after stream. Oh, hello, Half-Bread. Hello, Toffee Bun. My YouTube oomfies. Tea is hydrating, but caffeine and sugar lower hydration quality. Hello, Half-Bread. It's nice to see you. It's also nice to see you, Toffee Bun. I'm glad you like the 4x3. What's my favorite fruit? That's a tough question. I'll say for the consistency of, like, my Sona's palette, probably bananas. I think I've, like, decided on that for a while. Have you seen that video talking about Icy? There's a lot of those. You're gonna have to be a little more specific. I've seen the one Half-Bread did a hot minute ago, like before Chapter 3 was even out. Nice to see Lad of the Spice here. Hello, hello. But yeah. You know, as I said already multiple times, I missed this a lot, so I'm just gonna hang out with chat for a little bit before we get too into the stream. Okay. So, with that aside, this is the new setup. We're gonna see how this goes. I know just as much as you do about how it's gonna work out. That's part of the fun for me, is I just kind of like seeing what I can do with this, so we're gonna see how this goes. I think it should work out pretty okay for stuff like Deltarune. But with other games that, like, are not so accommodating for 4x3 or lower resolution, we'll figure something out. We don't do this for high quality. We do this for the love of the game here. And I assume if you're watching either of these streams, or maybe 3 if Chapter 4 Weird Route takes a fucking hot minute to do on its own, then you know, I assume you've already, like, got a pretty good memory of these chapters. If you're a fan of mine for any particular reason, you're probably, like, about pretty brain rotted in that sense. And I mean that affectionately, of course. But okay, so everyone, welcome to the stream proper. 52 minutes in after having to fucking BRB for a while and set everything up. I think the stream overlay is looking pretty good. Welcome to the stream. It has been a year since I last did so, and in that year, we are now on the cusp of a new chapter again, and because I didn't really have much time in the past year to actually finalize like any new videos, like in big scope at least, the furthest I got with the chapter 3 and 4 videos was I ended up writing the scripts for them, but I was unable to, like, you know, voice record or edit either. So, all that to say, I have the observations. I can tell you what my takeaways are. I just can't do them in, like, the highest quality possible, like I would have liked to in the meantime. So, what I would like to do instead is what these streams are going to be. So, this stream and another one I hope to do next week, and however long it takes to do chapter 4 will be, as I call it, a live deep dive. It's kind of a mix of what I was doing last time, which was basically just save file prep for chapter 5. However, it's also going to be a little bit more involved on my end of basically going through, like, both of the new chapters and deciding to, like, while not very formally or with, like, the highest, you know, like, punctuality, I suppose, like you would normally expect from me, I'll be basically just yapping your fucking ear off for these streams, going, hey, here's, like, in more informal terms what my takeaways are about XYZ things, so that you're caught up about where my head is at, now that I've had a year to think about that. And think about, like, what's been in these new chapters, because there is so much to fucking talk about. This stream, of course, is going to be chapter 3, which should be the shorter one of them, if I'm not, like, interrupted too much, and I shouldn't be at this point. It's, like, what, fucking 9 AM now? So, overall, if I suddenly pause, it's either just, you know, to deal with congestion or drinking water, so don't mind me. You yapping is why I'm here, and that's exactly why I'm doing these streams, because I knew that, like, if nothing else, a nice little way to hold us over, even if not, like, a very, in, you know, the most professional terms, I figured was going to be basically just, like, just playing through these live and just saying what I, like, have been thinking about them, just so that y'all know, like, where I'm at the point. I'm sorry if this is, like, bad time or bad question given the nature of it. Just genuine question. Did you do training for your voice? Because it sounds nice. And I'm jealous, to be honest. I would call device theory the voice training, is what I would say. Like, I think all of my time, because if you go back to the device theory, like, the first few parts especially, oh my god, my voice was much deeper and like, kind of one note, I would say. But yeah, no, because I fucking have read so much of my own scripts, and, like, with a general idea of what I wanted it to sound like, I guess I just gradually got to that point through through voice recording, which is, like, I guess when I put it that way, it's like no fucking duh. It's like 10 hours, but still, I that's what I would call it. Yeah, his voice got cuter. Thank you. And also a reminder, I use literally any all pronouns. I don't care. I typically use she, they for, like, public presence, but, like, I really do not have a harsh preference. I am some weird fucking entity online. I suppose given the month as well, I've mentioned I purposefully do not go by any specific labels. So, like, anyone can use whatever. I genuinely don't fucking mind. Yeah, happy Pride Month to everybody. It's fucking crazy that chapter 5 is coming out during this month, and also basically right at the beginning of summer. It's fucking crazy. I love your voice in Device 3 Part 1. I'm really glad to hear it. I don't hate it in terms of just, like, I'm sure it did its job very well of just being a pretty gentle, easy voice to listen to. But what about it's someone asked? That sounds pretty accurate too. I'm definitely a creature of some fucking kind. But yeah. This stream is gonna be me basically just going over chapter 3 to start. Video stream. See, like, I'm so used to Deltarune being in, like, video format. Like, for the longest time, I didn't even consider, like, streaming it. That's how, like, averse I was to fucking streaming these chapters when they came out, because I didn't want to deal with, like, people spoiling anything at the time. $5 from, oh my god, $5 from Bootleg and 10 from Husky, holy shit. I hope you've been doing good. I look forward to the development of your other projects outside of Deltarune stuff. Thank you. I will be more than happy to update you on it since you've got the access to it. And $10, it's Pride Month Deltarune through a YouTuber. You know what that means? Yes, I do. Do you want us to make, like, unlabeled streams? Yes. YouTubers tend to naturally get more animated as they practice performing their scripts. It's true. Once you know, like, what the kind of, like, I guess, character you want to play into, it gets easier to get into that vibe, but, I hope to kind of hit a good balance of just feeling pretty natural, but not like a... I thought I heard someone calling me, sorry. But, like, not, like, fully fucking content voice, if you know what I mean. Just, like, just immediately you can tell it's just, like, you do not fucking talk like that kind of thing, which, like, to an extent, that's, like, also true with me. I definitely exaggerate a little bit in videos, but I think it's not by too much. It's, like, still my pretty natural speaking patterns, just, like, it's more so, like, I just kind of lean into that for the sake of the nerdy persona. It's okay to ask a question about, I will get to that in a moment, yeah. I was actually considering talking about that at the start, because I know people are probably curious what the fuck I think is going on there. That's probably the most prevalent thing we could talk about even before getting into Deltarune. Proper. I guess this stream to start is going to be like, it's a chapter 3 deep dive, but also because it's been so long, this is a hangout. I think the first portion of this is just going to be like a hangout. Catch up on what the fuck is going on with chapter 5 and all of that business. So. Yeah. We're gonna get to Deltarune like chapter 3 in just a bit, so for the time being. This is more or less the vibe of the streams, this one and the next. I hope, if all goes well, basically, I want to knock out all of Chapter 3 in this stream, which, unfortunately, I did not have time to get a Chapter 2 Weird Rat save ready before the stream started today, but, for Chapter 3, that's okay, because, like, the Weird Rat differences are basically negligible, and it would be more efficient to just, like, say what they are in the normal playthrough as I go. There's, like, what, like 2 or 3 interactions that are different? It's really not worth, like, playing it twice in one stream. Sword Route included? Sword Route included, absolutely. We will be doing Sword Route, though. Which will be considerably longer, but, like, since I've already played through Chapter 3, like, multiple times, it's fine. I have a pretty good, like, idea of, how to do all of that. So this stream will be just going through all of that, hopefully. I am okay with going late as fuck if I have to. And it's a little more fitting. I mean, Chapter 3 is late night, literally, so I think it's more fitting that this one goes a little bit later or rather starts a little bit later. Are we actually playing? We will be. I'm just catching up with you guys, because it has been a year, so I just want to get accustomed again to dealing with chat. Positive. Alright. So, okay. Where to even begin? Like, before we even get into Chapter 3? But, like, because I think the first thing we could talk about at this point is, like, Chapter 5 is already coming out soon. Like, I think regardless of whether Chapter 5 was coming out, I was gonna do these 2 streams just because I wanted to have something to make up for, like, not having the videos ready yet, and probably not having them for a while, frankly. Where are you from? I'm gonna be very general and just say I am in the US. That's at least one answer. I guess the other answer I could give is, I'm somewhere. Like, if you're asking me, the character, then, like, that's a long story there. But, yeah. I guess where the fuck to start is, like, it is coming out. And regardless of whether it was going to come out this month, I knew I was going to do these to, like, make up for no new videos in a while. Making this smaller, by the way, because I'm going to see if I can get my browser showing in the fucking stream real quick. But, CRT, yes, this is a fully authentic CRT setup. Alright. So, I guess we'll just have, like, the Deltarune countdown in the meantime while we're talking about this. Will there be any deep diving into file secrets? I will be mentioning the file names of certain things as we go as well, yes. I may have to open up the spreadsheet that I have to to see how much I can, like, if there's, like, any names that I'm missing. Gingerroot mentioned. Yes! I am a big fan of him. Oh, $10 from Pigeon Place. Thank you so much. Favorite thing you've done in the past year? I guess one of them is spending a lot of time with one of my partners that moved in the past year that's passed. Other than that, I think I went to see Machine Girl again at the end of last year. I've been doing a lot of game dev things as well, and a lot of art. And I'm very happy about the art that I've been making, so I feel pretty good about that. So, yeah, the countdown, it comes out in just under 11 days, or just over, rather, and I have no idea what to even make of that. It's, a part of me knew it was going to come out this year, but, like, there is so much to even talk about before, like, fucking, like even before getting into Chapter 3, like, and doing my deep dive, it's like, there is so much to fucking say about what to expect from Chapter 5. But, like, one thing I did want to talk about, because I know people want probably my thoughts on it at the moment, is, fucking, okay. So how many of you in chat know about the thank you page? Because that's one thing I want to probably get out of the way before even starting the deep dive. Because, you know, basically, in the context right now is we're just waiting for Chapter 5 to come out, but we have another thing that I am very afraid of at the moment. I want to make sure everyone in chat is on the same page here. If you don't know it by the name Thank You, then you might know it by the whole, how long did it take her to smile thing. The email shenanigans. It seems like the majority of you do. That's good. I missed the first one. It scares me. You're talking about how the question changed? I forgot about the thank you page. I vaguely remember. Okay. So, I guess, like, before getting into the deep dive, I guess let's just talk about Chapter 5 then, because before getting into what is in it, or what might be in it, I'll tell you I'm definitely very excited, but my main takeaway from Chapters 3 and 4 that I can tell you before anything, right? It is very clear to me that Chapter 5 feels like it's meant to feel like an end to the game. Not like the end, but clearly the end of what we understand to be Deltarune presently. Like, after this, we do not know what could possibly come after. I do not think there's, like, much of any signposting about what's after that point. So, the fact it's coming out now, I am betting right now it's going to be a massive fucking chapter. I think it'll be probably about as big as chapter 2, and in size, maybe a little bit bigger at this point. Given I just had to replay it, that is saying something. Like, essentially, for people that don't know, when Chapter 3 and 4 were about to come out, the sweepstakes pages had updated, and I made a whole video on that, at least, before they came out. The sweepstakes pages updated to have, like, basically a lot of Chapter 4 teasers, primarily. And there was a whole branch of pages that were, essentially teasing... let me see something, actually. I'm curious if... I'm gonna have to, like, drag these into it, because I don't know if, yeah, no, it's gonna definitely show the history, so... So... There was a whole branch of pages that, more or less, were teasers for the Weird Route. And I went over what I thought of them in that video, but, basically, there is a number for each chapter. The size of it seems to dictate how severe the turning point affects the story. White or black dictates whether it's applicable to the Weird Route, so, like, does it have a Weird Route? The 3 is black, but is so big as it is because it doesn't have a Weird Route, but a Sword Route that is, like, similarly really pivotal. But, all we really knew about Chapter 5 Weird Route, essentially, because, like, we had a basic idea of, like, okay, like, Chapter 4 seems like it's gonna actually progress it, but what the fuck is going on here? It doesn't seem as big as Chapter 2, but it's noticeably bigger. I'm gonna talk about, like, the deal with this, but each of these also had, like, an audio file, aside from the first chapter, that seemed to be a hint, or more or less, like, dictate, like, it's an audio cue for, like, what I believe is, like, basically the turning point of the Weird Route for that chapter. And I think for the most part, since Chapter 3 and 4 came out, I was right. However, there is something that I know some of you might not be as aware of, but I think most of you are. And one of those pages in this branch involved when you clicked on 4. 4 took you to, like, this page that just was, like, a fading red dot, and then you click on it, and then there's, like, some invisible boxes that, like, each led to, like, either E or M.mp3. And basically, it was in the layout of a keyboard, so you had to, like, align it with the keys and, like, letters on a keyboard to get the URL to the next page, which was Chapter 4 Thank You. And I'm not going to show what's on this page just yet, but basically, for context, this page, back in May last year, was just 2, like, small boxes that you could type into, and then a button below them. It was asking for an email and then an answer to the question in the header, which was, how long did it take her to smile? Back in May, nobody fucking knew how this thing worked, so, people just kind of threw in whatever, but it generally seemed to be asking for an amount of time. People the next day in that first round who, like, responded to it, who were signed up to the newsletter, then got responses back that were just, like, either blank, or, like, it would just spit back at you, like, how much time you entered as your response. But basically, we can only see the timer right now. That's because I'm not showing the current state of the page, because I'm giving context here. Also, $5 from Beige Circles. I'm so glad you're back. It's the return of the best Deltarune YouTuber on the platform. Thank you. What do you think about they/them theory? Maybe. But I don't know what, like, point that would make. I feel like the point of that part of it is already kind of made, even without Chris being the one that did it, but I'll get to that when we get to that part of the game. So, back in May, there was this weird thing that people just typed into, and they got emails from some mysterious speaker that... It wasn't followed up on until December of last year, after the winter newsletter came out, and then, basically, the people who responded back in May got emails that basically were just, like, another chance, and the thank you page was open again, with the same question and all. And this second time, now people were getting called based on, their answers, basically. And the rule of thumb that I saw was essentially, as long as you were answering the question with a unit and amount of time, and you weren't trying to be like a smartass about it, you would get an email back from Toby, or whoever the speaker is, basically going, you answered this much, so blank, move forward with this answer. And the subject line would be until next time. So from that second round, basically what I can tell you is thank you was very clearly like some ARG email thing that was like a fucking, what to call it, like, it seems like there was a pool of people that were established in May that got called the second time. And now, literally like later in the same day that Chapter 5 got announced, we got a third round. Like, people who got until next time in their emails now got a new one, which, the subject line was, and what about next time? And it took you to the thank you page again with the same two fields and button, except now the question was different. The question was no longer asking how long did it take her to smile. It was now asking, where will it take place? Which, to remind you, this is related to the weird route. Like, Chapter 4 Thank You seems to be basically hinting at what the turning point in Chapter 5's weird route is going to be. So the third round was asking a new question, because the first question was, how long did it take her to smile? As in, how long did it take Noelle to smile? Smile being whatever the fuck happens in Chapter 5 Weird Route that basically locks us in for that chapter. And there were a lot of different, like, valid responses. I don't think there was a single correct answer. I think I put in, like, 11 days or something like that as mine. Or maybe 11 years? I think 11 by itself was an invalid answer, because that's what everybody answered with, and that was basically, like, the... Come on, man, get, like, a little bit more creative was the response. That's why, like, everyone who answered just 11 got rejected. It seems more like a survey. I do agree. It's very much, like, structured like a survey and kind of phrased as such. But, will it even be possible to abort the weird route during Chapter 5? I don't know. Maybe, like, by technicality, but not without, like, lasting consequences on Noelle at that point. But, like, basically... So basically, context. The third round of, like, an email ARG thing just happened the same day Chapter 5 got announced. And the way this usually goes now is, like, we have the day of the thing opening, a full, like, 24 hours to pass before it closes, and then another 24 hours before we get responses back. This time is different, though. As I mentioned, this time, the question was now, where will it take place? So not just how long will it be, but what is the location of this turning point? And I have something I'd like to show you real quick, actually, before anything. So, for people wondering what I answered that with, where will it take place? I answered this with, on the Ferris wheel. Because in the second round of responses, one of the valid answers to how long did it take her to smile was festival, implying that whatever the turning point of Chapter 5's weird route is, it would be during the festival. So as in, like, while they're there. So I put on the Ferris wheel for this time. And my reasoning really is just that I think the Ferris wheel is a huge... I think it's, like, the symbol for Chris and Noelle's, like, forced situationship, especially after what we got from her about that in Chapter 4. Noelle would ride with me, yeah. And also, Chapter 2 Weird Route. The Ferris wheel thing doesn't happen between, like, Noelle and Susie, so that's, like, an unfulfilled thing in the story. So it makes sense that in Chapter 5, the thing that's being built up to is reliving this experience that, like, from the wells we're counting, as we're gonna get to later, I think was a traumatic memory for her, because she talks about, like, Chris having done, she talks about Chris, like, having, like, you know, like they shook the cart. However, she talks about it like she does with memories, where, like, she's like, oh, I don't know, I don't remember everything. It didn't seem like that much. I think there's some context missing for that scene that, like, we don't know yet, as for why or how it was forced. Fucking... That's, like, the main thing, is, like, I honestly think the Ferris wheel is what's being built up to. I think the Chapter 5 turning point will be during the Ferris wheel scene. Probably, like, an exclusive scene for that part. So, another piece of evidence for this is back last year, I'm gonna pause the music real quick. Since I mentioned the audio cues, this was what happened when you clicked on the 5th chapter's weird route. That is loud. So back then, nobody fucking knew what to make of this, because this sounds extremely somber for the weird route, like, concerningly so. So here's my crack theory about that, if you want to know where my head is at with this. I think this is gonna be the theme that plays when we're on the Ferris wheel with her. I think that's what this is. So that's what I think that is. I think, like, that theme might actually be the Ferris wheel theme in the weird route. Let me get the music back on. Seems like Scary Hometown, but, like, specifically acoustic hometown. Specifically, like, oh wow, we're on the Ferris wheel, like, you know, it's so romantic kind of feeling. That's what that kind of felt like to me. Like, it felt very, like, it sounded like it was trying to be very, like, comforting and somber, but with the way it's made, it feels extremely just, like, you know, like, forced. Just, like, even with that snippet we got. But that could just be me. However, to catch us up now, overall, the question this time was, where will it take place? I said Ferris wheel. I hope that was a valid response or answer, and it should be. Because, I mean, again, as long as you just answer the question pretty bluntly, I think, like, without being a smartass, then everyone that answered should be okay. But, 24 hours passed after that window opened, and the window closed, but, instead of it saying thank you, like it did by default, now it shows this. Let me get my damn Sona out of here. So, this is where we are right now with Chapter 5 coming out soon. It now says in the header, interim result, which I have to look more into what that means, but that's, like, from what I read, that header up here, that's something you, like, say to, like, refer to, like, a financial report? Like, that is an incredibly, like, business term thing. Like, like, very, I think it's just furthering, like, the very survey nature of this whole thing. But, it now says, available entrants, 1,571, total received, 1,229, next correspondence when less than 24 hours are left. Someone said that seems like a very small pool. It is, and that's on purpose, because, like, you would have had to basically know that the sweepstakes page updated, or, like, be that into it back then. You would have also back then had to finagle your way to, like, working out how the fucking thank you page even worked, and you had to be signed up to the newsletter. There were, like, multiple barriers of entry for even getting into this thing. So, I was right that this is a, like, pool of people that's, like, being culled, essentially. So this is what I think it's saying. This is the amount of people that, like, were still eligible to, like, go forward with this, like, ARG. Out of those people, this is the amount that actually responded this time. And now it's gonna say, it's basically saying, hey, to all of you people that responded, come back on June 23rd. Or, you know, be ready for something on June 23rd. I'm one of those people that should still be in the pool. So I don't know what's gonna happen, and I'm fucking scared. That's where my head is at, if you want to know. I don't know what the fuck to even think. I'm genuinely, like... What? I think interim result is mostly referring to how this is a result between the actual data input. That is true, that's what I, like, first got from it. But, like, searching that term up, like, together, like, the full phrasing, that's what I got as in the results, it sounded like a very financial term. Which is weird. But, like, weirdly fitting for just how, like, I guess clinical this all sounds. But yeah, that's the thank you stuff. Chapter 5 is coming out, but also, 1,229 people might get, I don't know, a pipe bomb in their email, like, a day before it comes out, or something. I have no idea. I mean, and that's even assuming that's going to be this amount of people. Like, there could be plenty of responses here that end up being invalid, including mine. I don't know how strict the calling is going to be this time. It might be not that bad. It might be so specific that there was only one correct answer and, like, only, like, 2 people got it right or something. So, there being a wait for the response makes me feel like Toby's coming up with an email back for all 12. I thought about that too. No, genuinely, like, I wouldn't even be that shocked at that point. I gotta post my result. I mean, that's the thing, I don't know. The dog might make me sign an NDA. I don't fucking know. I'm scared. Like, actually, this is like a sweepstakes thing again of, like, I did not think this game would do this. I didn't think Toby was gonna play like this. But here we are. And this is like my whole fucking bread and butter here. I love ARGs. I love weird, dumb shit like this. So, yeah, I'm caught up on all of this, and I am about as confused as y'all are. However, I will say, and I think I'm still kind of holding to this, the way that the responses sound from, like, the speaker that's, like, asking these questions, my only guess as to who that might be, if it isn't just Toby himself being, like, you know, cheeky as fuck, I think it might be the second voice from the Goner Maker. I think it might be. I might be wrong. I'm not betting very hard on it, but that's, like, the one thing that I'm actually betting on. Hello, did I miss something? You did not miss anything. I just haven't streamed in a year, so I'm catching up with y'all. I probably should have put that in the title, so sorry about that, but, I'll probably do that after, like, the VOD goes up. The weirdest part of the thank you pages for me is that while I'm super into all stuff official Deltarune, I don't really have the juice to learn about everything that's happening. That's fair. I think it's gonna be most interesting for people, like, yeah, and also, hi, Vio. I think it's gonna be most interesting for people, like, when we get the result of this. So, like, I think the whole, like, process of how we got here isn't gonna be something everyone is, like, gonna bother to hear about, but I am certain whatever the fuck the result of this is gonna be really fucking intriguing. And I don't even know if it's, like, even something that, like, we will hear about. I don't know if this is a situation where, like, it's gonna be culled so much that, the nature of what even happened is gonna be, like, you know, hard to archive. I don't even know if it'll be possible to archive. Like, I don't know if this is a situation of, like, it'll just end in a way where only, like, 10 fucking people know what happened. Very exciting to be part of such a small pool of people. Yeah, no, I was expecting, honestly, like, more than this amount. Because, like, for the size of this fandom, 1,500 is a drop in the bucket. That's nothing. That's nothing. That fills up so fucking fast, you have no idea. So, like, what the fuck? Like, I guess when you, like, narrow it down to, like, 1,500, like, lore invested people, then yeah, that's definitely a considerable chunk, I would say, but, like, even then, not by much. It'll be like Cicada 3301. I honestly, no, yeah, no, it's kind of giving that at this point. It's like, I genuinely wonder if that's what it's trying to go for, but I guess we'll see. Do you think a lot of people were filtered? We'll see what happens on the 23rd. Most of us might not get anything. Maybe most of us will get something. I think as long as, like, everyone who answered just, like, answered with something meaningful that, like, answers the question and isn't being, like, snarky about it at the speaker, they're probably gonna get through just fine. Because that's kind of just how it worked the previous time. The only curveball I could think of is that there was actually, like, only one correct answer to this. Which, like, I mean, shit, man, we were literally taking guesses. How the fuck would I know? Kind of sucks that I do see people, like, you know, definitely having grievances about it, though, and that's totally fair. I'd love to see a Chapter 5 bingo from you. There might be one I have lying around in one of my folders somewhere, but I can't, I have to find it later, probably. I might do that for the Chapter 4 stream. This is to say, though, the reason why I'm mentioning all of this is that, in the event on the 23rd that I get something, and it's, like, actually notable, depending on how big of a deal it is, it might be worth a stream. So, there might be these 2 streams, maybe a third one for the Weird Rat in Chapter 4, and then whatever the fuck this is. It really depends on just how, like, severe this is going to be. I don't know how much is going to, like, happen. The idea of there being only one answer that, like, 3 people get feels mean. Honestly, I think, like, I don't think that this is going to be a situation where, like, we don't know what happens. I think the reason that this poll is being called so much is that probably whatever the result is something that, like, Toby probably wants it to be very personalized, and so in order to make it that personalized, you have to narrow it down a lot. It's not realistic to do this for, like, all several thousand people that were participating. You probably want, like, only a few hundred at the most, or something like that. I don't know. Like, I'm very curious. $2 from, Regigibus. Thank you. So why the hell is there a Cowboy Japan land? I don't know. Ask Asgore. I guess we've met him at a very Japanese time in his life. I love that Chapter 5 really, literally has just been like, yeah, no, the Stark World is great, I just wasn't expecting it to be Japanese. Fucking... It makes sense, though. I remember reading the, like, newsletter that was, like, the Chapter 3 and 4 look back, and Toby had, like, a few mystery guests that he was crediting for Chapter 5, and one of them was for Boss Bullets. And in my mind, I was like... Mind you, I haven't even played Toho. I know people who like, know a lot about it and have played a lot of it, but, I'm calling it right now, fucking Zune is on that shit. Zune has probably, like, made some stuff for Chapter 5. Like, look at that Dark World. I think that Dark World is meant to be, like, Toby's, like, just most fully fledged fucking Toho tribute that he could possibly muster for Deltarune. I am fully, like, committed to that. The Apple Girlington stocks might be, like, genuinely high as fuck right now, I'm not even joking. It's genuinely, it's in the cards. I think it's in the cards. I don't know if it's guaranteed, but I think it's possible. I think Zune was on that shit. Because, I mean, they've talked to each other, they've met each other. You know, like, I think it's possible. Okay. But, let's see here. Okay. Who's Girlington? Apple Girlington is, like, basically Toby's, like, Toho fan character. Like, it's his Toho OC that he made, like, a whole fucking song about, like, years and years ago. It's, like, basically ancient Toby lore, that he even got, like, fan art of. And people have been speculating for years that, that Apple Girlington, like, could appear or, like, be referenced in Deltarune. Given, like, you know, with Chris especially, like, having a lot of references to apples. So, it could be very possible that, like, Apple Girlington is, like, a part of just, like, one of the many things Toby hopes to finally, like, follow through on. Can't wait to be hopefully hit with some fucking bullshit like Omega Flowey. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that fucking rotating sword attack in the trailer. I think we're fucked. I don't know what to... I'm a little bit scared. My only speculation on that is I think that could be, like, for whatever one of the fucking, like, flower darkeners are, like, the flowers in the back of the shop that are just basically, like, mirroring the Seven Souls. Including the Flowey. So, yeah, no, scary. Cyan flower darkener attack, I guess, I don't know. But yeah, that's where I'm at lately. That's more or less the status of Chapter 5, is it's coming out soon. That's why the timing with these streams was very convenient, because I was gonna do these anyway, but, Chapter 5 now coming out in a little under 2 weeks makes that about ideal. So, I suppose at that point, probably should get started pretty soon on the stream then, but I am very glad that it is coming out soon, because I was getting very fucking itchy to finally see how this plays out, and I don't want to go too into everything at once, because we're going to talk about that as we go on in these chapters. Just like what my thoughts are and everything, and what I think Chapter 5 is going to contain. Holy shit, another $2, thank you. Apple and Woody fighting to be canon right now. I hope both are. It's been an hour and a half, actually. I told you this was gonna be a while. I am not rushing this at all. I have just really fucking missed streaming and talking with chat, so... How did you achieve this Windows UI? It was a mix of window blinds and OpenShell, I think. That's the main stuff I used. I'm realizing there's so many potential components that we know nothing about. That's what I've been saying. I think we genuinely know nothing still. I think we know nothing. Like, Chapter 5 is gonna be where, like, everything we know wraps up. I don't think we understand just how much we don't know yet. I think the prophecy genuinely only goes so far at this point. My congestion is so fucking annoying right now. I apologize. But... Also, hello, Claireface. I see you in chat. But yeah, I do apologize for taking a bit anyway to get to Chapter 3. Honestly, I just kind of wanted to hang out because I had a pretty busy day and I wanted to decompress before jumping straight the fuck in. $5 from Kiwi the Human, thank you. The timing couldn't be more perfect. I just finished replaying 3 and 4 with my friend last weekend because we needed a refresher. Fuck yeah, thank you. I really appreciate all the donations, by the way. it really means a lot right now. I've been doing pretty okay overall. Like, I'm not like in any dire straits at all, but it really does mean a lot because I do not push for that whatsoever, but I am also not opposed. I leave them open for anyone that, like, feels generous for any reason. It's been so fun hearing your thoughts. You're gonna be hearing them. I just want to make sure I don't get too ahead of myself, because My god, there's so much to talk about. I'm wondering how much of Chapter 6 and Chapter 7 will have the super ARG 9000 sections. I'm hoping for more of them. I want one of them to just be some Yumi Nikki bullshit so bad, because, like, that's literally what the Gumball Machine Easter egg was to me. Like, that is some full Yumi Nikki bullshit. Which is impressive, by the way, because doing that effect, I'm going to talk about that when I get to that room, but that I really am impressed that they managed to make that room at all. That it is so fucking seamless. I don't think we're going to make it past board 1 at this rate. We will be fine. I'm going to go on as fucking long as I can here. I've played this chapter a lot before. Chapter 3 is also my favorite, so I know it especially well compared to, like, basically all of the chapters at the moment. I suppose at this point, though, let's just get into it then, honestly. I think it's been long enough. Where is that display for Deltarune? So, this is going to be more or less the overlay. I will be having the game here, and myself, like, shrunk a little bit here, probably. I might zoom myself in a little bit more in VC face. I think... Is that good? Is this good? Maybe. I think so. Alright. So. Lock in. It's blurry. Too bad. That is a sacrifice of this setup, as it is a little bit blurry. But again, as I mentioned earlier, if you're watching this stream, I'm assuming you have a pretty good idea of what's in these chapters, so I don't really need you to, like... I don't really need this to look perfectly high quality. So. Why is your OS low-key Windows 95? Why not? I genuinely... I think I've had times where I've had this fucking drone just playing for, like, hours. Just, like, looking at this chapter, so, like, thinking about fucking how much we haven't seen yet. But, I basically just have an OBS projector here. So I have the higher quality for just, like, convenience. But for the stream's sake, we have the... For the stream's sake, we have the, we have this all, like, lined up accordingly. Before even getting into, Chapter 3, something to mention. The icon for Chapter 3, when you start it, when you haven't completed it, it's, like, meant to be Tenna's smile. You notice because I've completed it already, in the past, the icon doesn't have the teeth marks anymore, and it looks like the knight's helmet. It looks like the knight's visor. Really fucking cool detail. I love that. That's fucked up. And, like, the pun as well, late night. Which, we will get to that in a moment, but, Alright. Let me know if it's too loud or anything, of course. Oh. Okay, we're good here. Molly, what do you think Chapter 5 will be titled? I mean, the first guess that came to mind was Festival, but that's probably not fitting because all the Dark Worlds... All the chapters have been named after the respective Dark World. So probably just, like, something pink and gold. Field of Pink and Gold, maybe not that identically. So, like, I don't know, something like that. I don't know, maybe they'll pull Boards of Canada. Maybe Chapter 5 is going to be called Inferno. Game audio is really quiet. Okay, 1 second. I have desktop audio maxed out. What the fuck do you mean? I don't... It's a little loud compared to me. Okay. Let me do, like, -3 decibels here. This should be okay. Alright. Game audio is genuinely louder. Okay. Let's do this then? Like, -8? Is this good? Maybe like -6. I'm gonna probably do that actually. I think it's a good middle ground. Audio is a bitch to get right. Yeah, I'm used to like figuring this out as I go. That's why I have y'all chat to let me know. I'm not too worried about getting it right immediately when it comes to this. The mixing was good before. I'm getting very mixed responses here. Some people are going like, they can't hear it over my voice. Some people are going like, they can't hear the game at all. Alright. So. I suppose let's get started then. It was better before. I think before was, my voice is way too loud now. So probably like... I wish I didn't have the latency so fucking high because I can't really tell. The bitrate is really low. I have a VCR setup going on, so if it's lower quality, it's on purpose. Audio is a big problem with the low bitrate gimmick. I mean, the bitrate shouldn't be like super low is the thing. Have you tried timing the volume around? Turning the volume around. It's perfect for me right now. I can hear it just fine. I can hear it just not very well. Your voice isn't loud. I think the audio's alright now. It's not loud at all. Audio sounds fine. I think audio is fine and good. It's okay right now. The stream as a whole is a bit quiet, I'd say. Okay. If it's a bit quiet, I'd rather be a bit quiet than too loud at that point. So, I suppose let's get started then. Finally, after like hour and 45, we can start the deep dive. Have you seen Mina the Hollower? I have not played it myself. I have heard a lot of good things about it though. It's technically audible, but too quiet for my personal preference. I guess I could probably just like maybe like a tad bit here, and then like a tad bit here. How's this? I raised it up, I raised both up a little bit. Mind you, I'm gonna like... Fucking Discord notifs. Alright, I think we're good. That is good to know. It's been 2 hours and we didn't even start. We will be here a while. These are meant to be long streams. I got much to say, so I am in no rush, and I'm okay with also, like, continuing this on another day if I have to. We got, like, 11 days. We are not in a rush here. we can easily get this done in that time. I guess technically 10, because I have to know what's going on with the thank you stuff before then. Streaming to a large audience, all with different speakers, is the reason every streamer uses so many compression limiter effects. Yeah. I mean, I have a bit of effects going on here, but, like, nothing too crazy. So, all that to say, let's just get started. Chapter 3 Deep Dive begin. I have so much to fucking say about even, like, these first, like, 20 minutes of the chapter. This is insane. But let's take it, like, one thing at a time here. So make this big. There we go. The couch with a crown on it for Asgore. That's true, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It's a couch for sleeping. Do not go to sleep, I think. And again, if anything is a bit blurry or low quality, do not mind. It is on purpose. So the first thing I ended up checking in this whole thing was, and something unfortunate, though, about chapters 3 and 4 is, the cell phone dialogue does not really change, unfortunately, in the new chapters. It still just says that it's garbage noise. The top is kind of cut off? Oh, you mean the top of, like, my soda? That's fine. But what was that? That's true Brazilian currency, I think. Thank you. From Lulu. Molly's 10-day Deltarune stream marathon. Let's go. Probably not 10-day, but I'd say, like, no more than 4, I would hope. Assuming that, like, on June 23rd I'm not emailed a fucking Undertale threequel or something. But yeah, unfortunately, the cell phone doesn't really have any changes that are notable there. You're filled with the power of not sneezing. I remember playing this chapter for the first time, and, like, I was in call with my partners when I had first played it, and my first comment on this was, like, going, like, how fucking long is this intro? Like, we're just, like, walking along these docks for, like, minutes. It's also crazy that we still don't really know the logistics fully of, how the fuck Rousey does that regarding just showing up. I don't know how they do that still. It's fucked up. Something we do seem to, like, learn, though, from, like, this intro is that, like, it seems to be basically, like, the Dark Worlds in general, like, with the dust piles and such, what we're kind of seeing here is basically like we're in the outskirts of the Dark World, in a sense. So what we were seeing in the cliffs was the outskirts of Castletown, and this is the outskirts of the TV world. There's a lot of little details about Chapter 3's Dark World that I want to get into because I find it really fucking interesting. The way that immediately we can also tell just from this entire scene, like, the secondhand cringe of just, like, Susie so enthusiastically being like, yeah, we can bring you, like, to the light world, right? And even just in Rousey's, like, expressions that were chosen here, you can tell he's just like, oh god, do I tell her? Does she know? This fucking part. I guess regarding device layer things, if anyone's curious about that, like, this is the most notable, like, UI change is the addition of points. Otherwise, nothing too crazy with, like, this layer of the game in this chapter. Overall, it seems like in the new chapters there isn't, like, too much done with, like, the UI, but Chapter 3 is, like, a little bit more unique in that regard. Fucking... Susie, the big illiteracy! Susie! Doing Andrew's fucking Rousey voice. Susie, I made this joke on my friend's stream like last December. It's like, Susie, I already read the tags on this. I think for the end of this fic. It said dead dove don't eat. It's over. I love to do your... God. Fucking... I think the first thing I can say about this chapter, the theme that I notice is, like, you know, aside from, like, just general, like, the theme of, like, facades and, you know, just kind of, like, very, like, cheap facades being, like, the general theme of this Dark World. There's a theme of, like, especially stalling. And this, and, like, even in this intro, it feels very much so the case of, like, this whole time it feels like we're just kind of going somewhere, and it's not really clear where or how. Like, we presume to the fountain, but, like, how so? Also, before I continue, I'm gonna have to open one little thing. Is it just me or is it blurry? This is going through a real VCR. This is going through AV cords, so it's not the highest quality, and that's on purpose. For the time being. I can't stand people who don't tell you the whole deal. Yeah, we're getting to that. We're getting to that. So let me open up this doc. I'm opening up my fucking spreadsheet real quick of file names, because I'm gonna need to pull that out for a bit. Okay. There we go. I think I got it now. Yeah. I'm not showing the spreadsheet on stream. I literally just need it for my own reference sake. So I have the thing to look at. Alright. We should be good now, though. But here's the first, major bombshell. We're about to get in a moment. You could put a disclaimer on, in text on screen saying something like that. I probably could, at some point. Pin comment. Actually, yeah. Let me do that real quick. Hang on. That should be good, I think. But here we go. Vindication about a lot of things coming up here. Yeah, the delay isn't great. I forgot to set the latency lower, so my apologies. I can't really do much about that. I have not streamed in a while, so I forgot to change the setting to be much lower. Okay, so this... we have so much to fucking say here. Like, immediately, I think this was... I think this was the first moment that I actually screamed, because I saw the chair in the fucking middle, and, like, immediately, like, pattern recognition from years of build-up about this fucking chair just, like, hit me right away. Are we in agreement that this is Susie's room? I think this is Susie's room. I think it is. Because, from what she says about, like, an empty room in Chapter 4, when we get to Rousey's room, this seems to track. We have, like, a kaiju poster in the back. There's a general kind of, like, purple, bluish, like, palette to everything here. It's very empty. It's very clear this is just, like, not even bare minimum of, like, I guess you could sleep here, but there's, like, nothing. And I think it really gives a lot of context for, like, yeah, no fucking kidding, she doesn't want to, like, go to her own apartment. Oh, hi, Moist! My partner Moist is in the chat, hello. So yeah, getting this, like, fucking explanation is so fascinating. Because it's, like, it's stuff we already had, like, posited and, like, assumed from Chapter 2, but, like, this is a really good explanation for people that just, like, aren't really about the digging super deep. But, like, it makes sense that this is showing at the beginning of the chapter, because this is following up right away on, like, what Susie was saying of, like, why not just merge the worlds together? Like, well, no, it's just, that's not, like, really possible. That's not really a thing. But it's still fucking crazy getting this. And then just, like, the straight up Rousey saying the, like, darker than dark thing There's a reason I fucking put him in what I like to call now the Gaster troop, which is just like all the secret bosses, all characters that seem very like touched by Gaster in some way or another. And then we get to this. So, oh my god. I was not expecting this part at all. I was not expecting this part at fucking all. This fucking sprite here. I remember for like months, people were like, oh, friend is nothing. Friend is just nothing. There's no way that like that smile has any significance, even though the file is in the same fucking group in the file, like in the file names as the menus are. And then this fucker just shows up as like cat version of Endogeny, which, what? And that's not even going into like whatever's going on with like the red box here. Like this looks like some chapter 6 bullshit. Like what am I looking at even? And also like the use of like this like waterfall sound effect that was like from Undertale. I find it funny how this seemed kind of deconfirmed device theory. In some sense, yeah, we're gonna definitely get to that in a bit. But yeah, no, I think we're gonna definitely see maybe more like this later in the game. But I want to talk about the sprite here, the friend sprite. Because I did my digging. And what's interesting about this fucking thing, all of the sprites that like make up this thing they go by the suffix SPR nondescript room. All of the sprites that refer to specifically this entity, which are like the main thing, the face, and then the laugh, like the sprite of it laughing. It's basically formatted like there's SPR underscore nondescript underscore room underscore and then 2 more before another underscore and like the face and laugh after. So it's formatted basically in such a way that it's like the name of this thing, despite it being called friend in chapter 2, the name of it is just omitted. Like in the files, even though this isn't in all caps, it is just omitted completely, which is extremely weird to me. And what it now kind of gives me the question, especially as we're going to see later in the sword route, is image friend doesn't seem to be exclusively an all caps thing. It seems whatever the entity that represents friend is separate from what the purpose of the all caps file friend is. So I don't really know what to make of that. But like, yeah, this thing in the files has its name omitted. We don't know what this thing is supposed to be. Friend is the closest, like, name we have to it, but you would think that it would have a name for this as well. And I'm gonna get to this, like, in a bit, why I think that's the case, but, let it just jump scare us real quick. But yeah, what the fuck? Genuinely, what the fuck? Like, I think that's the craziest thing. Chapter 3 opening with Susie's room, Ralsei talking about darker than dark, and then, oh yeah, by the way, friend is, like, relevant in some fucking way. There is more to whatever the fuck is going on with that, but, like, we're clearly missing some context still. Friend the device versus friend the idea. Everybody knows friend is cool as fuck. First time I streamed the VTuber model looks cute. Thank you. I remember when I played this for the first time, I genuinely, because I was playing this at like 11 in the morning. I had barely slept that much. Because I was not very privy to getting up early. I'm trying to fix that before Chapter 5 is released, but I cannot control my sleep schedule super well. But like, fucking, genuinely, after this intro, I completely just like, entirely, like, I was processing it, but it felt actually fucking feverish. I felt completely overstimulated in the best way possible. How was the friend setting in Chapter 4 named? We'll get to that, because the interesting thing about that is that while in Chapter 3, image friend, as in like the all-caps file name isn't there, like the all-caps name for the smile, in Chapter 4, there are 2 image friend sprites. 2 that are in all caps. $5 again. You didn't read my whole comment. This scene kind of deconfirms your theory only for Mantle to reconfirm it. Yeah, like, I did see that. I'm just, like, keeping track of it a lot, but, like, I could see it deconfirming, like, the nested thing, which, like, we will get to that. I think especially Chapter 4 deconfirmed, like, that part of it. So we're gonna go, like, one thing at a time here, but... yeah. What the fuck? And then this ending here. Even I, the one telling you this. What was Rousey gonna say? What was he gonna say? Was it gonna be nothing? Or, like, was he actually about to say what the fuck he's, like, what he is in the light world? And also this part, because I remember saying in part 3 that, like, one of the biggest questions about Susie I had was, like, well, how is she gonna react to, learning that, like, you know, you can't bring the Darkners to the light world. Like, that's not a thing you can do. There are still nested realities. Yeah, like, that. I think that part is still fine. It's just the means were not what I had initially said. No, he wasn't. He was gonna say he wasn't real. That's what I was, like, thinking as well. There's, like, really good chance that what he was going that's just what he was gonna say. But, like, at the same time, we never know because Susie interrupted him. So, I don't know. This is also just, like, so fucked up of him. Just, like, there's so much genuine disdain he has for himself. It's, like, fucked. Like, he values himself so little that even the thought that he has his own feelings and opinions and everything is just like that. Why do I deserve this? And, like, one of the main questions I had with Susie was, like, how would she react to this? And I really love that her reaction to hearing all of this was basically going, so fucking what? This fucking part. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, and Mike, play the VHS. Also, hi Nito. Hi. Oh, God. I'm already dissociating. I'm already, like, spacing out. Like, what the fuck, man? I still think the most insane fucking thing. I still think the most insane thing about this reveal. There were so many fan takes of Tenna before Chapter 3 came out. I'm pretty sure in, like, none of them, ever, did anybody consider that this guy is just 3D. Like, that was the whole idea, is Tenna is just made in 3D. This intro enemy is so discombobulated. Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, I just genuinely felt fucking checked out at this point, because, like, what is happening? Also, I need him fucking expeditiously, but I think that goes without saying. Did it always have I and your highlighted in yellow? Fucking love this guy. Fuck. I've played this chapter multiple times and I cannot get over the fucking... Who the hell is we? My fucking god. Killed. I will say, because I don't know if I've said this yet for this stream, I think out of all of the chapters so far, Chapter 3 is easily my favorite. I know it's kind of one of the more contentious ones, because it definitely went through a bit of scope creep, and So it's like definitely a bit more weirdly paced in some regard because of that. However, this chapter, I think, best accomplishes what I want this game to feel, which is extremely feverish. I think it definitely accomplished that because some of the assets are so... like, some of it is just literally modified, like, real-life stock images, but, like, fucking... I love the music especially. I love the gimmicks at play. I love how clearly cryptic and just fucking unabashed it is. And, I am so weak for, like, just generally chapters and parts of things where you can tell that, they just kind of threw whatever, and they just didn't worry about, like, sticking to the formula at all. I love Chapter 4 a lot, do not get me wrong. Like, Chapter 4, I think, plays the most to Deltarune's strengths, in a more conventional sense. But Chapter 3, I think, is, like, peak Deltarune to me in terms of this is the best picture we're going to have for just how fucking weird this game is going to get later. Wants an autograph. I won't be doing that. I'd like to not waste my dark dollar. There's a really specific feeling that this chapter accomplished for me. And it's kind of hard for me to formulate the words on stream, and, like, I prefer kind of just, like, letting it, be read out in the script and, like, what I read of it at this part. But, like, there's a really specific feeling that this accomplished for me, so I kind of have more of a personal stake in, like, this is my favorite chapter because it really struck a more specific chord in me. Because of how fucking weird it was, and is. This is kind of fucked up, I will say, because my experience with the ranking system was probably the very not uncommon one of I didn't know that you had to get S rank on both boards, so I got A rank the first time, didn't try to bail out, and then got S rank the second time, and only in the second board I learned, oh fuck, I needed to get S rank on the first one. I have to redo the whole chapter now, shit. You have a rammed. I'm sorry. You have to understand how fucking funny that Hi, man. My god. Also, rules in this chapter is fucking amazing. What the fuck is Ram? We're gonna get to that when we talk about him more. I have so much to say about him. I have so much to say about fucking the mantle holder. We're gonna get to that. But, fucking... Yeah, no, Ram immediately is really interesting because the first thing that he says is, like, very clearly there's an established history, like, right away with, between Ram and Chris. And, like, a focus on Chris from Ram's end. Before even, like, knowing much of anything about him. Aside from the fact, you know, he clearly seemed to be based off of, like, the plugs from Chapter 2. Did you know there's a key in the first board that is only available if you've already played the chapter before? I am aware. Oh, by the way, it's actually pretty late into the stream to say this, but I forgot to mention. I cannot guarantee I will get to mention everything regarding my thoughts. I'm here to mostly enjoy it as I go. But, like, I'm gonna give my thoughts and, like, deep dives as I go on, because, like, Jesus Christ.
Let's go.
One fun little thing is you can't put in WDG. And it's unclear whether it's because, it's very unclear. Hang on, I feel like the game's a little loud. It's very unclear whether it's because, no Gaster references, or if because, they didn't want people putting in slurs, or both. So, it probably was both. But that's one little quirk there. You can't really put, Gaster's initials in, unfortunately. You can't put a G as a third letter period. I see. What do I put in? Hang on. Eh. Can't believe Yumali leaked the design of Gaster when he was a baby that one time. It's true. I did. I had a vision and a theory. Crazy how I'm real now. Says Nito. fucking... I think at this point in the chapter, when I had played it the first time, I just completely... I know what a lot of people had said, in regards to what I thought about this chapter before, like, I had gotten to say anything was, wow, I bet when Molly got to this part, she lost her shit. Because, like, you know, like, device theory was proven correctly. My reaction was more accurately, like, basically, like, getting the most, like, earth-shattering news about, like, somebody that I know passing away, or, like, getting, like, a really, just, like, deadly disease. And then right away after the fact, learning that I had just won the lottery. I was so checked out. Like, just because of everything previously that, like, it didn't even register to me here initially. Oh, wow. I was right, actually. Like this is literally what I was talking about, of, like, game within a game within a game thing. But I was so fucking, like, feverish that it's just, like, what even? It's so much to take in, yeah. There are a few things that are a bit unique right now in this first board, because I'm playing on, like, on a completed version of Chapter 3, but I didn't notice the fucking attack and defense values. That's really funny. Alright. I remember also first time recruiting the Shadow guys and seeing 25, and I did not know what to make of that. But you're aware of how in Chapter 3 the items which increase Gray's range also decrease TP gain. Oh, I didn't actually... I do remember that now that you mention it, but I forgot that was a little quirk of it, actually. I think I have a few items equipped that end up canceling each other out then in that case. Like, I have the increased range, but I have another one that should increase the TP gain. Mr. Tenna. I hope Molly is thinking about fighting against the Mantle Holder because the filter in that game is straining on my eyes. I don't really know what else you think. No, I don't think that's right. Okay, it is. I mean, I kind of have to. That's a pretty big part of the whole thing that I'm going to be going over. But I do get what you mean. Mr. Little Nose. Oh yeah, and also this path here isn't open on a first playthrough, but on completed playthroughs this actually opens up and... Oh yeah, we don't have the thing yet for this. This fucking part. It really is just kind of insane how much... what is the word? Just like, I guess, alluding to Spamped and Antenna's divorce there is, even just like in this much of the chapter alone. Genuinely codependent. One second. Hang on. What? Hang on, I'm checking chat. One of my partners just said, Toby just now asked Tumblr Twitter for P-Jack's return? One second. I need a source for this. What the fuck? Also, one of my other people is in the room right now. What do you... What? I'm so curious, like, on fucking... Where? Where did Toby say this? That did happen? Toby has... I mean, Toby does have a Tumblr. Let me check the Tumblr. It was a flood radiation... Tumblr. I don't know why P-Jack got banned. What? No, not on here. His replies? Hang on. Holy shit! Hang on. No, you have to see this. You have to see... Holy shit. Hang on, we have to stop the presses. Toby, what the fuck do you mean by this? Hang on. What? The fuck do you mean? What do you mean bring him back? What do you mean bring him... What?
P-Jack's secret boss.
P-Jack's secret boss. What?
P-Jack's secret boss.
What?
P-Jack's secret boss.
Holy shit. If you don't know who P-Jack is, I cannot explain what P-Jack is. You had to be on Tumblr. I'm sorry. You had to be there. You had to be there. Also, he's not even worth explaining. What the fuck, Toby? Thank you, I guess. Oh my god. P-Jack theory. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, that's insane. Anyway. Back to game.
I love game.
I love game. Welcome to game.
Welcome to everyone from game.
I love the fucking, like, I forgot to mention, I love that they've been using, like, the actual plushie as a real game asset. Like, that's so fucking funny to me. That it took that long for Chapter 3 to come out that they just had to use merch as part of the assets. It's past
Asset for game.
Asset for game?
I love being real.
Oh yeah, it's Pine. This part was also interesting, by the way, because this was a moment where, like, Chris specifically kind of... Because they knew they weren't... that the player wouldn't really have the answer to that, they kind of, like, cough and, like, move specifically to the right answer. And there's another one that we're gonna see that's, like, even more prevalent in that case. Hi, Molly partner, I think. Yeah, that is one of my partners with me in the room.
I have to cease to be real now. I have to crack open a 1.
A 1?
Yeah,
Just one. Just one.
Just one, obviously.
Obviously.
Let's not click it.
Early cameo from special guest.
I love my
emoji. That I shall now...
That
I shall... Early cameo from special guest that I shall not say the name of yet. Because I was considering special guest for maybe the Chapter 4 one.
Special guest from game.
From game? Can you possibly guess who that could be?
No. Who isn't her partner?
Sorry, what is the stream about? This is the Chapter 3 deep dive. It's just very casual, so I'm, like, taking my time with it. Actually, no, that's accurate. Isn't it? I think so.
From game.
Pips. Dicer. Toilet. What are these options?
That's offensive. Those are slurs.
Those are slurs. And Chris specifically moves it here, specifically, because this is a case like where like pie you could kind of assume from them because that's like what they've eaten. But yeah, no, you would not have actually guessed that.
I'm a big fan of Big Penguin.
Big Penguin?
Yeah, it's Big Penguin answer.
Oh. I didn't see that.
How could you?
I don't know.
It was really big.
It was really big.
Like the penguin, you don't understand, but you have to understand. It was really big.
I don't have too much to say about the Mantle games so far, since this is like Tenna's version of it, but yeah, no. And now that, like, past, like, the initial, like, processing that this is, like, a thing, genuinely fucking insane just how literal, it turned out being of, like, oh yeah, we're gonna probably actually just play another game in the game, like, legitimately.
I love game.
I love game.
Who doesn't love game? We're all here for game.
We're all here for game.
Everyone is here for game.
Lancer's casual injection is mind-numbing. It is.
I did that.
It's true.
Everybody loves games.
Everybody loves game.
Everybody loves game. What's that clicking?
What's not clicking?
They scream for it.
Come out every night to observe game.
I'm always saying this. You took the words from mouth.
Question, what is the mysterious second stream voice's pronouns? My partner's pronouns mainly, I think, are they, it at the moment.
Yeah.
One thing I remember us mentioning when I was first playing this chapter was we were like, does something happen if you do get it to 99 times before the battle's over? Ugh.
They call me the it.
The it.
Is your entire house filled with creatures? No, just one. It's me.
Just one. Game just crashes if it gets to 99. That's awesome.
Ew.
It disgusts you. I love these two. Do you even need to act? I guess you don't need to.
But we're on air.
But we're on air.
We're on air.
It's true.
We are soaring through the air.
I guess after this point, yeah, you probably don't have to, just because they're already starting to bicker with each other, so... I am getting hit way too many times for that. Ugh. Like, rules is a part of this.
It's like really weird. Is it allowed for weird people to be hot?
I think so.
Answer down below.
Let me know in the
Let
comments.
me know in the comments. Like this video to let me know.
Like this video to let me know. Ugh. Alright, there we go.
Oh, they're right. Hit the notification bell.
Oh.
Oh. guys, welcome to the video. Smash that like button and hit the bell.
Hit the bell for more divorce.
It's this. Everybody loves the everybody loves the divorce bell.
Everybody loves it.
You know, it's from Game. It's me from Game. Hey everybody.
Hey everybody.
Welcome back. Welcome back to channel.
Welcome back. Is that my partner? Yes.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Would you like to know?
Smash that button, hit the bell. I love smashing buttons.
Yeah.
It is my favorite engagement activity. I love consuming media.
Chat, I'm cooked. My monster is already half gone.
The quality of the stream is dramatically improved with your partner.
Oh, fuck yeah. Honestly, it's true.
Oh no.
I do really well with, like, just, like, other people being present. I'm like,
Click the link to get scammed.
click the link.
To get scammed. If you click the link, you will get scammed. So, like, fair warning, but, like, you know, it's honest word.
What does the special guest scam look like? What would you scam people out of?
My coin.
Molly is a monster drinker? Only on occasion. My partner's more of a monster drinker.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was also reading someone's chat message about them having, only having already finished half of a monster. Because it was already very tragic.
Get another one.
We
Yeah,
are,
divorce 20 for 20% off of your next divorce.
we are probably going to be here a while, so I wouldn't blame you.
Just get audio buffer to give you a wake-up call whenever you feel a little drowsy.
True. Oh
Buy
my
my
God.
coin, not Molly coin. Just my coin.
Just my coin.
My coin. Just one. There's only one, and you all have to fight over it.
Fucking... Before we continue, I'm gonna go bathroom break really quick. Entertain them
Ooh!
in the meantime,
Alright.
while the damn theorist isn't here.
Yeah, my damn theorist is leaving. Sorry, guys.
Wait 1 second.
It'll be so fucking funny if I was like, controlling your VTuber.
Just like it's a whole other person.
It's just not you.
It's a whole other person.
Why would you make you do this? What's the button?
The button
Is there a button?
for
I love pressing buttons.
what button for?
I don't know. Where am I?
Where am I? Hi.
Hi.
I will return.
Goodbye. Goodbye forever. I'll see you in a minute.
Bye for.
Ooh, sound of person who loves game. Oh, enjoys game. Sorry. Dear Molly's partner, tell us a dark secret why Molly isn't listening. Guys, I don't know. There's so many secrets. I contain multitudes. Say something funny? Why aren't you laughing already? What color is math? Blue, because I hate it. JJ's gonna explode me. Is Molly Stars problematic media? That's up for you to decide. At least I am. Oh, ooh. I choose. Okay. I choose. I choose Infinite Games.
Awesome thing to come back to.
Math is orange? Well, you're, like, functionally wrong, so I hope you get well soon.
Are we not talking about, like, what...
What color is math? I cited
what
blue.
What color is math?
I said blue because I hate it. What's my personal favorite chapter? 1.
I always thought math was green. But always...
I'm sorry, I have to kill you with Big Rock now.
Damn. What's green to you, then? What subject of school is green?
See, I was homeschooled, so I don't really have... I don't...
They would be homeschooled.
Math is yellow? You're just wrong. Hey everybody, welcome to Game. I'm here to start discourse about colors.
They would. You would.
I would, because I'm me. Big rock? It has to be big rock. Would you rather it be a lot of small rocks? Somebody's sending you Steam messages. I think it...
Someone's sending me Steam messages.
I think I know who it is.
Who could it possibly?
Who could it possibly be?
My guess is like one of two.
Yeah. Science is green. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, science is green. That is true.
That
Okay.
it's green because it's real. I don't know how to use this keyboard. Whoever is sending these Steam notifications.
I think I know who that is.
Whoever it is. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Let me check though. I am curious.
Fine. I don't get to sit in the throne anymore. This sucks.
You'll have yours soon. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm back now. Turn the game console off now. Now, turn it off. It's gonna go bad. It's gonna rot. As are my Steam messages. Thank you.
Welcome back to Game. Hi.
So for people wondering, I guess, I had planned this potentially to be more likely to happen for Chapter 4's stream. However, I have a special guest with me. I had not announced. I had not announced this. I wanted it to be a surprise.
What?
But I guess since I think you mentioned your name once just in passing earlier. Before I was gonna leave the room.
They're gonna know my name is Game. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
The special guest in question is my partner.
Hi. I
Um,
live here.
true.
I've said
That's
in
the one I
chat-
moved in. That's the one that moved in with me.
I said in chat multiple times. I will be real soon.
Yes. This was Nito in chat.
I'm real.
Fuck!
Hold on.
Hang on.
Hold on! There we go.
There we go. Would you like to introduce yourself?
It's me, Steam notification from game.
The Steam notification is another person.
Another monster, its greed sickens me. This is my first one.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is the first
You don't
one
know
ever.
anything about me. No one can understand me like Theorist does.
How long can we go without, like, mentioning the name?
Name from game. It's crazy how that works.
It's crazy how that works.
3 characters, it's all too much to take in. Strap into your seatbelt, buddy, chum. Hey, pal, it's me, Buddy Chum. Greetings, I am character. You are dangerously close.
It's true.
It's me, Chum. Everybody's least favorite. Why did Charlie make Molly do this? Oh, you, that's Claire. Never mind.
Yeah.
Do not play Ricochet. Don't listen to the Steam notifications.
The fucking Asriel theme motif playing is really good.
Can't believe Charlie made you drink another monster. There's only one!
There's only one.
Guys. There's only one. And also, Steam notifications are turned off.
Turned off.
So get patient. Whoops! I dropped my motif!
See how much I fuck up this one.
Is partner genuinely just that one Chris posting YouTuber? Who? I'm real.
It is really funny to me how this one's just, I think, almost purposefully more difficult than the rhythm game. Oh fuck yeah, there we go. They're normal eggs.
Normal like eggs.
Normal like
It
egg.
should be normal like eggs always.
It's true.
Do not
Fuck.
fight your melatonin. Andrew Cunningham without the vocal filters? What? That guy.
It's true. That's my oomph.
That's open law.
That's oomph in law. What the fuck? How did? Oh.
Oops, I dropped my extra large motif for my massive character.
My massive character
I say this every day when I wake up. In game.
in game. Fuck. I think 300 should be okay. I did notice while I was replaying chapters 1 and 2, I was like weirdly rustier than usual with like the bosses and shit. I don't really know why. Because it hadn't been that long since I last replayed it. It might have just been that I was in a rush or something. And that's game.
And buddy? That's game.
That's game.
And buddy? That's game!
Oh, that's not very good. Okay, we're fine. Never mind.
What? Andrew Cunningham when he's not being possessed by the immortal soul of Nicholas.
I guess the extra key
Everybody
probably
leave.
helped. My partner is Deku. No.
Ew.
No, I would
Ew.
never.
Ew. I contain multitudes.
They do contain multitudes. This much is true, but Deku is not one of them. I don't think they would let that.
No. Can you stop doing that?
Stop doing that. That's fucking disgusting.
Gross. Ew. Ew.
Ew.
It's putrid.
I think it really is adding to the energy of this stream, being the chapter 3 one. But given that it's going late, and I'm just kind of... I'm very okay with it just being more off the cuff. A lot of this is me having to kind of just go through the boards anyway.
I'm not Deku. I contain multitudes, but not that one.
Not that one.
Word.
It's a pepperons.
It's a pepper.
I'm on your eyes, it's a pepperons. Yours.
Was that there before the relax and enjoy? Like that word art?
I think so.
There's a few things I've seen that are like, was that there before? Or did they add that?
Oh yeah, the crazy lore thoughts can wait. Yes, because I am better.
Why is it texture not... Oh, I know why that's happening.
Oh!
Oh god. That's really funny because it looks like that in my... It does not look like that in my actual game.
You got
Okay.
a special version.
Wow.
This would be a great idea.
Why does it do that? That's weird. It's some specific issue with I guess the game capture? What the fuck? No, because I don't even have a green screen filter on this one. Like,
What are you talking about? I was never there.
how about there we go. Allow transparency. I disabled that. Now it should be fine. That is so weird. Oh yeah, also here, I skipped over it, but this was the first mention of the flying aces, I believe. At least like first allusion to that, like mentioning that they got really lost somewhere. But yeah, that was the first board done. It's a good thing we got the fucking S rank. I need to check my Steam messages again because 90% of the reason I'm doing this bit is that somebody in chat complained about the noise, that the Steam noise making them think it's their Steam. That is funny. But this isn't that kind of stream, unfortunately.
Whole gaming.
Whole gaming.
I love game.
I love game. I got a job at the gaming factory.
They put me in the gaming factory and all I got was a controller. I don't know how
Now I gotta
use
go
this.
press buttons for pennies. See you in the
coin.
funny stages. Oh, this is a fun little thing. So, this is something I mainly learned from the cutting room floor, but, this game is possible to win. There is, like, there's, like, some invisible things drawn here. That's basically just, like, a square and then a few other, like, little squares. And you control one of them. And I believe you start at, like, the bottom, essentially. But you're meant to just, like, go clockwise until you get it. So it's like... There we go. So you can win it, you just literally have to, like, go clockwise from the bottom, essentially. But it draws, like, invisible sprites there. Someone in my Steam friends list named Beautiful Kind Horse is now playing a sprite. My congestion is so bad. Jesus fuck. Never mind, you don't get it.
You don't get
You don't get it. I gotta say, putting Deltarune through the VCR was such a good choice. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad it clicked well with y'all. Let's see here, what kind of stuff is in here? I'm gonna save my points for now because I have a few things to grab here, but got S rank. Pink ribbon. So we get to talk to Ram here, and this fucking guy is a whole can of worms. I don't even know where to begin, honestly. So, okay. Like, we can tell that that he's, like, originally from the cyber world. Oh shit. €5, I think? From Raya the Restless. Listening to Device Theory made me feel a lot better during the very turbulent past few days. Thank you for bringing me comfort in the dark. Thank you. I'm very glad to hear that. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that my videos can bring comfort to people, genuinely. It is still surreal sometimes knowing that, like, I've experienced both ends of the comfort video phenomenon. Alright, fair warning. If we get the blue ribbon, the night crystal won't appear in the chapter 4 hole. That is true. I am gonna go over that when we get to it. And mostly just the reasoning for that, because it's really fucking weird to me. So Ram mentions spammed in here as well. Not, like, by name, but the salesman. Talk more. Time flies. Seems like just yesterday you and that girl had everyone here lined up. It's hard to tell if it's Noelle or Des that he's referring to, but I mean, probably Noelle, more likely. But so fucking weird, because like it's the way that like you can tell that he like seems to know a lot about Chris's history, and so because of that he kind of has this weird tie to just like generally like secret boss related things. It's so interesting that like the kind of meta character that's like has all of the bits and pieces that you think would make up a secret boss, but he's like just barely out of that criteria to really be that. But here we get like a bit of an idea of just like, okay, this is someone that's really known them for a while. Sorry. Good?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then again, Flying Ace is mentioned. This chapter, like, mainly is, just, like, what... It's really interesting, just, like, how much the Flying Aces as a concept just kind of comes up here. And it is not the last that we see of that.
Papa forever.
Forever.
Go Baba forever. I'll see you in a minute.
I'll see you in a minute. In chat.
In chat?
In chat for game.
In chat for game.
Oh? Yeah. You've been kissed.
Go Baba.
Go Baba. That was the special cameo. There may be more. I'll have to discuss with them further. This fucking... So we learned later that this is one of the Shuttas. But what a fucking... The Shuttas are really interesting, and they're one aspect of this Dark World that I am very taken aback by. Because they speak very cryptic about the nature of this Dark World. This one basically seems to strike me as, like, alluding to the fact that this Dark World only really is in the state it's in because of the TV being turned on. If it were not for that, this Dark World would have taken on a completely fucking different form. And the Shuttas seem to be, like, one of the only real, like, I guess remnants of what could have been had the TV not been turned on. This Dark World is so fascinating to me just because it's so much vague posting. I would almost, like, kind of describe it as, genuinely, like, fucking... How to put it? Like... It feels like if, like, every other chapter kind of has, like, the surface level main story, and then the secret boss stuff is just below that. It's like as if, while Chapter 3 is meant to be all about, like, stalling and putting up facades, it's like the surface level that is made instead of, like, because it's not progressing the main story, it's this mix of the characters just kind of existing, but also the surface level now is the secret boss shit, in a way. Like, because there's no main story, now all that can really come to the surface is just these weird, cryptic aspects that, the game doesn't really want to go too into detail about. And I think that's what makes it so fucking bizarre, like TV World in general, and that's what I really like about it. Oh shit, I forgot to get that one extra key in board 1, didn't I? The one that's, like, the path that was blocked off. Oops. Well, that one wasn't, like, super relevant in Tenna's version. It's literally just, like, Susie picking up, like, the weeds, and you get the key eventually that way. Then... there isn't much more to say about board 1, outside of, like, you know, what I had already said. But, like, I do really like how it really gives, like, exploring the corners of it really sets the tone right away of, like, there's definitely something, like, I think it's really interesting seeing how more overtly, like, the like, mantle layer, as I'll call it, kind of, like, alludes to the way that, like, there is a linear nature, but there's still stuff outside of that linearity that is being kind of gate-kept by something. Like, I remember the first time I played it, like I mentioned already, how fucking checked out I was because of everything else. But more than anything, there was just this sense of, like, I feel like I'm missing so much outside the bounds here, and I don't know what to make of that. I love this fucking theme, by the way. This is awesome. The water was confirmed to be cool. Bubble. This is definitely a chapter you play more than once to really grasp the strings at play. Abso-fucking-lutely. Just casually fighting a Mizzle ahead of schedule, that's true as well. That's what the fucking Shuddas, mentioned later. Like, this is just a Mizzle just contained in one of these. Booby. And I think at this point we can just... Can someone please tell me what I missed? Not much, really. I spent the first, like, few hours of the stream, just catching up with chat and having to handle a couple of other things. AFK. I'm mostly just caught up about, like, the thank you Chapter 5 release stuff. You missed my partner coming in for a little bit. But right now we just finished board 1. I've got S rank, so we're gonna be soon doing the first board of Mantle. The proper Mantle game. $10 from Swig, thank you! Hi, you got my first super chat ever. What would you think of doing a Touhou 6 stream in September when the remake comes out? If I can finish Touhou 1 through 5 by then maybe. And then we have the gacha machine. We'll definitely get to this fucking thing in a bit, because this thing is really interesting. But I have other things I gotta spend the points on. Oh, did I not pick up the... There we go. I guess while we're here, let's get the SusieZilla out of the way. Do the infinite points slop trick. That is an amazing name for whatever the fuck that is. Do you lament the loss of the city board? Maybe a little bit. But like, honestly, it's very understandable why they cut it on, like, given the pacing of everything. There's points under the water cooler? There are! I think I discovered that entirely by accident. Also, thank you for the $2 Brazilian. This is a twofold stream, by the way, of just, like, obviously I'm gonna be commenting on things as I see fit, or that, like, feel worth mentioning. But more than anything, this is also just save file prep, so don't mind me if I have more quiet periods. Because usually that just means nothing in particular has come to mind too much. But I think it's really interesting just how fucking much got cut. It's like in a way I think it adds to just the nature of this chapter and why I like it so much. I'm not too worried about doing perfect on this one. I've already done that multiple times. I will say though, getting S rank on this fucking one is a pain in the ass. Like it was rough. It is surprisingly fucking difficult to even get, like, I think A rank? Definitely S, though. I don't even know how you would get T rank on this. Very WarioWare chapter. That is what I remember reading. It was like WarioWare Mario Party feeling, I think. Was what was, like, the vibe initially. I derailed my first play with it. Yeah, no, me too. This one's a pain in the ass. Like, it's so hard to get the really high ranks on this one. Because you have to, like, basically prevent the fucking statue from getting hit, like, at all. I didn't even know that this, like, the last wave here of them just rushing the statue, like, I didn't even know this could have an ending. I thought it just actually went on until, like, you just lost. I gotta say, this is definitely lasting longer than I thought it would. So far. There we go. Oh god, yeah, I haven't even mentioned Z rank yet. That one is fucked. B rank for that, my god. I think it does, no? Because I swear to god I remember seeing footage of that. Like, that last part, like, if you survive it long enough, I swear to god I've seen footage of it ending. I could be wrong, because I remember seeing that, like, I think maybe a month or so after it came out. But, the Z rank is a thing, though. Like, as in, like, in Boars 1 and 2. Like, that is another way to get to the sword route, which we'll talk about in a bit. Yeah, we've already gone through here. I do want to also say, just like regarding the Stark world, it is nice to see that I was very much on the mark in general of like, because Chris specifically made this one, it makes sense why this one is so unorthodox, because it's like, their will is so unique from even like the Roaring Knight's will. I think it's really interesting that in a way this is the most like, I guess Yume Nikki-esque chapter, if looking through purely Chris's lens, because this is like literally, it's like their own will and psyche kind of made manifest, even if the intention was, you know, to kind of stall for the entire duration of the chapter. Let's go gambling. Oh shit, fortune, nice. Which one is this? These are the ranks from lowest to highest. The fortunes are actually interesting. I might talk about that in a little bit, because those are really fucking weird. Oh nice, 10 a tonight, that's good. We're not doing 1225 yet. I'm gonna save that for probably the latter end of the stream, because that plays into so many fucking things. Okay. Who would best fit with a Tenatai? I wonder. Not really any of these, honestly. The Tenatai is pretty okay, but... but the defense is pretty good, I won't lie. Sure. I think we've done pretty much everything in the green room here. There's some really interesting things to start. But I will actually go over one thing about specifically the fortunes in the gacha machine. And let me get that for you real quick, because it has some really weird shit. So the fortunes are like just like a kind of category of thing you can get from the ball machine that more or less give you hints to stuff. Most of these are pretty self-explanatory. Some of them are even just kind of nothing things. There's multiple that there's one that hints towards like the water coolers being trapped missiles. A few that there's like at least like what 2 or 3 that all hint towards like how you get the egg in chapter 3. At least one or a few that reference the man and the sword root and the flying aces. There's 2 in particular that are really interesting, though. Are you streaming through actual VCR? How are you streaming through it? I have, like, a few adapters and cable splitters that kind of help tie everything together, more or less. As long as you have an HDMI to AV adapter, it's not too difficult, really. And I think also an adapter for, like, the other way around, of course. For, like, streaming that way. One of them says, the fortunes, one of them says, huh? There was some sort of triangle inside. Chris returned it to the machine, which we will get back to that. We will absolutely get back to that. The other one, though, is, like, I think the only one that basically, I don't know if there is going to be a follow-up to it, because if there was, I did not notice it. Nobody fucking noticed it. It's the one that says, don't let your guard down. That chair is going to kick your ass. Which... What? I can't think of a chair that kicks our ass in chapter 3 or 4. Like, a chair specifically. I think that's like the only one of the fortunes that feels weirdly unaddressed. Like, it's just kind of random. I don't really know what to make of it. But it's very strange as a fortune for, like, something that usually hints, towards other shit. The Throne of the Gods? I mean, maybe? But that's one aspect of it that I've found very weird. I think the other thing, the ball machine, is how you get the, like, at least a glow shard. I think other than that, though, that's, like, more or less everything in the green room to start. It gives some really surprising, like, lore about the nature of this dark world, and also, depending on, like, how many fortunes you get, a lot of weird fucking hints about, just what, like, the secrets for this chapter, and even chapter 4 kind of are. A lot of setting up for stuff. But we're never gonna get to the really interesting shit, which is, I think the main thing about chapter 3 I think people really want me to talk about, because of, device theory shenanigans. This guy's a fucking freak. Leverals. I wouldn't quite use that for attack, though. But here's Ram. Oh, and also the vending machine is pretty important. I think this lets you exchange dark dollars to points, or like the other way around. But it also sells smiles. And I want you to note this this description. Always at your humble service. It just says that it smiled. Always at your humble service. So, if you remember from part 1 of device theory, when I was talking about, like, the shit in Undertale, the message in the code that initially was just Toby talking about, like, oh, please don't data mine the game, and, like, if you're gonna data mine, then, like, you know, don't just, like, post spoilers of it. Like, if it's in the game, you probably can access it. You just don't know how yet. After an update, I think a specific update to Undertale, I think they were called, like, the demon variables. Those lines were changed to then say, greetings, you have made yourself perfectly or completely clear, either one of those words. I, your humble servant, will follow you to the utmost. Humble servant. Like, this is a really specific combination of words to use here, in my opinion. And we're going to touch back on that because I have thoughts about that in relation to the sword root. Because I think there's something to that. And then here's Ram, who, just kind of, like, letting myself just process all of this. But, I'm surprised you didn't mention the TTS voices that sound like Gaster's talk noise. I mean, that's not relevant to specifically this bit, because I'm more so talking about, like, the humble servant stuff. Because, like, the ABC 123 stuff is, like, a whole other can of worms. The original game where you decide what to do. So something that, like, Chapter 4 especially, like, really sheds light on. But this game, we kind of, like, in this chapter, we see, like, this theme really start to kick in, right? Of, reinterpretations of fiction. And, like, of media. But I'm gonna get into it more later. But I think a big theme in chapters 3 and 4 really that expands upon, like, the nature of, like, fictional worlds is really interrogating and focusing on like, the way that the will of the creator of something changes the limits and, like, the intention of like, what the fuck, like, you know, the like, media itself is and what the experience itself is. And something I didn't mention, and I'm gonna have to, like, just only describe, is this manhole here, because have I watched Sailor Moon? I haven't yet. I want to at some point. Yeah, the manhole here, because there's two ways to actually get into this to start. You can either get S rank, which is what I did, or you can get Z rank. And Z rank is really interesting because it has you go through this, like, really, you know, decrepit room with, like, a broken mirror and, like, a poster for, like, you know, like, a collaboration between Spamp and Antenna that, like, never happened. But there's also, like, that telephone that is, like, unplugged and is just kind of, like, hanging off of the phone itself, like the receiver. So, it's... That one's really interesting to me, and I'm also going to mention it again later. When, like, regarding the Peepus, when we have that. But that one is really fucking weird to me. This whole thing, I think, like, seeing Tenna's, like, just behind-the-scenes stuff really puts into perspective how much the two fucking yearn for each other It's fucked up. But yeah, this is the beginning of the sword route. So I have a lot to fucking say about this. So for immediately, after we come back from, like, not being able to play it, something leaves a controller here for us. The odd controller, which says that the buttons are in ugly pink and yellow, which could be based off of the knockoff controller that Chris and Azriel had. But the pink and yellow, right? That's a very intentional thing here. It's like a game console. Play it. The letters also, like, I am nearly certain that those letters spell out mantle. Something I want to note also, the way we see the game kind of scroll, like, over the soul, it gives me the impression that the soul is literally in the game. Like, what we are, like, the soul is controlling the player pawn here. Which is going to be really important for later. But it's a really specific detail that I caught. That, again, if, like, the Tenna's version didn't already prove it, this is 100% what the fuck I was talking about with, like, I was wrong about the means to which that this would happen, but definitely not about the ends, in that, this is 100% just, this game is fully, like, playing around with, like, nested realities and nested interpretations of itself. Oh god. Hang on, my fucking, like... So there's a mini fridge plugged in this room that, like, whenever it, like, restarts its cycle, my monitor glitches out for, like, a slight second. I was like, what the fuck is that? But, here we go. This is us starting it. Just got to the stream. How's it going? We're taking it slow but easy. But I'm enjoying it. This seems like an arbitrary thing to be curious about, but I'm wondering what exactly prompted the switch between Hero Sword getting hurt in-game and Chris getting hurt in real life during Board 3. I'll definitely get to that. It's, because that's, like, another question I've had is, like, why and how the fuck does it do that? Why does the mini fridge affect the monitor? It needs a lot of, like, power to, like, start that cycle again, so I think it just kind of, like, doesn't quite trip anything, but I guess it's enough to, like, kind of mess with, like, the circuitry or something, like, within the room, but not enough to, like, actually cause any damage, so... Thank you for making awesome videos. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the gameplay of this being the original game. Like, a popular take I already heard, like, really soon after Chapter 3 came out, was the connections between the monsters in this game resembling those from Undertale. And, like, rather specifically, like, the characters. So, like, you know, the fish are Undyne. A lot of the normal ones are either Toriel or Asgore, and stuff like that. And I think that has a lot of merit to it. I don't disagree. Especially with, like, the LV system. it definitely feels like it's meant to like evoke like Undertale genocide route. However, I'm at least for this board a little bit skeptical of using the parallels as like a fully vague posting, because honestly, out of trying to analyze everything in Mantle, board 1 has been weirdly the most difficult for me to like settle on, because it sticks so closely to like, you know, what we saw in Tenna's version. I will say though, it's like, even if not one-to-one to Undertale, of course, I think there is something to be said, as we're going to see later, of, regarding device theory things, this concept of a version of a program that, is sort of, like, deprecated, and, like, you know, is, like, an older version that got iterated upon. An original version, I guess you could say. Like, that is going to be a big thing I'm going to talk about, later. But this is, like, one hell of a setup for that, in just, like, the first board, even. But, like, I think what I can tell you about what I think about Mantle, just, like, generally, I've gathered that, I think the Mantle games seem to be basically like a Rosetta Stone for Deltarune, in the sense that I think it's a manual for all of the weird odds and ends of this game. In a lot of ways that I genuinely don't think we actually understand yet. The first board is a little bit more abstract in its sense because it sticks so closely to the original, like, aesthetic. It doesn't really have its own separate dungeon. However, like, it does, I think Mantle is something that's meant to be taken less literally, and more so, you're meant to draw connections a lot more between, the different, like, symbols and recurring imagery that's used. I will say one room of this board that gets me is this fucking room, though, because this room has the blue bird. I'm gonna come back to this once we're done with everything else. Okay. I try not to think too hard about, like, each and every room being, like, vague posting regarding the monsters, because, like, I think more than anything this is meant to evoke, like, Undertale genocide, like, typical RPG stuff without, really, like, the subversion involved. But I definitely think that the, like, parallels are there in terms of what the monsters look like. I think that definitely can be kind of intentional. Once we get to max level, of course, we can break the trees, which, important. But if it's Dragon Blazers, why is the title screen outlined to say Mantle? I mean, that is a little bit harder to say. It could just be that, like, Mantle is sort of like the Dark World version of Dragon Blazers. Like, just because you make a Dark World in this thing, that doesn't mean you're literally going to that world. It's, like, more just this abstracted idea of it. But this room, right? If we wanted to think about different, like, aspects and rooms in these boards as, like, being symbols for something, if most of the other monsters are meant to represent, like, you know, the Undertale characters, I definitely think the point of this bird being here is to really drive home, like, the you don't have to do this. However, we know what the bird represented in the second board, right? Which was, you know, birdly. But, like, what does this mean then? Why is the bird in this board, and what does that mean? Because if it represents birdly, then in what context necessarily? Because, like, fucking... I brought it up because you mentioned it, Leo. Just, like... That's, like, one thing about board 1, and the bird appearing here, that's, like, always, like, been interesting to me, is why does it appear there, and, like, does that have any meaning? It probably is more so just meant to be, like, driving home the point of, like, you really don't have to do this, and it's your insistence upon it that is driving it forward. There is a lot of interesting shit here, though. This is where you'd get one of the extra keys on, like, a post-completion save, but, you see the mantle. See you soon. And, oh yeah, I also forgot to mention, mildly of note, is, all of the Mantle games, all of, like, the Mantle games, songs in the OST are in all caps. Which, you know, given this is not really program layer stuff, that doesn't really have to mean anything inherently. But I think it definitely speaks more to, like, there's a consistency in, depending on the layer, I guess, of the game that you're in, how nested it is, like, the way it is presenting itself even in the file names and the names of stuff, like, changes to go with it. But this is interesting, because I don't know how many people know about this. There's this room, which, you know, it's having fun. Which, oh yeah, if I went in here earlier, it would just tell you to get stronger, so that's nothing too new. But there's the element that killing the bird with the hero doesn't do anything, but with the white cloak it does. That is true. But this is interesting. There's, like, a few additional teasers here. If you, like, walk around in really specific spots in this room, there's, like, one spot around here I'm trying to find. The eyes appear. How long has the stream been going? It says 3 hours and 56 minutes for me. I haven't been checking the VOD. Let me actually check how the VOD looks. The VOD looks okay, so... So, and then another one here. The smile. So, as was the case with, the, like, the friend endogeny from, like, the intro, the file names for these, and for, like, the smile and the eyes, again, they have, you know, SPR eyes, SPR laugh, etc. But there's additional underscores between them that clearly are, like, omitting something. Like, omitting the name of this thing. So that's in both the Dark World and Mantle layers, I guess you would say. That, that, like, the name, even though it's been referred to as friend, it's not given. There are no all caps image friend or device friend sprites in this chapter. Like, that's the thing to stress here. The thing we call friend appears in this chapter, but not the name itself. And, like, that's what's, like, really been interesting for me to see. Because in chapter 4, it does appear a few times. But something about this board to keep in mind, and, like, I have a bit of a hot take, actually, about Mantle that I want to get into before we, like, finish this one. I think people I think while the sword root is extremely weird root coded in a lot of ways, and the mantle holder in general is, I think people are a little bit too attached to only reading it through the weird route lens. I think there's a lot more interesting shit that it's talking about that isn't just the weird root. I would hardly even say the first board just is like about the weird root necessarily. So I think what this one establishes, board one here, is it's kind of more about like introducing a certain concept. I think the sword root is kind of really about a lot of signposting for what I would say are like the deeper layers of the game. If the initial layer is the main story shit and not really engaging with the secrets, the sword root is kind of meant to be gradually inching you and like pushing you towards really thinking about like what could be outside. And I think with sword one, this is with board one, this is really interesting. Like introduced through trees as a motif, because the main thing that you do to progress it is when you're able to break the trees, you have to keep breaking these until you find this chest. And I think it's only here that we get to progress. And this is a motif that's going to pop up again. The link between like trees and this fucking jingle is insane. Like actual fucking, I'm playing this at like 3 in the morning. What the fuck did I just get? There is this very clear link established between the concept of trees and the trees being basically the boundaries. And not only that, but also trees being this wall between what you know as the game and what is out of bounds. Keeping that in mind, the next boards, I feel, are meant to be looked at through that lens of whenever you break the trees, you're exiting the bounds of what's been given to you. I think Ramb generally honestly kind of means well. I have a harder time personally believing that he is the mantle holder. I don't think it's impossible, but I never really have fully bought into that. Because I feel like that doesn't quite add up with how he's like treated Chris, and doesn't seem to want to bring out anything in particular. I think he is more interested in just providing something different for them. Because if there's anything that he knows about Chris, it's the fact that while they may be afraid of what they'll find, it's kind of that fear that also drives them in the first place. I think Ram is too concerned with Chris's, like, wants, and also his own, I guess, fear of, like, wanting to be important to Chris to really have anything ill in mind for them. Like, the whole, like, secret boss stuff for this chapter is why I say, like, I feel like this chapter basically is the secret stuff becoming the surface level rather than being shoved under by, like, the main story. I feel like the secret end of things, where chapter 1 and 2 had, like, a clear, this is the secret boss, I feel like this chapter kind of splits it across 3 characters, which are Ram, the Mantle Holder, and the Knight. The Knight has the Shadow Crystal, so that makes them technically the secret boss. But the Mantle Holder much more aptly fits the secret boss term because, like, of the shit you have to do to even, like, fight them. Whereas Ram kind of more accomplishes the goal of, being the trailhead and being the one to give out that quest. But, yeah, in that sense, Mantle is extremely interesting. I think it really starts, I think Board 1's entire point in Mantle is meant to be basically saying, here is a concept that maybe you're not too privy to. Try to break out of bounds a bit more. You don't know what you might find. I think that's everything for like the first green room of this chapter. The first one's usually the most time consuming because this is like where kind of just getting introduced to everything. So the next one should be generally a bit quicker. There's also regarding friend in specific in Mantle. It makes a lot of sense that that friend would appear a lot more in this chapter, specifically just because if the Mantle game is meant to be more specifically the Cat Petters RPG, we do learn in chapter 4 and through the chapter 4 like teasers even before like it came out that there is a clear connection between friend and Cat Petters. So I think the fact that the Cat Petters RPG was in the Dreamer home really is what kind of like set off all of these like additional appearances of it. Still convinced after these chapters that Spamton was attacked by Chris for talking about the Knight? No, I agree. I honestly think, like, the reason why, like, Spamton freaked out is because, like, I think we didn't see it, but Chris was basically just holding a fucking gun to his head going, I dare you to speak. I fucking dare you to talk. I will kill you right now, motherfucker. The Purple Cliffs on, like, the first playthrough is such a, like, confusing, not confusing, but just, like, bizarre terminology. But it's, like, we see here Tenna just kind of, like, getting up to some business with Ram. And this is where we start really seeing, you know, like, the real intention kind of starting to show of, like, this is stalling for something. I also really love Tenna's talk sound a lot. I like some months, like I think like last like summer of 2024, I played a Moon RPG, and the first thing that came to mind when I fucking heard Tenna's voice sounds was like, oh, you sound like you're just straight out of that fucking game with like the way the talk noises work. I love that shit. Do you think the last 2 chapters will be released one at a time or as a package deal? I am really torn on that, honestly. I don't know. The way Toby has been talking about it, it really could go either way. I could see it, Chapter 6 releasing on its own, but, like, part of me almost wants it to release alongside the 7th chapter at this point. I do think it is interesting, though, yeah, like, regarding, like, these moments of, like, Rousey shifting us off screen. Like, we don't really see further moments of, like, Rousey specifically talking to Chris. Although there is something interesting in Chapter 4 that happens, but we'll get to that. Is Tenna the only Dark World leader to actually address Rousey by name? I think so. Because King and Queen don't really give a shit about Rousey. Like, I think the most King says about Rousey is just, like, basically just calling him, like, a fucking Lightner bootlicker. And that's basically it. And Queen just, like, forgets about him constantly. King called him a fucking race trait. My god. Yeah, Gerson doesn't really, like, call anyone by their names in specific. Which I guess, you know, makes sense because, like, Gerson's never referred to by name in particular. I think we're ready to go there for board 2. I love the fucking... the sped up fucking, What is that again? I think that's, your power? This makes me so afraid of what Asgore is gonna think of Rousey. I've been fucking saying this about Asgore and Rousey. I want so badly for Rousey to have more of a focus in Chapter 5 for that reason. There's no way Asgore isn't gonna be a little bit weird about him. In the sense of, like, seeing Asriel in him. I don't think Asgore will see Ralsei like Asriel. I think it definitely won't be 1-to-1. I do agree with that, but also, like... there is a huge elephant in the room to address, though, of, like, you look like a dreamer family member, even if not Asriel in specific. Like, at some fucking point, that's gotta be, like, addressed, right? Address me. Also, I think this is, like, one of my favorite songs in the whole chapter. If not, like, my favorite, period. Well, I don't know, I'm torn between this and the TV World theme, because of, like, the part in the middle. Oh yeah, this one's interesting. The plant of spikes hides in the forest. It's no rose, but its thorns hold love. Could be nothing. I really hope Asgore in Chapter 5 says... I'm half joking when I say this, but I really have been thinking about the whole joke about Asgore just being, like, stanced up into, like, a fucking kimono in Chapter 5. I really hope Asgore says something like, "You've met me at a very Japanese time in my life." Are we sure all the comics that Asgore's getting are just, like, comics? I think there's some manga in there. Manga. Honestly, I think the best ending for Asgore. Alright, like, he's not gonna get back together with Toriel. Do you think Asgore and Alphys could get together? Or like, is it that doomed? Is it that doomed? Like, it's just gonna be Alphys and Undyne again? Nothing for that guy. I love seeing the chat just completely burn. Listen, I didn't really put much thought into this. I love just throwing fucking characters together like dolls. I don't really care what happens. Alphys likes Asgore in Deltarune. She literally says, like, he's huge and could kick my ass. It's cursed, but, like, fucking... What if but? I think if there's gonna be a polycule, like, canon in Deltarune that isn't, rules, La Nina and El Nina, probably... I think there's only gonna be, like, one more polycule. I think that's probably, like, the most that there will be. I don't know which one that would be. I mean... Maybe if you want, you could count, like, the Mike trio as that. Let's see here. Ugh. My fucking legs are so sore. Let's see. How about just like... No, I gotta get above that line, actually. Shit. There we go, I think that's better. Now I can... Nice. I suppose the Three Stooges can be a polycule. I think they can be. Crossed them for too long? No, I think it's more sore because I was very busy with, like, helping the people at the house with gardening work earlier today, so... Fucking... My legs are now starting to feel it, I think. Alright. What did we plant? They had gotten a bunch of stuff from, one of my family members, that they were meaning to plant, just like a bunch of, like, you know, assortment of fruits, vegetables. And we had to basically clear out the entire soil bed, which took a hot minute. I like that taking a picture of rules makes you lose a point, that's really good. I really love how Tenna's reaction to rules of all characters is him just going like, who the fuck is that guy? I don't like that guy. Who is that? Like, it's very rare when to, like, see Tenna ever be, like, just kind of, like, mean about somebody. Just, like, who the fuck is that? Get that guy out of here. Like, it's not even, like, the, like, resentment he has for spam thing that's just, like, oh my god, get this fucking thing away from me. It's just, like, mild annoyance. Just, like, dude, who are you? You're not a part of this. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to see him as an important character in any chapter going forward. That's fair. It's hard to imagine how to, like, really expand on that at this point. I wouldn't be opposed, because I like him too much, but... It's hard to imagine, like, how you would even iterate on, like, you know, since we last left off with rules. Outside of, like, you know, him appearing in Castletown, obviously. Yeah, no, Tenna fucking says that, like, Rules has, like, a concave ass. Like, it's fucked up. He's so mean to him. Like, and the thing is, he's probably right. Like, honestly, I believe it. He is a twink through and through. I think I just have chapter 1 character withdrawal. That's totally fair. Like, I think it's, like, been long enough in the game that I would be more interested in seeing, like, a few new characters, like, appear at this point. Especially since, there's mention of, like, potentially a new shopkeeper in chapter 5, like, given the shop theme we got a peek of earlier. If Tenna saw anything in Spam, then I'm wondering why he sees nothing in rules. To be fair, I think, like, Tenna only saw anything in Spamton when Spamton wasn't, like, how we see him now. Like, when he was in his Big Shot era, Tenna saw something in him. He literally did not recognize Spamton. Like, at least it seemed like that, when the Peepus scene happens. Oh, and there he is disappearing. This part's really fun. Yeah, that seems about right, actually. Anthony no longer recognizes it. Calling Tenna Anthony is fucked up. I don't know. Is he an Anthony? You think Spamton was drastically different during Big Shot era? I mean, probably not as mannequin looking, I would have to imagine. Oh yeah, this moment's really funny. Because after Susie says, "Why'd you make me wear that?" Rousey looks dead into the player, like, towards the player, going, "Make you?" I'd like to think there was, like, a fucking fear of God moment in Rousey for a second. Because he's like, what the fuck do you mean? Hey, player, what the fuck did you do? What did you do? I thought you could only control Chris. What did you do? Shit. Like, that's the thing, it's not like he looks towards Susie. He looks at the player, specifically. Also, T-rank on that, holy fuck. Like, he looks specifically at the fucking player's direction when he says that, like, if you need any proof that he knows something. I guess on that topic, there is also, I do remember there being this, like, unused quiz, in the files. I think it was meant to be for Board 3 or something. It's like, it's one that, like, concerns specifically the Scarlet Forest, and, like, what the... I think it's, like, what the name of the area is? And Rousey gets tripped up, apparently, because I think the correct answer is Block Forest. But what Rousey says is, like, something like, but wait, isn't that, like, the name of the song? Which, or something like that, which, like, again, what the fuck, dude? What do you not know? And, like, Rousey knowing the OST names, I guess, makes a bit of sense, if, like, I'm right in that, I think he's, like, connected to the program layer in some inherent way. Also really like this moment with him controlling Chris. And kind of having this, like, you know, just kind of pondering about you know, having his own agency, pretty much, and like how weird that feels. I think as long as we just stay in this corner, it's fine. Now, before I continue, I really need to make lunch. See you soon. Now this part is interesting. Now that we're back here. A cracked conch surrounded by washed-up glass. Not a person seemed to want it. Listen to it. If you listen, the sound of the ocean. A pity it was just repeating all it knew. And then if you don't, but you can still hear the sound of the ocean. This is, like, really... like, this is up there with, like, the thing and, like, the roots room in Chapter 4. And, Andrew's video that he, like, recently put out, definitely, like, I'm on a lot of this, much of, like, the same page of, there's a lot of repeating imagery of, like, glass that is mentioned, like, in the game, especially in later chapters. I'm not entirely sure what to make of the conch, honestly. Is it being by washed-up glass significant, do you think? I think it has definitely a potential connection. It's like I'm gonna drink some water. Oh shit. It's been long enough in the stream that I'm actually gonna have to turn off the VTuber, unfortunately. My phone is at 7% battery. So, 1 second. I'm gonna get the other thing ready then, in that case. What? Okay. I should have, oh god, did I not install it on this, computer? I thought I did. Where are you? Yeah, let me quickly speedrun something. Because I might not have installed it on this computer, potentially. No, I feel like I did. No, I didn't. Oh, shit. Okay. Avatar settings. I'm gonna have to reset my, other PNG tuber real quick to replace image. Where are you? Okay, I think that works. And then we got this one to replace, which is going to be this. Okay, I think we're good. Ah. Oh god, why does it do that? Hang on. Ah. I think it's because it tries to do blinking and then it freaks out there. Yeah, forgive me for a second. I'm wrangling this real quick. What microphone are you using? Why is it that one and not this one? Okay, there we go. I think that's good. And... second. I'm gonna have to quickly get some together here real quick. Boom. Boom. Filters. Effect filters. Color key. I think that's good. But I'd like to see if, new window? Okay. There we go. Coming at you from the fucking void now, I guess. So, here I am now. This is gonna be the rest of it, I think. Or rather, hang on. Maybe... I wonder if I could, like... Ah, damn, I wish it had, like, kind of the controls of, letting me zoom in a bit more. Or maybe if I just, like, do this? No. Okay. From the back rooms to the void, it's true. I'm in the void now. Many such cases. Let me put myself here then, in that case. It's so dark, like Deltarune. I'm always saying this. Okay. So there we go, we've got this for now. I'll fix it later. If there's anything I need to have fixed. But... yeah, the conch is fucking interesting. It's, I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, because it's such, like, a vague kind of imagery that I feel we're not meant to fully get it yet. But there's definitely the connection to draw between water and glass that feels pretty fucking intentional. Alright. I feel like there was more that I'm missing here. No, that's all of them, actually. Cool. And now we get to the raft part. The raft is pretty fun. There's some interesting shit here to find as well. Going to the right here. I know this might not be the time, but are your comms open? Hit me up. It depends what kind. I'm in a period right now where I'm generally pretty, like, picky about what I might take, but I'm not opposed to taking a few more. I think if it's, like, friends mutuals, I am honestly pretty down to take some. So, just DM me about, like, the details, and I will see. Also, thank you for the 20 euros, I believe, from It's Sasha. Here, have some burger money. If you don't want burger, then that's alright too. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Tropic of Love. Nothing really, too special going on here, but this is fun. I believe this is an all-caps title as well. I think this is called South of the Border, but, like, there's nothing really to it being all-caps, honestly. It's just, like, for emphasis, more clearly. I love Tennis so much. He's so pathetic. Anyone? It's special to Tenna. That's true. How could I disrespect him? Oh yeah, before I do continue with this part, there's some secret stuff here. Keygen parallel, that is true. Holy shit, he's so divorced. Fucking 1 million points glitch here. 1 second. Fuck. There we go. Come on. Got this. Lock the fuck in. Lock the fuck in. Think of the points. Think of the points. 400 fucking points. Let's go. Alright. The PNG tuber is so 90s anime that never saw re-release and is only on piracy. Fuck yeah. I'm glad it has that feeling. Tenna and Hugo would be good friends. I agree. I do agree with that. Oh yeah, this part. So, we see, fucking Tenna crashing out a little bit here, and then I can't even describe how fucking cool this was. Seeing, like, the blocks that make up the Ice Palace after, like, years of that being a teaser. Also, thank you for the 10 from Sophie. Oh my god. My ultimate Deltarune theory is there will be a circus tent, and interacting with the bottom left will brick your game, and you'll have to reinstall it. Oh, it's like from Earth Game. It's like from Mama Game 2. It's like from the Amazing Digital Mama Game 2. What the fuck am I fucking saying? It's like from Game. From Mama Game. Hi, Skywar. Also this too. I really love the, like, very intentionally placed, like, TADC is problematic media. It's been problematic media. I think it was problematic media from the start. People just didn't catch on yet. I think it's a good thing that it is. It's like Circus Tent from Mama 2. Mama 3 never saw release in the American. Binoculars. Don't know what I expected. Something else I really want to commend the writing in this chapter for is despite how many times I've replayed it, I haven't really paid like as much attention because I've been more focused on chat, but like I really like how natural the interactions between Chris, Susie, and Rousey are in like the tennis version of the Mantle game. It's very clearly like it feels really natural in a way that's like hard for me to describe, but it's like I can tell that I can tell there was a lot of care put into like really making it feel just authentic. I really like just how, I don't know, like, just, like, it feels really, really, like, genuine, the way that they, like, talk to each other while playing it. I can tell that Toby has friends. Yeah. It's not easy to pull off, or, like, honestly. Like, it's a kind of, like, interaction where it's, like, it doesn't feel like it's, like, it's clearly getting, like, you know, its own stuff across through the dialogue, but, nothing too explicitly metaphorical. It's a really hard thing to strike just right, but I think they did it really well here. I'm trying to remember where the fuck, isn't there, like, an extra key or something? Yeah, there you are. I'll need that for, guess I made an innocent mistake. There's no repetition, yeah. Isn't the Ice Palace taped off now? Yes, at the moment it is. But I'll be getting to that in a moment. Oh yeah, it's part. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Ugh. Nice. Ooh. Shed is such an interesting darkener for this one especially, as I mentioned already. You're nearly done here, but Manta Holder is more difficult than the Knight. I think they're about equal. I think the Knight is more difficult in that, like, the patterns themselves are pretty fucked up, but honestly, when you know them, it's not that bad. Just stock the fuck up on revivements, like, because, like, that's one of those battles that, like, you are not gonna be able to deal with, like, normal, like, food items for. You really need to have, like, revivements galore. But yeah, that one you can't really get past initially, however, do you have thoughts on Rousey being an imaginary friend concept as a Darkener? Honestly, very promising. It would explain some things, but I don't know for sure. This scene is so fucking good. My BF is a rhythm game fanatic, and he was squirming watching me do badly on the board to rhythm game. I think it was, like, pretty natural at it. I haven't played a lot of rhythm games, but I do have a scarily good sense of it, typically. Who the hell is that? I love the fucking hands so much. It's such a good detail. Three are stronger than two. Those storms aren't the only battle thruple in town now. What did he say? What? I love the sheer bafflement. Just actual, what the fuck are you fucking saying? Oh my god. This part's also fun. This part's fun, but it also further vindicates, you know, what I've said about Rousey in the past, even before getting into Chapter 4's, deal. Because Rousey clearly seemed, like, privy to what's going on with the Shadow Crystals and secret boss things in general. But, it's really... I really like, this specific interaction we're going to get to. He doesn't really have any comment. And I kind of like to wonder, like, is it because he knows what's there, or is it the fact that, he doesn't know, and maybe that's what, like, unsettles him about this? Vio, how have you not seen this? What? Oh my god, no, okay, so this is a really, like, I thought this was actually pretty common knowledge. So, if Tenna isn't with you, you can, like, just throw the sign. And Rousey is, like, freaked the fuck out. Just cool thinking what might have been there. I just didn't know what was over there. Honestly, yeah, I think this is a case where, like, he actually had been drawing a blank in it. So I think he was freaked out because he didn't really know what to make of it. It was just like, I don't know. It could have been anything, and that's probably what freaks him out, is just he can't predict it. It's not in his, like, well of knowledge. Yeah, it's a really interesting bit, since I think it shows, like, how Rousey is, like, he has this, like, inner sense of, when something is very clearly off, or we're stumbling upon something that is, like, we probably shouldn't be around, or that is, like, a little bit beyond what he would like for the others to know. But now we're at the second game. We're at the rhythm game. I like this a lot. Pookie's traumatized. This is actually another really fucking insane moment in the chapter. Remember December? So this is like the first mention, one of the first mentions explicitly about Des, like more focused and not just offhandedly. That isn't from Noelle. We kind of get an idea of what Chris thought of her too, because Tenna is like really highlighting on like this fucking line too, like getting her to come back and watch again. It gives me the impression that Chris really looked up a lot to Des. And I think it says something. Just how much fucking symbolism, just metaphor you could throw in here. We have gone to Atlantis Stadium in a scene that is a rhythm minigame where Tenna talks about Des in great detail, implying that Chris looked up to her heavily, and right after we basically sing, or like play a song that seems central to Des, Under the Ocean, song Under the Sea, with the song itself having like this like imagery like alluding to like the nature of like the soul and fucking like biblical imagery. I'm gonna come back to that later, but there's so much just packed into that, just casually, and it drives me fucking insane. Anyway. And this is one of those things that Andrew mentioned in like a few of the videos, is specifically like the like what was it, like come follow me into the dark with your heart as a, it was like what, with your heart as my mark or something like that. Fucking, there is just so much packed into this that's like implicitly screaming Des is important. And I'm gonna fucking get back to that because I forgot that Rose is just like, are you serious right now? Something I mentioned to a few folks while I was replaying chapters 1 and 2. Part of me wants to see Rousey be more snarky. Because in chapter 1, Rousey is like, there's moments in chapter 1 where Rousey just straight up like tells Lancer to fuck off, and it's really fucking funny. Like, he just has so much less like patience or like temperance for like some of the bullshit he puts up with. How many curse words do you think Rousey is suppressing? A lot. Like, way too many. Can you lock the fuck in? I better have gotten T rank, I swear to God. Okay, good. The hat makes him angrier. Rousey needs to fireball someone, it's true! Okay. And that is the end of the second version, the second, like, Tenna's version of Mantle. It's fucking animation. Tear down the set, tear down my kids. Now a worm from our sponsors. Alright. So that is the end of the second board. Oh, hello, Arbor White. Also nice to see Goddard Lynch in the chat still. I'm really happy to see you here. But that's a pretty old bit from like one of my earlier streams and videos. I mean, funny to say, I barely have many videos uploaded, but that's like a 2023 thing. It's kind of fucked up. My god. So, we are 5 hours in. I think we've been playing Chapter 3 proper for like around 3 hours, a little over. I am still very much good to go. I do not feel even remotely tired. However, I will probably say this is a good time to probably take like a good food break, bathroom break. I think let's just, leave the music and such playing in the meantime. I'm gonna return. I'm gonna go bathroom and see if I can grab something to munch on really quickly. And once I'm done with that, I'll see if I can continue. I think we are still pretty much on track to finish this. Like, this is a pretty lengthy chapter for sure. But, like, it is 1 a.m. in the morning. I am going till late. Don't worry about me. Like, I will fucking go as long as I gotta. I hope, despite how, rusty I kind of feel like I am, that I have been giving sufficient coverage of everything so far. I'm trying to be as thorough as I can be without overdoing it. But, like, there is also just a lot of moments where I'm just, like, very intentionally waiting until later to go into further detail, because a lot of Chapter 3 is, like, setting up shit that I'm gonna go into, like, later in Chapter 3 or 4. So, there's a lot here that I haven't fully delved into because we haven't, like, resolved it. But I'm trying to give, like, the thoughts that I can. If you're worried about my sleep schedule, don't worry. I've been honestly doing pretty okay. Like, it's been a little bit wonky. I feel like I've been getting up a lot, I feel like, oh god, I lost my train of thought, sorry. I've been getting up, like, earlier than usual, but, like, I've been feeling really pretty good with energy. I thought I would actually crash, like, pretty early on because I got up earlier, but, overall I feel pretty good. So, like, I feel like I could definitely go on and finish this chapter and then get some rest for, like, the remainder of the week. And, next Friday, I mean, it's looking pretty likely I'll probably split that into 2, but we'll see how that goes, frankly. It is very foreshadowing heavy, and that's why I really like this chapter and analyzing it. It's the one I'm most interested in analyzing because it's like, there's a lot of things here that I feel they just speak to me. They make so much more fucking sense to me. Like, in a really specific way that I know, like, to a lot of other people, it's like, what the fuck do you even make of that? But I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, like, it took a bit to get settled in because today was pretty hectic, but, like, I feel very just glad and cozy to be actually fucking doing a stream again. It's been a hot minute. Alright. I'm gonna pack it in for the night. Good night, Molly. It was nice seeing you, Vio. I'm glad you have been enjoying the stream, but, I will return myself. I'm gonna go bathroom break. I'll try to get something to eat. Hang out for a little bit again. And, when I am back... Oh god. Hello? Okay. My fucking monitor was freaking out. Because the display port was being dumb. When I am back, I will, should be able to finish this chapter tonight still. So, I'll see you in a bit. Let me throw up the text again. Hello again. I returned with some cup noodles. It's not much, but it should be enough to get me like a decent fill for the rest of the night, I think. Added ketchup? I don't know if I've added ketchup to it. I did add shirodashi to it, though. I added, like, a soup base to it. Because I really like the flavor that it adds to the ramen I've been making lately. So I figured it would go well with, like, just cup noodles as well. Hope you had a nice break. I did. I'm typically pretty quick with them. Okay. It's been 5 hours, yeah, and we're still going. I think I mentioned both of these streams were intended to be pretty fucking lengthy. Like, unless I feel myself physically, like, wanting to crash, I'm happy to keep going. Because I want to, like, be as thorough as I can be, but also, try to keep it as, like, condensed as I can. I'm back after I had a bit of a crash out with my headphones not working until I gave them a new battery. Fair enough, I'm so sorry. Instant noodles is the best healing item, this is a true fact. It's true. It's a pretty quick way to just have a bit of a boost. It's not much, but it certainly helps. Especially in cases like these where I don't really want to take too long making anything. I am surprised I've stayed up this late, because the past few days I've been needing to nap in the middle of the day because I've been getting up earlier. I have not been feeling that need to today, and I wonder if it's because I knew I had something to do, or if it was just, like, all the physical activity or something I was doing before. I'm going to dip in and out myself. It's, like, early here. That's totally fair. Is there a reason as to why I haven't heard you call the Sword Root boss ERAM? I'm not opposed to the name. But I feel like it's, I feel like the importance of, ERAM as, like, in relation to the mantle holder isn't quite that that's the thing's name. I feel like it's kind of equivalent to saying that Spamton's name is Big Shot, if going off of just the OST alone. I think, like, it's more my thing of, I don't think it's unreasonable to resort to that, because it's a quick and easy shorthand. However, I'm particular about keeping things, like, technical when it comes to that kind of thing. I like it as a name. However, I'm just very particular about it in the sense of, like, if I have nothing that's, like, without any reasonable doubt proving that this is, like, the thing's name or identity, then I try to just go more so by, like, what role or general thing it's known for. I have my thoughts on, like, what exactly the mantle is. But, again, we'll get there once we, like, get to actually fighting them. Hi, I heard about device theory for a while and decided today would be a good time to finally watch it in full, and then we saw you were streaming and decided to pop in. Hello! I'm currently on food break and I'm in the middle of chapter 3. We just finished the second board. If I recall, we have second mantle game and green room stuff, then we have a Doom board, TV overworld stuff, and then the egg stuff, final board, like final mantle game, and basically like all the end game stuff for this chapter. Definitely a considerable amount, but like it all kind of wraps up like pretty swiftly around the same time by the end. So I think I can still very much manage this before like too long. I think the narrative importance of the mantle is probably either like, it probably either has already run its course, or we are yet to see like everything that there is to it. I don't know for sure. I want to lean more to the latter. You're still streaming? Damn right. I've got good endurance with this kind of thing. I genuinely, like, I'm not phased. If you're worried about me staying up too late, these are usually, like, my normal hours being awake, so genuinely don't worry. I think I remember saying this last year, too, when, I was doing the replay streams for Chapter 1 and 2. I feel like the mantle holder has to show up again at some point. I just... Again, I'll get to it when we get to that part of the chapter, but I honestly feel like, it feels presented like we haven't seen the last of it. Unless it's being, like, extremely metaphorical about it. Pluie saying their name also gives us an instance of text being said by someone other than Chris that fails to reach the dialogue box. I didn't actually consider that. That is true. That's really fucking interesting, mechanically. I don't know if that's, like, intentionally meant to be anything, but that is an interesting parallel there. I don't know. Like, I hadn't actually considered that. Hello, Molly and Chad. How goes the Delta deep dive? It's going pretty good. I'm taking it very slow and easy. I think I've been saying a pretty decent amount of stuff. Like, that's like just been the culmination of all the thoughts in my mind, so, I think for me, it gets really easy to worry that I'm not saying enough, or that I'm, like, not being deep enough about it. But I have to consider that I've had these thoughts in my head for, like, a year, so of course none of it feels particularly fresh. It's just, like, to me, it's all very, like, oh, but of course. But it's because of that that I'm, you know, being as open as I can be, because I'm sure plenty of what I've said has just been like, oh shit, I didn't think about it like that. Oh shit, Andrew! Hi! Andrew Cunningham in the fucking chat, hello. I finished up Board 2 recently, and, I'm having a little, food break with some cup noodles right now. I'm planning to still finish this in one stream, because, like, honestly, the rest of this chapter doesn't seem that unmanageable. You get to hear me yap now. I recognize Ure as well from ECDS. If I really wanted to pay attention, there's probably a decent chunk of you I recognize from Andrew's server. Like, at least a few, potentially. I'm so excited to see you active. I've watched your videos about the device there probably 800 times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. What the fuck? I hope people are enjoying this and will enjoy the VODs of this when everything is, like, you know, just sitting there. Because, for a while, this is about as close as I can get to really summing up my observations. 400 viewers? Oh my god. That is a lot, actually. I don't even know if I had that many during the replay, did I? Like last year's, I mean. I was not checking the fucking view count at all. I had close to 1,000 during the fucking peak of— oh my god. Jesus, I did not see that at all. I've just been hanging out here. I literally wasn't looking at the analytics whatsoever. Holy fuck. It did not feel like it. I was keeping up surprisingly decent. What the fuck? Well, that's lovely to hear. Holy shit. Fucking, okay. Someone mentioned something about wanting to get into the ARG stuff in part 3, but they were intimidated by it, and that's very fair. Hopefully in the future it'll be less so, but it's also for a specific kind of person. It's totally okay if it's not for everyone. We wanted to chat with you, Molly. I'm aware, I really appreciate it. It's just like, it just took me back because I'm like, oh right, yeah. My influence. I forgot I have those numbers now. I'm really glad this has been kicking a lot of life into the channel again. I had a feeling it would. It also feels like the most low-key way to do so while you know, offering my up-to-date thoughts on everything. Check DMs. What did you make? Oh my god. Scary. Yeah, I see the screenshot of that. Holy fuck. My head's in a bin. Hello, girl Mario. I'll keep watching for a while. I just gotta get snacks. Life Force is drained after streaming Boomer Shooter. Hell yeah. I hope you enjoyed the Haley Labs game. From Game. Your voice is very pleasant to listen to. Thank you. You said you used to be a Sonic fan, so what's your favorite Sonic game? Tough question. It's probably, like, something from the Adventure era. I think my favorite of that, like, tends to change, but it's probably, like, Adventure 1 or 2. Probably Adventure 1. There's just too much aura in that one. It's like, they had something there. Okay. Almost done with my damn food. Alright, food is now done. Let me try to move my shit again and set my keyboard back to be reachable. Okay. What's for food? I was having cup noodles. Not much, but I needed a little something in my system. Because it had been a bit. Alright. I think we're good. I should be good to continue. For clarity, by the way, the reason why I know I'm going to finish this in this stream is I'm only really doing the normal route for this stream because, like, I hadn't had the time to prepare a Chapter 2 Weird Rat save for my replays beforehand, unfortunately. But since Chapter 3's Weird Route is, like, there's only, like, 2 or 3 interactions that are different, it's so negligible that I may as well just, like, only talk about it as I go in normal route. So after I finish, like, the night and stuff in this chapter, I should be able to, like, call it for this one. But by the time we do Chapter 4, that's when I'm gonna have to see, how things go. I'm gonna have to probably split that into, like, 2, now that I'm thinking about it. Wanted to tune in at 3 AM for, like, 33 minutes, but still randomly fell asleep at 2. And then how's the chapter been going so far? It's going good. I finished board 2, and now I'm about ready to continue, so... How are we doing here? And a white ribbon. What? Doing my freaking makeup? Regarding Weird About Hints website, what does size mean again? It was more or less like impact, but more, not really impact solely, but like, how much does it affect the length of the chapter, I think, is what it is. So for chapter 2, it severely decreased the length of the chapter, but chapter 3, it much more increased the length of it. Whereas, like, chapter 4, it barely really, like, changed how long that one was at all. It seems basically to be, like, the size seems to be an indicator of, like, by how much does it, change, like, how long it takes for you to beat the chapter, regardless of whether that's, like, longer or shorter. So let's fucking spin. Oh, this interaction is actually pretty interesting. Because this is kind of going under the assumption that you only S-ranked the first board. Or rather, the second board. But, did it really increase Chapter 4's length? I think it, like, barely abbreviated it. But only the Light World stuff, pretty much. Like, everything in the Dark World is effectively unchanged in terms of how long it takes. But if you say, like, at this, Ram says, I knew you wouldn't like it. Something's missing. Maybe some more freedom. Just between you and me, if you can get in the S-Rankers, Ram. And then the jingle plays that that only really has played previously when you accept Jevel's, like, quest in Chapter 1. It doesn't really do that in Chapter 2. Man. I'm trying to make the game into actually maybe a little bit bigger. And just doing a bit of like tweaking stuff here. Alright, there we go, I think. Can the knight even talk? I mean, I don't know, maybe? They can laugh, yeah. There's nothing that pisses me off more than people who don't tell you the whole deal. Staring directly at Chris and Ralze, the two, like, biggest fucking liars in this entire game so far. Maybe not the biggest, but they're certainly up there. What do you think is happening between Onion and Library Bird? Fuck if I know, it definitely feels really weird. Like, especially Library Bird. There's, like, some gradual fucking thing going on that definitely feels a bit, unnerving. I don't know if Onion is alive or not at this point, because, like, they straight up said in, like, chapter 2, like, oh, come by tomorrow. And then in chapter 4, they're just nowhere to be found. So it's like, fucking... what happened to them? Rouse even saying, you mean Tenna? Alright. My silent beeper. Oh, hey, $5.99 from Nermeal. Thank you. Trouble Dingle. True. Very eerie, this room with, like, nothing in it. Nobody in it. Oh yeah, by the way, another hint towards the egg. Mention of a ticket. Liminal. Where's this fucking Shutta again? Again, it's more kind of implying just the expanding on the whole, like, the only reason this Dark World is like this is because of the TV, but prior to that, it was completely different, because it was just the Dreamer home. So there's mention of, like, the frozen waste, watery basin, metal desert. It kind of sounds like I think just, like, the different, like, just areas in, like, the living dining room in the Dreamer home. But this theater was built upon that, and it grew. And this line is actually interesting. Not everyone liked the change. Some people left. Of course, that was in the days of the black and white. Very strange. Because it's kind of also implying that this isn't necessarily just about, like, the recent, you know, like, turning on of the TV. They're kind of implying, like, implying, like, even more history with this Dark World prior. With, like, the mention of the black and white. Yeah, the black and white still gets me, because it's just like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, do you mean, like, when there was a time where... was it, like, Asgore's TV? Maybe? Like, the one that he has in Flower King? Did he, like, bring that with him in the divorce or something? We have T-rank room now. This is just fucking peak. Look at the shit. This music is so fucked. TV pose. Have you ever seen such a... King of Roly Poly, though, the song that's playing here is also another all-cap song. Though I can't really, like, get anything useful out of that. Let's see how many useful things I can get now out of this thing. Nice. Another revivement, that's good. Oh? I'm gonna save 1225 for, closer to the end of the chapter. Because it ties in a lot with a lot of fucking things. Okay, that's all the gold items. I don't need to waste any. Okay, I did not mean to do that. Oops. Well, at least I kept some of it. Oh god, the 23rd might be a bit fucked up because, if, the thing happens that happened last time where the OST got leaked, just, like, because, you know, it was just, like, publicly available info and, like, records and stuff, that might be pretty disastrous timing for, the thank you stuff. Whatever happens with that on the 23rd. Yeah, I think we're pretty good now, so we can just start the second mantle game, which is where things get really interesting. I want to go offline like days prior to the release, but fucking... It's the thank you stuff that's like the only thing that's gonna have to keep me on, because I need to know what happens with that. The 23rd is when we're expected to hear again from the, like, thank you ARG thing, because there was a third round that happened when Chapter 5 got announced that asked a new question. And the next day, the window for that closed, and there was a bunch of, like, stuff showing, like, the amount of people that sent responses, basically just the current pool of people that were eligible, and it just said that next correspondence would be when there were less than 24 hours left before Chapter 5, so... something's gonna happen, like, very close to release. We're doing the 1225 Easter egg. I'm just saving that for, like, when we're about to do, like, the final board game and stuff. Like, the final mantle game. Here we go again with mantle. The second one. It is genuinely, like, just... Like, if you took out the background and stuff, it's like, it really does set in just, how, like, genuinely, like, sincerely within the game this whole fucking thing is. We're, like, playing a fucking emulation of this thing in Deltarune, and I think that's just so fucking cool. The music is now lower pitch. Oh yeah, since you're here, Andrew, I was curious. What did we have to, like, say about the conch? If you don't mind me asking. Because that was, like, one element we actually came across that was, like... I was thinking about it again. And it's like, man... Genuinely, what the fuck is that on about? Because I know you have your, speculation on that with, like, the web of, like, theming you've kind of been building, but, I feel like we've been, like, pretty much on the same page about what the deal with it probably is. It's a keystone of ink theory. Yeah, I recall it being, like, a really big part of it. You're still going? Admire your tenacity. Don't forget to take care of yourself. I am doing my best. I genuinely don't feel like I'm pushing myself very much. There might be, like, a little bit of a lull by the time we get, like, close to the end, but, nothing that I can't handle. And then, you know, level 2, we go straight through this thing into the secret passage. This part of board 2, I feel like there's really nothing of note to say because it's kind of going off of what the first board was doing, of, like, being very similar to what we played previously. I think the conch is a parallel to the Forgotten Man. The sound of the ocean is all it knows because it's from the original game that just has an ocean noise loop as background music. I see. I see. That does actually make sense, because, something I want to mention, by, like, you know, once I, like, fully go through all the mantle stuff, is just, like, how much, not just weird route coding this is, but specifically Forgotten Man coding. And it has to do with, like, the UI of it all. There's this room as well, go to Northern Light. Which, you know, we see this mentioned again later in the game, but a very, very interesting phrasing. It's so great to hear from you again. Thank you. Oh wow, there's a few people that I literally did not know about that before. That's awesome. Go to Northern Line Super Cruise. Again, genuinely fucking insane seeing this for the first time after years of, like, only seeing it in, like, a rudimentary sweepstakes form. What do you think of the theory that the Ice Palace is the holiday house and Northern Light is Dus's room? Ooh, that is actually pretty promising. I do like that. The washed-up glass, oh god, around the conch also lampshades the prophecy forming when the world state transitioned from old to new. I do like that a lot too, actually. That does make sense. Like, especially through the, like, connections you've been making. Unlocked with the ice key. And now we're here. The Ice Palace is an interesting part of this. I'd say board 2 is the most explicitly, like, weird route coded out of the 3 boards in Mantle. How are you streaming on a VCR? Magic. Also a lot of AV cables. But it's extremely weird route coded to me. Like more than board 1 or 2 of this, of like the original game. I think the Ice Palace, in a sense, could like represent multiple things. It could be representative of like just Cyber World, or like kind of an equivalent to Cyber World or Pandora Palace, or like, you know, the Queen's Palace. I mean, mansion. But it could also really like not represent that in specific. But I feel like this is meant to be very like just unabashed Noelle focus compared to the others. I think if we wanted to kind of go with like, I guess, a timeline, because chapter 4 establishes that there was like some inciting incident in like where the forest would grow, where like trees, like just like the something like going beyond the beaten path, like finding something you're not supposed to, and that being essentially the key to the key to like whatever the fuck the weird route is supposed to be about. And like especially Noelle's tendency to kind of blink like when it comes to more traumatic memories of hers. Follow the white cloak. The Forbidden Path began with ice magic. So this screen is really interesting because I think it's easy to forget now that before chapter 3 came out, the weird route in chapter 2 genuinely caught everyone off guard. People literally did not believe that it existed because there was no fucking signposting for it, like, practically anywhere. And this is why, because if board 1 of the Mantle game was meant to be basically saying, kind of like introducing the idea of going out of bounds in general, and like there being something that like that's like where you shouldn't be going, I think board 2 is kind of more I think board 2 kind of focuses more on specifically the weird route and how to start it. It's so tantalizing how this weaves weird route parallels into potential allegory for events from Chris's past. Yeah. And by the way, here's what I mentioned earlier about trees being a recurring motif. For a while, I could not parse exactly what the fuck these were. These are meant to look like the trees in Hometown. Because in board 1, the trees just were like all the palm trees, and that represented like the bounds that you broke out of. Now the barrier, the trees in this case are the ones in Hometown. So, in this sense, at this point, we are breaking out of bounds. And through doing so, that is how we get the white cloak. It's a very implicit, like, we broke the bounds and now are capable of, like, you know, doing something we otherwise wouldn't be able to. It's like, with board 2, this is pretty, like the easiest to explain, because it's, like, a lot of what's happened, a lot of, like, what I think is going on is stuff that's already, like, happened. It's very focused on Noelle in that sense. But I think it's interesting that it's reinforcing the theming of the trees being kind of like the barrier between what's known and what, you know, isn't so known. It's that barrier between, like, you know, just original game and, like, oh shit, you stumbled upon something new here. Like, something that's gonna take you to like, very strange places. Like, I think if Board 1 was the, like, introduction to that concept, with, like, maybe a bit of potential, implication that, like, you know, like, that, like, it's paralleling something, like, some inciting incident in the hometown forests. I think Board 2 is the first time that it's really leaning into, like, using that concept and, like, applying it. And, of course, that was Birdly that we just killed in, like, you know, this parallel here. Because, like, again, like, the parallel is really obvious with this, and for, like, Chapter 2 Weird Root. This maze is interesting, though, because there isn't really much of anything like this in the Weird Route so far. What is my favorite character design in Chapter 3? I mean, honestly, probably Tenna, for as simple of an answer as it is. I just like that freak. But, like, I think it's really cool how, like, using one of the sweepstakes pages was, like, an actual hint to figuring out this maze. But also, like, fucking... I don't know what to make of this in the context of Mantle or Weird Route, other than I hope there's something kind of like this in the actual Weird Route in, like, Chapter 5 or something. Like, a parallel to this. Like, I think it's crazy, by the way, because in Part 2, I literally just offhandedly was like, man, what if in Chapter 3 we just straight up play Dragon Blazers? I didn't know I was gonna just, like, be actually fucking correct. Like, that's just actually true. What the fuck? This story is interesting because of the fucking... There's no way that's not meant to be, like, representing the headband, right? The red headband with the red horns. The red little horns. I've read, like, an interpretation of this that more or less posited that, like, if this is, like, Chris's headband, then perhaps this door is literally, like, a door into Chris's psyche through Mantle. Like, it's just, like, it took all of this, like, abstraction of an abstraction of, like, of these, like, concepts, and, to get to this door into their mind. And I think it especially adds credence to what, the mantle holder represents. The ice key was used up. She was used up. So, in relation to the Weird Route, this is interesting in that I'm kind of reading it like in us enabling Noelle into killing Birdly through Chris. It's invoked something that they've been trying to repress, I think, for a long time. And this is kind of the mantle form of that. And a lot of what happens in Mantle, I'm kind of looking at it through a very metaphorical lens, because I think that's all you really can do. Like, I'll mention this in, like, the third Mantle game especially, because I've heard about Root's theory. Like, I know about it for a while. I've watched the video, and I like it, but my only gripe with it is I feel like it's one of those cases of it makes a few reaches that kind of strike me as very seeing what you want to see. And as somebody that's like really fixated on not necessarily solving it, but kind of wants to keep an open mind, I feel it's very easy to fall into that trap with this game. I mean, even for me, it's possible. But, I like reading this as sort of the more metaphorical way of saying this forbidden path basically has released or invoked something in Chris. Or even out of Chris. But, fascinating fucking sequence here. First, like, proper dialogue from the mantle holder. And that this is, like, the hiding place of it. And then here's the shelter key. If you want to go with, like, the Chris's psyche angle, I could read this as, like, did you adjust device theory to account for not being able to go into a sub-dark world? I mean, yeah, it wasn't that difficult to adjust. All I said was basically, I think there's going to be more nesting beyond it. Doesn't really have to be through making another fountain. This is absolutely another valid way as the mantle game. What are your thoughts on these/them theory? Do you think Chris really did it? I personally don't think so. I feel like it'd be redundant to claim that they did it. I don't really know what it would gain one way or the other. I don't know what point it would prove that it would already prove with regards to Chris is clearly experiencing an internal conflict with, like, who their allegiance is really with. I don't think they need to be the one slashing Rousey and Susie to really convey that. There's enough going on with, like, them kneeling to the knight and everything, but I'll get to that later. I guess in other words, I don't think it really matters who did it. Because I think regardless, it still makes the same point. But, like, who do I think is the knight? I'll get to that. There's a reason I'm saving some things for, like, the very end, because there's a way that everything just culminates that it just makes sense. It just makes sense. I have a hard time accepting really any other interpretation, like, canonically at the moment. But, I think I kind of like to read this, the shelter key being all the way out here, as, if this is like Chris's psyche, and if Chris knows the codes or whatever, then this is kind of a way of saying that, like, this is how deeply in their mind they've had to bury any knowledge of it to, like, keep us from entering. Seeing this for the first time did fucking freak me out, because it's like, what the fuck do you mean? The shelter key? Now, regarding Weird Route, and, like, parallels between this and Mantle, this is where I think things start to fall more into, this is why I don't think, like, the Weird Route is the only thing that the Mantle game is about. Because, if anything, I think this ending to the board, too, which, we see them get pale there for a second. This ending, I think this might be a very loose idea of how the Weird Route could end. I think this is a very loose way of saying, this is what that forbidden path could take you to. Eventually, Chris will be used up. Not immediately. But, like, Noelle clearly hasn't hit that point in the Weird Route to be used up. She still is, like, important to the Weird Route in some way. Let alone, like, we're not done with Chris in regards to that. I feel like Board 2 is a very condensed version of like it of like also what Spampton was saying in like the weird version of his fight of you know, sure you'll get the freedom you want, but you're really not gonna like what you'll get out of it. But also the mantle holder and the way they really speak in specifically while we're in this void area before we get used up, it starts painting a bit of a picture for me regarding what I think the fuck is going on with mantle holder, which I will elaborate on once we're about done. But and then here's Ram kind of like, you know, being oblivious to anyone being potentially backstage. Here's Ram also just like being weirdly self-aware. It's like he has all of the fucking components of being a secret boss and like the self-awareness of it, except for like the actual means to be any proper threat. Like, not a lot of objects here, not a lot of darkeners here, like really just outright go like, yeah, you know, you're talking to a power strip, so maybe you're a bit fucked in the head. Really just like interesting. Everything about him is so interesting. But that's the second board of Mantle. We've explored the green room for the second round, so I'm going to be pretty much getting ready for the Doom board. This was another moment that really stuck out to me. This fucking TV snow wasteland. Finally hearing this fucking song in its intended context was so surreal. Will you get the egg of this chapter? I will be getting it, because I'm intending on carrying this over to chapter 5, so kinda have to. Since we've been doing sword route, oh yeah, I've been forgetting to check the stat menus here, but you know, this changes with each one. There's a stat here that's like unnamed, but it shows the amount of enemies you've killed in Mantle. It's 2, 1, 3. How do you do this part if you don't have the sword? I think you just kind of like switch between the normal Chris, Susie, Rouse controllers, depending on, like, which screen you're on. That's, like, at least the default. This part. Something I really like about this chapter, and, like, a big reason why it's one of my favorite, like, rather, like, my favorite of the current ones that are out right now. I really liked this chapter kind of, because it's not actively progressing the main story, there's a lot more focus on just, like, actually having the characters exist without, like, the pressure of the story weighing on them. And I think that's a really important thing for stuff that's, like, this large scale to have, because it kind of makes attaching to them, like, even more effective for me personally. Oh god, I remember this part. Oh yeah, this is one of the few moments that actually is different in the weird route. So if you say that you're not going with Susie, but you're going with Noelle instead, normally, I think Rouse just kind of is like, oh yeah, that sounds fine, you know, especially for bringing Susie with you. Like, he doesn't seem, like, opposed. On the weird route, though, very explicitly, when you say that, about, like, I'm gonna go with Noelle, Rouse just straight up says, I think that's a bad idea. Rather, like, a bad idea that you go only with her. Like, I think if you go with Susie, it's okay. It's like he doesn't know explicitly what happened in chapter 2, but, like, it's like he has this gut feeling of, I think something bad will happen if I leave you two alone, or, like, if the two of you are left alone again. Also, hello there, Molly from France. Hello. Because, mind you, Rouse doesn't seem to know about the weird route. Like, all he, like, is aware of is that it's like he has a feeling that, like, the weird route, it's like something in his gut changes such that it's like he feels like now he's having second thoughts about changing the prophecy. But he doesn't know precisely how. I think it's that he kind of feels the state of the worlds and feels that, I think he's straight up is like, something shifted. And that's kind of what he's feeling during the course of the weird route. My partner introduced me to Device 3 about a year ago, and it blew my mind. We discussed it quite a bit and even watched the whole 3 vids. Thank you! That really means a lot. Holy shit. I do not believe for a second that Chapter 5 will be more like 1 and 2. I agree. It's going... I think if Chapter 3's whole thing is, stalling, and so, you know, kind of being about facades and putting up a front in, like, the very, you know, trying to, like, stall for something way. I think Chapter 5 is, like, the facade thing, except very explicitly, I am ignoring that something is going to happen way. It's not delaying something, it's already happening, and I'm just gonna, like, forget that it's going on. And I'm gonna just completely fucking hide away. And I think, that's probably gonna be a central thing for Asgore's, arc in Chapter 5 is going to be, that very clear, like, life is moving on regardless of him. and he's not going to be able to grapple with that, and hence, like, the prophecy about him mentioning being, like, trapped in asylum. Fucking... No, it's okay. It's okay. Susie said we don't have to change. Toriel said we don't have to change. Fucking Asgore would probably get, like, prefer the back rooms if he got stuck in there. Anyway. I wish the latency wasn't so fucking bad. It's just the way... Fuck, he kind of is... He kind of is, like, a Clark, honestly. It's fucked up. Thoughts on the movie? I really loved it. Backrooms movie was really, really good. I know there were, like, a few moments that were, like, a bit silly to some people, but I really enjoyed it. Fucking amazing. And then, you know, we could just skip all of this shit and just break the door. And then, you know, 1225, you already know this code. But, by the way, very just, you know, blatant reference to 1225 here. I should probably save here. Also, move some of this shit over. I think that's good. What is this in the real world? I mean, I think I might know, actually. And, it could be, because this is close to the great door that leads outside. This might be, like, literally just in, like, near the front door. And the reason it's particularly cold here is, like, well, it is autumn at the moment. So it would be, like, a lot colder at night at this point. So it's probably chilly here because, you know, fucking, it's right next to the outside. Which I think it says something, right? That, the closest reference we have to a dark world outside is a bunch of fucking snow. I'm sure that's nothing. I just fucking made up. I never actually connected those dots until literally just now, by the way, but the cold night, it says that, yeah, exactly. Like, this is literally just, like, the cracked door that they're near. Hello, Shroob Lord. Hello. I'm not sure what to make of the Christmas tree, though. I will admit, I really have no idea. Like, it could be the closest to this dark world trying to, I guess, like, translate a hometown tree into this dark world or something. What do you think about Chapter 6, Ice Palace, Holiday Manor, Dark World? I feel like it'd be, like... Honestly, I feel like I'd rather it be more likely for the Ice Palace to be the shelter at that point. I think Chapter 6 has to be the shelter. I see no alternative. I genuinely don't know why it wouldn't be at that point. I might go actually fucking insane if it isn't. Like, I think if Holiday Manor appears again, I don't think it's gonna be a Dark World. I think it might just be, like, definitely an encounter or a confrontation there. But I don't know why. It's like, hard to imagine another Dark World, specifically at the Manor. Maybe for some weird route bullshit, I don't know. Fucking, I love the sped up song snippets. My god. Yeah. Here we go. What would happen if Toria look up? I think it's just that because she's Toriel, I think it's just that she'd be really fucking hard to like deal with. Like mind you, for perspective, Asgore is like gonna be most likely the main antagonist, quote unquote, of Chapter 5. Toria would be equivalent to that. She would fucking completely walk all over Tenna if she were to be awake. Because that's like that is Lightner antagonist, essentially. is what we'll be dealing with. That's probably the main reason they needed to keep her asleep. That's like the only fucking way Tenna can like keep any of this going. That's at least one reason, I imagine. Although there's also the factor of very likely stalling for the night. I love this fucking sprite of him so much. I love I've seen like a good chunk of art, a fan art of like this specific part of where Tenna decides to just fucking bring the fangs out, and the fucking audience is just basically drawn, going like, just blushing, going like, "Hey, can you do that again?" to Tenna's genuine confusion. I love this fucking sprite of him. Also, this bit here, where with like Tenna just explicitly fucking with the battle UI. It's so interesting because, like, there's the relation that, you know, Tenna and Spamton have and kind of like the tragedy surrounding that, but there's also just like, in the context of Tenna being a part of the Dreamer family, just how affected he clearly is by the like by the family just being totally torn apart and separated. It's 2 a.m. and I feel perfectly awake. This is normal for me. They're coming out of the pipes. They're crawling out of the pipes. Where are they going? I don't know. Yeah, this part is just like... That looks like the icy cubes. And this definitely is meant to be just kind of like, you know, riffing off of, Chris, like, throwing bath bombs into like, the pipes in the bathroom, but it's like... Why icy, though? What's going on with that? Those are, in fact, icy cubes tinted black. I figured as much. And yeah, here. I knew I shouldn't have done it. But, you know, every pipe goes somewhere. They had to go somewhere. Also this part. It's like just straight up kind of like reliving some just like really traumatic incident involving like bath bombs in IC. Like, it's so weird. It's like, I'm guessing that it's like maybe Chris saw something on TV like related to that and then did something stupid after regarding that. Sewers theory evidence, that too. I could see that maybe lining up with, like, you know, the icy cryptid bullshit. Also, this is fun. This fucking part especially. Oh my god, man. Oh god, it's coming. I haven't even mentioned Mike this entire time, by the way, but, we'll fucking get to Mike. Don't worry about that. I have something I need to do before before I actually get out of the Doom board. I don't know how many people know about this specifically in the chat. Jump scare warning, by the way, like, actually. I feel like Rousley seems to be answering the questions more on his own compared to before. That is true, actually. I won't even go to church. I'll watch it forever. And I think we will be able to disappear now. Ball. Alright. I think for a good chunk of this, there's probably going to be plenty that I won't have much to say about. Especially since it is starting to get a little late, so I'm going to try to conserve my energy. But, so we're going to be kind of on the way now to... Do you prefer Chapter 3 or 4? I recognize Chapter 4 is the better Deltarune chapter in terms of playing to its strengths. However, Chapter 3 is my preference because it's weirder, and I like weird. I can now play as 3 Lancers. Yeah, getting the egg for this chapter was fucking nuts. I genuinely don't know how I managed it. Because for context, I wasn't looking up, like, anything for the egg, I only really went off of, like, vague hints that my partners gave me while I was playing. And even then, I wanted very little. Genuinely, some of it I only stumbled upon by complete accident. Okay. Drinking shitty tea and eating Blaugum popcorn out of the biggest bowl in the universe. That sounds good as fuck right now. I'll be so for real. Yeah, so, fucking... I only started to kind of understand how to get the egg to begin with because by sheer chance I just personally connected, oh, wait a minute. I recognize that O shape from the, from, like, the nowhere area. That's this thing. Hang on. Also, 5 quid from Renning Mata, thank you. I don't normally watch live or donate, but Deltarune and the Fourth Wall and Backrooms are some of my favorite videos. Loving seeing you play once again before a new chapter. Thank you! I really appreciate people showing up so much for this. It genuinely means a lot, especially because it's been a hot minute. I'm glad people enjoy seeing me do whatever. But, yeah, fucking... By sheer chance, I just kind of started to connect the dots of like, oh, fuck. So, like, at least starting the egg has to be through this. Yeah. There we go. And push it here. Hang on a second, let me... Yeah, this has to be kept over there for later. Oh shit, another revivement. Watching you play Chapter 2 before 3 and 4 came out is a very cozy part of my memories for me. Fuck yeah. I look back on that very fondly too. It was a really fun time. Do you think Chapter 6 would be the shelter? I would be shocked if it wasn't at this point. I think I found the egg myself on a second playthrough, but I honestly don't remember if I had a hint or not. I mean, knowing you, probably. Also, I do recognize the PNG tuber is, like, catching the keyboard clicks. It is very funny. Avoid doing the sword route until you find the egg. They did fix that. There is another way to get to the egg, even if you did the sword route before. And it relates to why I'm saving the 1225 thing for later. Oof. Good. This jail is still pissing me off. Also, this mechanic finally showing up. I do really love that they just made it really fast instead. I think that's so much more preferable. New enemy? Oh yeah, this part is funny. Bubble. Bubble. Oh. Nice. Oh god, ugh, this tech always throws me off a little. Oh god, Rousey, fuck. You're just fucking around here. I think the joke is that usually it's Golden Sam with a U, but Sulliver kind of sounds like Silver Sam. Therefore, Sulliver Sam. Fucking horse. Oh, nice. We're over to 1225 now, so that's good. Toby just thinks cages are really funny for some reason, and the rest of the team is afraid to question it. Yeah. Love this part. The serious trashy. I guess it is pretty serious, you know, it's pretty busy with all those fucking flowers in there. Nothing but hatred in there. It's great that 1/4 of the stream is basically me and Deltarune is so fucking good. It's true. It's almost like it's my hyperfixation or something. Yeah, no, that Castletown sneak peek from the trailer looked fucking insane. Goku Newbert is crazy. I love that shit. Oh, she'll be in grave danger. Huh. Ten is so fucking mean to him. I bet he doesn't even have a bully pattern, he just sits there and aura farms. We're doing on recruits. We're missing a few, but should be okay. Need that. Oh, nice. Nice. Alright. Same vibe as the final optional super boss of Epic Battle Fantasy V, just being a cow with a Goku hero named God. Oh yeah, this is the fuck-ass room. With like a million fucking quizzes. Ugh. My reaction time was not so great this time of the night, but we'll see. But this is like the two secret rooms here, so there's one that's just the bonus zone. Got a few additional points. Fucking ransacking the place. Oh my god. Imagine playing the entirety of Deltarune chapters 1 through 7 in one sitting. I think that would take, like, minimum, like, 3 days or something. That's fucked up. Not even 3, maybe more like 4 days minimum. Like, if you really went for, like, everything like I am, to, like, generally in my playthroughs. Fucking ominous as hell room. But, this scene is fucking weird. It's got a rat! Stay away from where you fiend. This scene, and also like if you manage to like acquire the Peepus, because if you're not aware, if you don't have the deal maker, that the Peepus is just kind of left there, and you're able to put it into your inventory. Oh, the Peepus can just chirp when it's in your inventory. And it specifically does that a lot more often when you're in the Z rank room. Okay. It does that much more often in the Z rank room. And after enough time passes, it fucking hatches, basically. And I think it's just like, it's one of those cases where it's like, I genuinely don't know what to make of it. Because it calls into question just like, what the fuck is the Peepus? Like, genuinely. It doesn't, like, it's not shown to hatch, but it's like, basically you get the Peepus item, it chirps at first, and then after enough time, it, like, hatches, quote-unquote, and, like, the chirps become deeper. Like, lower in pitch, kind of. It's just so inscrutable. It's one of those things that I'm just like, I don't really think I have anything to say about it, but, like, what the actual fuck is going on? It is, like, a very profoundly, like, Mother Earthbound thing, like, genuinely. I think love wins. It's Pride Month, that's only fair. Alright, I think we are done with this room, pretty much. So we can now fuck off and move on real quick. Oh, the Pippins. I'm not gonna lie, Deltarune releasing has become a Pride event. It kind of has, honestly. Like, if Chapter 6 comes out during June as well, then, like, that's official. I think we're good on recruits now, pretty much. So... Sun Guy and Moon Girl. See, that's totally how it works. more. They have, like, abilities and stuff. To see if he's sick too. So it actually doesn't work. Fuck, I love this scene. Please don't start a battle. But what if I do? And again, it does the same that Tenna did, with like changing the battle menu a tad bit. Now you can Lancer? There we go. You're bothering with the dog thing? I forgot what dog thing you mean in specific. Oh, yeah, and it's there that rules mentions that apparently he traded quote unquote cards with Tenna, which I think that explains why Tenna was able to do the act thing as well, if I recall. Because that was one of like Rules' cards, basically. Fuck. If you wait a few minutes on the first answer turn, the annoying dog icon starts rolling instead of the spade card, and if you select it, the funny happens. I see. I didn't know that, actually. That's awesome. So I have the laser point, though. There we go. What the hell are you talking about? Holy fuck, that's a lot of dark dollars. I forgot how much that gives you. I really didn't like that guy that much. He was hopping really weird. Starwalker. I forgot they joined the polycule. Alright, we finally pretty much have wrapped up the overworld stuff for this one. There wasn't too much to say about it. It's a fun time. There's a few interesting things mildly, but for the sake of the deep dive, it's pretty easy to, like, abbreviate. They still dump Starwalker later, sadly. That's so fucked up. Oh, fuck, there's one thing I actually forgot to do in Board 2 of the Mantle game. Shit. Oops. There's one little thing I forgot to do. I'll mention that after, but... Yeah, it's, Yeah, it's here he's, like, more forward about yearning for spam than... the stalling gets a little bit... it starts to wear on everybody at this point. So I forgot in the second Mantle game, if you go to where the Tropic of Love was, if you go in there, yeah, it was a tunnel thing, and basically, if I recall, what happened to the VTuber avatar, my phone ran out of battery. the battery got low, so I didn't want to have the battery die for the night. There's a scene in like the Tropic of Love equivalent where fuck, I'm trying to remember what it even was. I could probably just pull it up in my recording, actually, can't I? Hang on. Because I recorded a playthrough of it. I could just probably pull it up there instead. I may as well just show it that way now. But basically, yeah, so essentially, you would go into this area that looks like, you know, like the Roots dungeon, essentially, in the third board, but this is, you know, this is kind of more to, more kind of doubting himself and questioning if everything's actually working. Do you have a dual CRT? No, this is just one CRT. But this is like the display here. Here and there, strange things are showing through. I thought I base it off this stupid old thing, which, referring, you know, specifically, like, you know, the Cat Petters RPG. At least, like, closely to that. But yeah, it's here that, it's basically Tenna, like, in the game, kind of doubting himself, and just sort of being like, you know, like, I don't really know what to do. I hope they like it. I hope Chris likes it. I don't know why they're so non-responsive. Which, like, given in the context of everything, of, you know, of him having made a deal with Chris, it's a bit fucked. but it definitely, like, it starts giving, it gives a bit of context to, it gives some context to, like, what's going on, like, you know, like, a bit ahead of time, I suppose. Also, yeah, no, it's all, like, an actual VCR setup. Imagining Tennis standing in the back room typing this shit into his NES controller like Petscop. Yeah. Yeah. Is it expensive to have the VCR setup? Honestly, the most expensive part is the CRT, probably. The VCR itself was not that much. A VCR is, like, in my experience, really fucking easy to get. It's a good CRT that you're gonna probably have a bit, of a harder time, but still not by much. Really all you need is a VCR, a CRT, maybe an AV splitter, and, like, some other AV cables, and, like, an HDMI to AV adapter, as well as the other way around. There's definitely a good bit of tech that goes into it, but, like, all in all, it's not, like, the most expensive thing ever. And of course, you know, if you really care about it, like, you know, VHS tapes. But, like, fucking... Even Mike leaving is so fucked. Although we kind of have the context now of, like, that's, like, specifically referring to the Mike trio that we see in Chapter 4. Ugh. How long have we been going now at this point? We've been going for 7.5 hours? Okay. We're definitely gonna finish this, like, well before the 12-hour mark at this rate. Okay. So, alright. At this point, we are now going to be hitting basically like a fucking one after the other streak of, bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. So this is going to be the end of the egg stuff, the mantle and night stuff, the fucking general, like, Dark World lore stuff for this chapter. I have so much to fucking say, so, I wonder, should I get something to drink, maybe? Maybe make, like, a little tea or something. That might be a good idea. I'm gonna be yapping a lot, probably. How about I go do that real quick? So, I'm gonna return again. I'm gonna make myself some tea. And I'm about to have a lot to fucking say. Because this whole stream so far, I've been kind of giving little bits and pieces of what I kind of think is going on with this chapter. And I've already, you know, given my general thoughts. I'm just like, holy shit, I was right and called a lot of things in advance, and that's kind of crazy. Even if I was wrong in some regards. But I think the really interesting thoughts are going to come up soon. So, let me return again. I'm going to go make myself some tea. So give me just 1 sec. Alright. I am back now. Hello. How are we doing? I feel like I haven't quite asked the chat that in a while. How are we doing tonight at this hour of 3:44 in the morning? Hi, boys! It's nice to see you. We've been entertaining ourselves with fruit questions. Fuck yeah. We've been fruit posting. I see. I see. The mailman. I was reading a fanfic. Alright. So, I'm definitely feeling the wind down, but I think I got just enough in the tank to wrap all of this up. So, I hope what I have to say will be the boost that we will need to wrap this up proper. What's my favorite fruit? Banana. It's at least one of them. As a European who tuned in halfway when I woke up, gotta say I'm delighted. Fuck yeah. Alright. So, to start with all of this, because like, from here it's just going to be one thing after the other. There's a lot that we get at the end of this chapter. So, there's a Shada here, and we learned some pretty interesting shit. There once was the great wilderness here, yes. But the world became the theater, and us children of Tenna's contract. Those that did not sign the paper set off for the far land and were forgotten. Now only the legend-old hermit still knows the way to the place. Do you not know him so much? And this is referring to the missiles being put in the water coolers. But again, the main thing that the Shuddas seem to be, like, hammering in on, that I notice, is this idea of there being a older iteration of this world that got kind of painted over, and the previous iteration being made obsolete, essentially, and not everything made that transition to the new one. Some of it was left to be obsolete and not compatible. So it leads us to this room with this suspiciously slow spotlight, which now we intentionally get in. We say that we are a cheater. Where are you headed? Nowhere. And this is actually one of the first times I believe that this game is focusing on this idea of a nowhere, like as a place. Wanting to go nowhere. And before Chapter 3, it really hadn't touched on it so much, but like it was something that I had a hunch about. This idea that it would kind of touch on what like a diegetic nowhere is. I'm surprised just how on the mark I was with it, but here we go now. This was, you know, the block that we threw from the much earlier puzzle, and then we push it in here. And we hit this button. Again, I just love the seamless like transition from like one layer to the next. It's so cool. But this fucking room is so fucking interesting to me. This seems to be, you know, this is like what we'll see to be like the Bibliox, in Chapter 4. So this is one of the Bibliox Darkeners, which I assume is like the hymn book. And, you know, hardly is comprehensible until we talk to him in the game. There's not really much of anything to note here. Mumble mumble, where could this be? Nowhere? No, this is somewhere. This old tome admires your inquisitiveness. You're very interested in going nowhere, aren't you? Well, I have a ticket there. Yes, I have a ticket there. A ticket to nowhere. But the ticket is somewhere. Yes, it was left here. It was left here by... Oh, I don't seem to remember. You aren't alone, are you? It's not a good idea to go nowhere with somebody else. Really fucking interesting line here. Alone is better. I only have one ticket after all. Where is it? Why don't you head over to the right? And you know, there is nothing really to the right here. But then we go back. And you open the wardrobe and there's nothing in there. However, can't find the ticket. Odd, quite odd, considering you've been holding it from the moment you stepped in the room. Very ominous. Very, very ominous and, like, abstract in a way. You know, it's quite hard to understand you sometimes. Perhaps you should try speaking up. It's kind of interesting the way that initially the bibliox isn't really comprehensible. But, only after we get it, then we like, hear in, like, the Dark World. And that was just part one, was just getting this fucking ticket. Which is currently one of 2 ways to get it. But I'm going to talk about the other way later. Because what we're left to do after, then, is, and also, you know, if we go over, like, you now see this, like, overlay over the whole thing. Pretty sure if I go to the right here... Oh, shit, yeah. The Pippins is petrified. Oh, yeah, this remote. This Pippin says that, like... Oh, didn't you steal this one from the cat girl's house? No, maybe I'm wrong. Interesting line. Not really sure what to make of that. Looks like you've recruited everyone. Oh, the shadow has a new comment after you get that, okay. I met such an old hermit. No, I don't believe anything without the picture. Except for the astrology. Because, of course, I am the star. So then we are taken to pretty much backtrack through a whole chunk of the TV world. Till we get to the Ribbix again. I like this little bit here. Fuck. What did I miss its tea break? I actually haven't drank much of the tea at the moment, because, it's still very hot. But I've just been, going through the egg stuff now and getting that done while I'm at it. I went over the stuff that the Shutta near the, like, the nowhere spotlight talked about. Ah, fuck. Let's refill my health real quick. I could have used the door. I mean, I'm going for the one that's later. But, it's like somewhere around here. Yeah, there we go. So this fucking trips me up, right? Because this is absolutely like some device theory shit. In the sense of using the UI to fucking do something like this. So, this is one of the first moments where, I kind of want to talk about what I think Chapter 3 is really about. Because I think this specific egg, the Forgotten Man thing, really starts to put that into practice. The thing that I think Chapter 3 really focuses on and sets up, like, first thing, given, like, Rausier's explanation of the Dark Worlds and stuff, it kind of is tackling the question of, what is the point of engaging with something if it isn't real? And also, are the things that you feel and the things that you're looking for valid because they are or aren't real? It's kind of actually starting to tackle, like, I think it's a response to Chapter 2's, like, thing of setting up initially the whole, oh wow, these Dark Worlds are actually pretty cool, and I don't hate that. I think Chapter 3 is where it really, like, starts to put the layered nature of it all into focus and actually, I guess, come up with a response to that. So, to more or less, you know, like, kind of explain how this relates. First off, more device theory fuel in the form of a... The way you get to the egg room this time is not through, like, a room in between, which is, you know, that already kind of felt like a very... exploiting the nature of the world you're in to break out of bounds kind of deal. And mind you, I was talking about trees a lot, and the symbolism in that in Mantle, but, the whole fucking thing with the eggs is the man behind the tree. It's literally something obscuring, a character that literally does not exist within the bounds of the game, essentially. This time we have to use the battle menu to get there. Through, like, this really specific quirk of the user interface to go somewhere that we're not supposed to. Mind you, we do something here that we have never fucking done since Undertale, which is escaping a battle. You don't do that in Deltarune. That's an Undertale thing. In fact, come to think of it, that might explain why chapter 2, like, before you got the egg room, there was that fake out, like, Undertale game over bit. There's a weird fixation here on, and like, you know, mind you, we are now Light World Chris, is what we're seeing at the moment, even though we're, like, having the Dark World stats and Dark World menu. And we're now in Man Country, using a UI that is much more resemblant of, the Mantle UI. The entire Crocax segment is the most bizarre bit of the egg quest. How would someone even figure it out? The gotcha tips? It's genuinely, it was complete accident. I think there was, like, a few of the fortunes that, like, kind of gave it away. But also thank you for the 10 Brazilian dollar again. So, okay. And this is where the flying aces are as well. Why don't you photocopy a Chris to play with us? This is where we start to establish the, like specifically the concept of things other than the Forgotten Man being so just far gone. Copies are monochrome, but you colored each of us in with care. Maybe the pink ace was suspicious. This line is weird. This is kind of one of those loose ends that I'm like, I don't really know what to make of that. So just to be clear, right? We are in the Dark World, right? It says we're in the Dark World menu, but we have Light World Chris. And only after we get the egg, we get the Dark World Chris. I'm not sure what to make of the transformation from light to dark again. But, like, it seems like basically what happens is, through manipulating the user interface of the program, we've ended up somewhere that is clearly not solely light or dark, or even solely the mantle system. But it's closest to how the mantle game works, like the way you get from room to room. It has this scroll to it. The UI is more resemblant of the mantle game. Someone was looking for you, I don't remember who. Also, looking through these binoculars, literally in the other room, one of them mentioned that copies are monochrome. I know this screen is fucking inscrutable, and has been for, like, basically, everyone. I sense nothing but evil from that place. The most I can make sense of this, right, without getting, like, too in the weeds about this, like, specific screen. I think what we're looking at through the binoculars is, like, if we're going with the copies or monochrome thing established in the other room, then, this is maybe like a copy of some of Man Country, or, like, some of the old Forgotten Land. That's, like, the only thing that comes to mind here, is sort of, using that philosophy here and then establishing that to go, like, this includes, like, entire areas. Again, further allusion to, like, taking something that exists and, copying it, iterating on it. But we then go in here. And we finally get to speak with the Forgotten Man. So, okay. It's here that I think I'm going to just say what I think is going on. I think that, this entire, like, man country area, what we just did to get here, this is not a new layer, per se. Rather, the reason why the Forgotten Man can speak to us, and by the way, this is 100%, like, the speaker from, like, the secret Valentine's Day letter from, like, 2024. Like, that newsletter. That, like, mentioned, you know, like, a lot of contradictions, a lot of contradictory statements, but, specifically this mention of, there was someone that he wanted to help. That potentially being either the player, like, most likely Chris, really. I think, also, yeah, that is a fair point, like, everything in here is still monochrome. But, like, specifically, like, that's, like, the closest I can think of. Other than that, it's really hard to say. Because I really don't, even otherwise, I really have no clue. That's, like, a really, like, fucking strange visual and description, but I think the Mantle game, in a really weird sense, is basically like a deprecated version of what would eventually become the program's user interface. One bit of evidence about this, and this ties all the fucking way back to what Chapter 3 has been talking about, of this dark world having been something previously, then the theater built upon it, leaving not everything, making it, like, across, like, in translation. So some of it was forgotten or obsolete. I think it's taking that philosophy and sort of stretching that into the entire game. Is the Forgotten Man potentially from this, like, earlier iteration of what we know as Deltarune that no longer is, like, that is, like, now obsolete in what we know as the program currently? Is that why the Forgotten Man can't speak to us through the Light or Dark World UIs and only through the Mantle Game UI? Because it doesn't exist to be compatible with the Dark Worlds. It doesn't exist to be compatible with the program that Gaster had made for us. Because consider that, thanks to the trophies for the PlayStation versions, in order to like, avoid getting the trophies that, like, mention completing a chapter without issue, the thing that Gaster considers an issue is not the weird route. It's the eggs. He considers getting the eggs an issue because it's not part of the program, the, like, bounds of, you know, like, what he's, like, trying to do. This is Nowhere. Nowhere is literally, like, all of the obsolete, unused content. This is diegetic, unused content, is what I'm telling you right now. Why the fuck does Lightworld Chris, like, suddenly show up? Typically, if you just make an unused room without really, like, paying much attention to the consistency of sprites, potentially, like, you know, maybe that's why Lightworld Chris shows up, because it's literally, it's not abiding to the rules anymore of light or dark. Like, the game logic is not a part of this anymore, because we're not in the game logic anymore. We kind of, we went through, like, a little crack, essentially, in that logic. Because another thing, why the fuck do Susie and Rousey never talk about where the fuck Chris went in any of the egg rooms, right? Everything about the way these egg rooms are, like, constructed feels like it's meant to, it feels like it's meant to be a glitch. I remember when I fucking first, like, learned about this, it felt very, like, you know, like I'm exploiting something. Not in, like, the weird route way, but in the, like, you know, like, I broke the game way. There was, I even remember around the time people found the egg room, people even found this, like, glitch in the Scarlet Forest where, they were able to, like, break through the collision and just kind of walk in like in the middle of the trees and shit like that, and because of finding like shit like the egg rim, it was genuinely kind of hard to tell for a bit. Like, does that lead somewhere? Is that supposed to be a secret or a glitch? I think the egg rims are meant to literally diegetically be that. And I don't mean just like, oh, it's a fun little nod to like, no, this is like, if Deltarune is something that has had multiple iterations as a world in prophecy, this is a remnant from some older iteration of that prophecy that no longer applies. And the reason Gaster probably takes issue with it is because it's probably antithetical to whatever his goal is of, like, you know, creating a new future. Because it kind of seems more like it's fucking with, like, his goal. Not in, like, a huge way, it's just kind of annoying to him. So all this to say, this is also very important, because of other details that I'm going to mention. Does this area have the all-caps file names? No, but that would generally track that it doesn't, because this isn't a menu. The all-caps file names generally concern the user interface in the menu, but, like, specifically save menus. This is... I think this is basically, like, breaking out of what the intended experience is and accessing an older version of the program that is, like, deprecated and is no longer supposed to be part of it. As for what that culminates into, I don't know for sure. However, this is not the only thread where the concept of there being a diegetic, out-of-bounds, like, nowhere is important. This is the same UI that the Mantle game uses. This is the same UI that the fucking... This is the same general aesthetic that we see in the Mantle games that use trees as a metaphor for the, like, barrier between... The barrier into the out-of-bounds. I wouldn't even call it a new layer. I would call it sort of just outside of either. This is nowhere. Whatever the fuck that means. Nowhere can be anything, because it's just... It's not supposed to be anything. It's like opening up, like, a fucking sketch document in, like, a drawing software, and it's like, you're not really supposed to be looking at these. These are just, like, a bunch of layers of sketches, and who knows what. Like, there's no consistency in what nowhere can be, in my opinion. Why do you think we see Light World Chris here, not the other egg rooms? I think it's because the severity is a bit different. Maybe, like, Chris having made this specific Dark World hasn't like, a factor in it. Maybe the exploit involved here is a little bit more severe compared to, like, just going back and forth between rooms. But the biggest, like, smoking gun here, for now, is... This is the only case we can actually speak to the Forgotten Man. There has to be a fucking reason he can't speak to us in any other layer of the game, and there has to be a reason why he can exist even in the light world briefly. It's because if you're unused and you're outside of the rules of the world, why do you don't have to abide by them? If you are unused content and no longer part of it, does that not mean that you basically can do whatever the fuck you want in a sense? This is kind of going, like, dangerously close to, like, the Jevil train of thought of, if this is all a game and none of this fucking matters, then I can just do fucking anything. This is the Forgotten Man's home turf, his native version. The egg rooms are otherwise just him poking through into the new system. Exactly. Like, the other egg rooms are kind of him maybe being the one to reach out himself, but this is a case where we are reaching out to him. He doesn't have a compatible way to speak in the modern program then. Exactly. It's just not the same language. It's not the same format. All of that said, because of how meta this fucking is, while I think Chris is absolutely a part of this, I like to read this following dialogue as the Forgotten Man speaking directly to the player, because I think that's the only way that this makes the most sense. I think he's helping Chris, but in order to help Chris, he is speaking to us directly. So I'm gonna go through this like line by line here. But like this is the biggest bombshell I can give you, is chapter 3 basically confirms there is a diegetic out of bounds that upon accessing it, the program starts to bug the fuck out because it's not consistent with the logic of the actual game anymore. Therefore, you get different UI, light-rolled Chris showing up initially because it's just the default for... The program is just Gaster's way of having us parse what the world looks like. It could look different to the people actually in that world. So if we are going somewhere we shouldn't be, then the program bugs out. Therefore, we're getting these inconsistencies in the logic. And therefore, that's why Susie and Rousey don't fucking say anything about where the hell Chris went in either of these rooms, because we're just taking them somewhere where, like, the time doesn't flow here. Like, that's what I'm saying. It is literally the logic of going out of bounds and just, like, no one else in there is paying attention because they don't know that it exists. They can't know that it exists. That's not in their logic to do so. We are the only fucking being that would be capable of doing this. So, and you can tell I fucking love this because of how much I'm talking about it. This is like such a massive fucking thing to iterate upon. I wish I wish it wasn't my priority to like make the videos on this, but like I'm just more like impressed as like a fan than as like someone trying to make a video on it at this point, of just like, wow, that's fucking cool. I wonder how Chris is processing this. I'll get to that. I think Chris is aware of this happening. And that's also part of why, like, the Bibliox mentions, like, that you shouldn't be going nowhere with somebody else. You should really only go alone. That's kind of why. Because it's very unpredictable. You can't... If it doesn't abide by any rules, then there's no good risk you can take in that case if you're with somebody. And what I'm going to say for now is I think Chris knows that from experience, but I'm going to elaborate on that later. Okay, so to actually get to the dialogue now, spring changed to summer and summer changed to cold, and sure enough, I am the Forgotten Man. Will you forget me too? No. Are you sure? You have forgotten me many times before. Even if you meet me, I will be forgotten thereafter. Sometimes I even forget myself. I ask again, will you forget me? Even the soul looks a little bit different here, too. Like, Like, everything about this just looks and feels just like an older iteration of it. Well, in that case, forget about it. I am just a man. I think this introduction is more or less just kind of him insisting, like, you know, you, like, you alone are not going to really have an easy time remembering me because I don't exist in memories. That's not a thing I do. I'm not in the sphere of knowledge that is, like, what the people in Deltarune's world can possibly know or remember. I don't exist in that. It's literally the Gaster thing of just, like, not even Gaster thing, but more so just, I don't live there. I don't exist in that sphere of knowledge, so how could you remember me? I don't abide by those rules. I'm not consistent. Once upon a time, the whole world looked like this, which, again, is referring to just, it could be very well referring to the whole world, like, the Deltarune, what you consider that, used to have this iteration. It used to be more rudimentary. Do you think so? Really, you believe something so absurd? Happy to hear, no one to continue. Well, the world changed, society was developed. The earth was covered in water, dinosaurs appeared in Ice Age. There's Andrew's takeaways from this regarding, like, ink theory and stuff that, I find really interesting. But, from a more meta point of view, the mystery to me is if the older iteration pertains to Gaster's program or to Deltarune's world itself. That is the hard part, is, like, is this all Gaster's, like, program, or is this all the world? Like, is it the world that changed, or is it the way that we are looking at it that has changed? I'm a little more partial to the former. Rather the latter, I mean. That it's the way we're looking at it that's changed, because I think that's more consistent with what Chapter 4 was going on about, like, the lighting of the mind being different. The contents could be the same, but because it was programmed differently, and made differently, that's why it looks different. It's not that the contents inherently need to have changed, it's the fact that the way it was interpreted changed. Actually, there are still dinosaurs, it isn't mixed up, and I kind of interpret this like a sort of nudging at, a confusion about which world he's even talking about. Is it even Deltarune's world? Is it ours? Mind you, this is like the only other character that has referred to Deltarune as the program. Not as just the world, but as the fucking game that we are playing. So this could be just, like, him going, is that world, or is it another one? Is it yours? In any case, this island is the only place left I can talk. This is like one of the only remnants of this older system that exists. Do you understand what I'm saying? Funny, I haven't the faintest clue what it all means. But one day this island will disappear too. We may not meet again in that case. Did you want to meet again? Oh joy. I'll tell you my schedule, listen carefully. And I think this is pretty common knowledge, but what we're going to see is literally just the locations of every other egg in the game. Thursday I go to sell the donuts, that is near the bake sale. That is the, like, you know, between the Starwalker and, like, the donuts room. But you're, like, literally doing donuts around the fucking, the spinny thing. On Friday, I toss the leftovers in the dumpster. That's the room where the dumpster is, and the graffiti saying there's room in between. It skips over Chapter 3 because we're already there. On Saturday, I lit a coal on the windowsill. That's the room in Chapter 4 with, like, the long fucking corridor of windows. And then, this is Chapter 5. This one we don't know yet, but this is the only hint we have, which is, on Sunday, in Chapter 5, I harvest the wheat. So, somewhere in, like, I presume maybe, like, in the area of Chapter 5's Dark World that we saw in the trailer? I'm guessing that could be where it is. It definitely looks like it wouldn't be that far off from, like, that part of that dark world. I mean, the thing is, the order of the eggs is, like, from chapter 1 through 5. It is like, fully chronological. Unless you mean, like, starting from chapter 3 and then doing 1, 2, 4, and 5. But that doesn't really make sense to me, honestly. Okay, this line is weird. This line is weird. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about here. Hold your breath, head to the left, and count backwards to 100. I cannot tell for the life of me if this is talking about chapter 5 eggs still, or if this is telling you what to do after that. Like, what does that mean? Hold your breath, head to the left, and count backwards to 100. I don't know what to do with that. That could be a chapter 6 thing. That could be a hint for chapter 5. Like, maybe it's just that involved. Did you remember to write that down? How very kind of you. Please take this to remember me, and then we get the egg. Although you may lose it in another day, so be sure to put it somewhere. There's no shame in an egg. You're very opinionated. I like you. You may forget me, I may forget myself, but I will remember your kindness. Now the sign link will disappear soon. You must depart. If you will it, we shall meet again at that place. Whether 11 hours or 11 years, Deltarune will be waiting. You're just talking about the fucking game. You're talking about the program. Which is just like... I don't... Like, just where do I even start there? I don't know if it's a typo, but backward to 100 implies... Yeah, like... I don't know. Chapter 3 and 4's eggs are also weird, yeah, because, like, you don't have to put them anywhere. There's nowhere that you can put them, like you could for the first few. So, like, I don't know why that changes as well with the like, second pair of eggs. Take your time, wash your face, and get dressed. And now we are back to Dark World Chris. Which I kind of, at most, like to interpret as, like, maybe the program stabilizing itself because we're, like, kind of on the way out. Oh yeah, and this changes. Enjoying the youthful days. Huh. Okay, that's actually interesting. I might have to test that. Another, like, $5 Brazilian from Lulu. Counting backwards to 100 helps you find the chapter 4 egg. It's under the 100th window, but you count it left to right. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't actually know that. I should try that next time, just to be sure. I want to verify that, but if that's true, then what the fuck? Magic, I don't know how. What do I have equipped that's doing that? I think it's because of the Tenatai, yeah. It's because of the Tenatai. Yeah, like, I don't know if there are that many windows, however. Also, really weird effect here. We're back in the green room, and now, fucking... There's not even music playing. Susie and Rousey have nothing to say. There's just nothing. Which, like, what the fuck? So, that's what I have to say about the egg for this chapter. It is 1000 fucking %, like, a huge bombshell. in my opinion. So with that done, we have 2 more bombshells coming up. And I would like to... I wonder, which one do I even do? Do I do the gumball machine or the fucking final mantle game? I'll do the mantle game. So what does that even mean? I will tell you, I will tell you, I kind of have an answer for how this relates to the other shit, because there's one thing that ties everything together a scary amount. But I want to get this other thing done too. Because I genuinely think, like, it is the one thing that ties it all together for me. One thing I missed, of course, because I'm actually doing the sword route, is, because Ram isn't fucking petrified already, did you know that Susie can visibly on-screen destroy Hero Sword by unplugging the controller? Oh shit, that's awesome. I didn't even know that. Yeah, no, so Ram's backstory is also pretty interesting, because it basically kind of, locks in that, Ram really, isn't particularly anybody special, unfortunately. I think the deal with him is that because he's, like, neglected in a very specific way of, like, being just a power strip, and so easy to kind of forget in that sense, I think, like, the main thing that keeps him going, literally, is just wanting to have Chris, like, have a bit more freedom. Oh shit, yeah, I haven't done the cold place thing before beating Mantle. That's actually useful. Yeah, that Pippins is fucking mean to him, though. Like, I don't know what that Pippins' problem is. But yeah, I should also do this real quick. Because this whole thing is really weird. Perfect replica of, you know, the Ram, fucking Bloodstain included, even. But, yeah, if you hadn't, beaten Mantle before getting to this, this is what, like, the console looks like. And it's initially just, like, a perfect replica of the Dreamer home, but... Well, near perfect, but... And it ends up taking you through, oh shit, yeah, probably. Just kind of through all these different rooms and puzzles and such. Sort of as, like, a last test, effectively. I don't remember if I did this previously. It was like, think it was... Okay, yeah, that's right. There we go. And then here, we, grab the camera. It's kind of... I don't really know if there's much to really make of this. Taking a photo here just shows a bunch of zeros. And also, you know, kind of... It loses a bit of the transparency. You see the TVs behind it. It's a very strange puzzle, but it more or less just kind of culminates in, like the hit just being a bunch of zeros. That's more or less like what the code is, really. But, that's kind of all there is to this one. I think it just kind of goes to static eventually with like a bunch of zeros like this, and yeah, it just shuts off after. It's really weird. I don't really know what to make of it. I don't know if there is much meaning to it. But yeah, that's what that does. Also, remember, this thing's selling smiles. Remember this. It still does this right now, but we're gonna come back to that. So we go in here. And, right away, what the fuck is going on? What are these colors? What are we looking at here? I still don't entirely know what to make of this. It kind of looks like Ram's color palette, so it kind of strikes me as like the color leaving him, maybe, or something. But I really don't know. But, this is now him, like, partially petrified. And, Oh, first Molly stream. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. 10 has been up to this and that and this. You see, I assumed that was it as well, like, that was, like, coming from the TV, but, like, the TV isn't on. So what's going on here? And then here we see him just straight up mention that he saw Chris make the fountain. And then here's one interesting thing, because this is one thing that him and the mantle holder have in common, is this sort of idea of a real fun, as we're gonna see. I think they're different characters, but there is a focus on this. The idea that what Chris wants out of this is real fun, whatever that means. Are you going to stream Chapter 4? I do plan to do that next week. So another thing about this chapter. Sorry if this is unrelated to the topic at hand, but I'm curious if you'll ever make a deep dive into Ashvale Lane. I have watched it. I really love it. That's all I'm going to say at the moment. I'm going to see how things turn out, but I am very interested in it. Another thing about this chapter, because I mentioned, a big thing about it is really interrogating the nested nature of this game, and specifically the question of escapism and, like, is that a good or bad thing? Doesn't matter how you feel about something. Like, are your feelings valid if the thing that's making you feel that is fictional? Is it as good as the real thing? Does more escapism affect it? Like, how does the nested nature of this really affect things? And something I think the sword root kind of illustrates is, I think the Deltarune's answer to that is, it kind of doesn't fucking matter. I think if board 1 and 2 were, like, introducing this idea of going out of bounds and, you know, signposting for, like, the really secret shit, like the weird route, board 3 seems to be an idea of what will happen, or what could happen in the future. And I don't know what the deal with this cactus is, by the way. I don't know why this is here. Maybe it means something, maybe not. But, this is literally just the city board. Just to make sure my monkey brain understands that the escapism theme of this chapter is all about, like, escapism through nostalgia. That's one part of it. It's really about, because the main thing that chapter 3 sets up, because of Rowsley's explanation, is basically him going, I can't, like, exist outside of this fictional context, so does that make me less worthy of your attention compared to a real person? Does that make what you feel because of me less deserving and less worthwhile? Should you forget about me? Is fiction inherently obsolete? Does it have an inherent expiration date for how much your feelings about it matter? And chapter 3 touches on that in a pretty basic way. Not basic, but just it touches on that in like a pretty substantial way as is, but I think the sword root and such really expand on this in a way that I really like. This part is also fucked. Seeing there's no enemies around, and then you realize, or you accidentally go, oh, I have to kill my party members. So, I think board 3, in the context of the mantle game being basically like the mantle holder luring Chris and sort of goading something out of them, as we'll see in a bit, I think board 3 is specifically the mantle holder, like, inflicting fucking psychological warfare on this teenager. Like, I'm dead fucking serious. Even this part here, where we had to, like, slash Susie and Rousey, it's like, immediately, it's tackling this question of just, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be foreshadowing for anything. It's more so tackling this question that, like, it's showing that Chris is, like, it's establishing they have a clear inner conflict of, like, knowing that they are betraying Susie and Rousey, or, like, at least are about to, and that they are not being fully honest with their allegiance towards the Fun Gang. And I think that moment of them, like, slashing them is kind of this thing of, like, well, it's not real, right? I'm just doing this so that I can progress the game, but, like, why does it make me flinch still when I do that? It's not real. It's not like I'm actually hurting them, right? it's that question, like, being, but it's not about, like, what they're actually doing. It's about, like, the situation that they're thinking about of, what am I going to do when I have to pick a side here? What if I have to betray them? Am I going to be able to stomach that? Exactly. What if the promise they made makes them have to? What if they don't want to get too attached and delve too deep into their mind because they don't, like... What if they're trying not to feel anything about betraying them? And then here, this is literally just the fucking alleyway from, like, after you kill Birdley in Chapter 2. Weird route. With, like, the manhole and everything. So it's, like, another nod to that. However, this is what I call, like, the manhole or roots dungeon. I'm aware of the roots theory, by the way. I'm aware of, like, the idea that, like, all of the maps or rooms in this specific dungeon, like, are probably, like, are outlining hometown. Which, I think it's a promising theory. However, I mentioned earlier in the stream that I feel like it's a little bit prone to, seeing what you want to see. So I'm trying not to, like, think too hard about that for the sake of this, like, a deep dive. But I do like it on principle. Something I will mention, is like, this is the second time that the idea of roots has popped up. And specifically in the OST, actually. Not in, like, the full game, but, in specific, in Chapter 2, we had digital roots. That was Queen's basement. And now in this chapter, we have, bit roots. Which seems familiar to Queen's basement, but it's, like, different because it wasn't at all this expansive. And again, here's the trees. This is the boundaries. We have to break this in order to, like, actually, see what we are trying to see here. Like, again, like, it's the association of, we're breaking these trees, I'm going out of bounds, I'm seeing something I'm not supposed to. Or rather, I'm pushing myself to. How does the Mantle game highlight these creepy parts of the game if this is the original game? That is a good question. I think it's kind of more to do with the fact that, like, the Mantle game seems to pull from the original game. Like, I think all these concepts, for the most part, have always kind of been there. It's just sort of an emulation of that, in a way. I guess it's, like, the closest way I can describe it. But, given that after this, we end up seeing the shelter, like, in the Mantle game, I mean, I think the most interesting takeaway from that is it seems like, essentially, it strikes me like, the fact that we have seen basically two, I guess, emulations of, like, something involving roots conceptually, it strikes me like, whatever this is, even though it's clearly underground and so, like, feels like it would be the shelter, I think it definitely isn't the shelter, like, proper. I don't think this is actually what it looks like on the inside. However, I do think there is, like, a real area that you could describe as, like, the roots. Oh god, we're gonna get to that, actually. Ah, fuck. Oops. Well, it's useful that I actually got footage of that, because, you know, typically, in Mantle, you just kind of die here. Like you just kind of exit out of the game, and it's fine. But yeah, one thing I actually forgot to mention, in the fucking Ice Palace, when you get to the White Cloak, I forgot to mention that that room is fucking weird, because in the code, like, when you load that room up in the files, you actually end up learning that the sprites are being overwritten with the White Cloak, and the original sprites are actually that of a deer. So, like, it makes the Noelle representation even more forward. Like, in case it wasn't already obvious that the White Cloak was Noelle, like, the deer is literally just showing that. However, I think what makes it even more weird is the reason why it overwrites it with the White Cloak is because of a variable in that object's code just called Toriel. So there's a Toriel variable that's, like, set that, like, overwrites the sprites. I could not tell you for the life of me why it uses Toriel as the name. No, there's two examples, because there's the Ice Palace, which is, like, it's like a normal, like, brown deer. And then there's the black deer, which, like, you know, that also, like, changes to, like, you know, like, the black, just normal monster look. But I'm about to get to, like, the implications of that. I had to, like, just mention that first. But, like... Oh, the Toriel only affects the black monster. Okay, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't actually know that. Okay. So okay, what the fuck? In that case, that's really weird. That is really weird, then. I didn't know that. I thought it affected both. My bad. Okay, so that makes what I'm about to say even more interesting then, regarding the black deer. Okay, yeah, because the information about that was weird. I only heard a mention of the variable. I didn't hear any specifics on, like, which one it was used for up to now, so, okay. So I'm just gonna... Yeah, this room is also fucked. Some, like, fucking Numeniki numbers world bullshit here. Thank you for the... what currency is that? That is... Specifically, what kind? That is 55 Turkish liras. Thank you. Holy shit. They did try to steal Toriel in Chapter 3. Maybe Toriel has something to do with Deaths and Night? I wanted to know your opinion on an idea I had. Do you think completing the Eggman quest by getting the eggs in the right order will do something? I doubt it, since there's nothing in the code so far that really seems to suggest that, but I don't know, maybe. But, I'm not convinced the specific use of torial as the variable name is significant. It just describes the default monster sprite. Okay, that is actually true. I didn't know about that. So it could be that it's using the torial name. Okay, yeah, that does make sense. However, I mentioned the deer thing because in the Ice Palace, it's the deer like before it actually loads it in game. In this room, that monster is a black deer when you open it up internally. So given where we are right now, right, which like it might not be the shelter, but it's somewhere that's very underground. Maybe the shelter sprawls a little bit more underground than we think, and I'm very open to the idea that, like, you know, there could be like just a sewer system that we're gonna go into sometime. Fucking if the other deer is Noelle, it only makes sense that the black deer is Des, right? Which makes it really interesting that the way it works is it copies and kind of mirrors our movement. This part is interesting. Specifically what just happened here, because I'm controlling this monster now. I mentioned when you load into the mantle game, you first see your soul, and then the game actually, like, scrolling over the soul graphic. Which kind of implies to me, like, you know, the soul is what's controlling the player. If it's not a stretch, our soul is controlling this. Our soul is controlling what should be Des. Do you understand the implications here? Like, it might not be that literal, however, especially if you were to believe that, like, you know, that maybe this is the night and Des is the night after all. Do you understand what this is implying? Like, this is our soul is here, and we have to move it to Chris so that they can attack it. Again, it might... I don't know if it's that literal. I literally can't be sure. We never can tell when it comes to the mantle game. However, that is insane because of how forward the weird route in Chapter 2 is, like, the like, parallels to that in the second board game. So why exactly would it not be that forward here? Given that this is concerning events that I'm pretty sure have not actually, like, happened yet. I think this is meant to be, like, more implying what we're going to see in the future. And also, if there is to be any continuity between each of the board games for, like, the original Mantle games, then I feel like it doesn't make a lot of sense if, like, the third one is solely Weirdward related, because at that point we already had been used up. I don't think it's about just the Weirdward. I think it's more specific to, I think it's more specific to just, like, just Des roots bullshit. I think this is something we might, like, see more about in Chapter 5 at this point. Which brings us to these trees, because again, we break these, and by this logic, we go out of bounds. So, overall, this one is psychological warfare that's kind of bringing back, like, trauma related to, like, whatever the fuck Roots is about. That probably is going to culminate in Chapter 5 with, like, a proper Roots basement area. With an implication about Des and a really strong tie to the soul, potentially. It's very likely that it's not that literal. However, we literally don't know because I think the third one is not meant to be understood fully. It's only going to make sense after at least chapter 5, but I honestly think even chapter 6 might be only where it starts making sense. And also, yeah, these are the same trees as the ones in Hometown, so, like, we are basically getting to the shelter here by going past the fucking trees. Also, here, crazy fucking Tenna lore drop, too. I was gonna put him on TV, make him a star. So here we're getting, like, his end, finally, of, like, what the fuck happened between him and Spampton. And with, like, a bit of, like, a sneak peek from Chapter 5, we now know that Mike even had, like the real Mike, if there was one, was actually suspicious of this whole thing, and he didn't want Tenna to really pry about this. Like, he had a feeling, like, something was gonna go wrong, and it's when shit went wrong that apparently, like, the real Mike just disappeared. But it's, like, here we see Tenna's proximity, and how close he was to just, like, the forbidden knowledge. So, to him, this kind of looks like he just got, like, he thinks he got ripped off, but what happened is Spampton was basically about to fuck up the whole thing by sharing the secret that only he was supposed to have. And Tenna's proximity to this is very telling, given that, we went through all of this, basically Tenna's version of, like, these roots, this kind of being stuck in what could have been. To Spampton, it's the fucking, the Neo body in the basement, and to Tenna, it's like whatever this, like, a roots area is in the Mantle game. And then we get just explicit confirmation that, like, Chris made some deal with Tenna, and, well, kind of have to do that in order to continue. And then here, we're now on the way to the shelter, and Chris is noticeably slowing down because we have the Mantle Chris has the key to it. And even for Chris, because they know for a damn fact, like, this isn't the real one, they are so hard-pressed on keeping us from getting into this fucking thing, and I think it's because they don't, like, they're that intent on keeping this secret. The player's just genuinely not supposed to know what's in here, or how to open it. But yeah, the ocean noise again. Why is the ocean noise playing here? But, we open it. And now our only frame of reference for getting into this fucking thing and what the interior looks like is, surprisingly pretty blue. But that could be nothing. By the way, the very slowed down track that plays here before you get to the mantle holder, I believe is Glacier. It looks just like super, super slowed down, but here, we now finally get to talk to the mantle holder. Who from the start already fucking knows Chris by name. And again, the specifics, like a specific mention of fun and playing around, and that's why they're searching for the shadow crystals. This is clearly like a fucking... This, to me, functionally is the secret boss of this chapter. Even if they themselves don't have a shadow crystal, but they seem very awfully aware of, like, what they could be about. The shadow mantle that I'm holding. I do not think that the mantle holder is the mantle. Whatever the fuck this is, and I'll get to this after we are, like, done with this whole thing. I think this is definitely their own character. I don't necessarily believe it's Ram. It could be, but I doubt it. However, this definitely is their own character that, like, got into the game in some way, but does not require the mantle to function. Oh, and by the way, biggest Weird Route difference. If you had done Chapter 2 Weird Route, they have a clear tie to that, because after they say, like, you know, maybe, like, some part of you is secretly enjoying this, then they say, just like how you enjoyed yesterday, knowing you could say it wasn't really you. Yeah, the same part of you that enjoyed yesterday. Fucking... Which I will get back to that. The question is, can you... Alright, now wish me luck here. We're gonna have to... It's gonna take some attempts. And also we have the fucking friend sprites now appearing, which is like, what the fuck? Why is friend fodder now? Like, since when? Oh shit. Damn. But still useful to have this footage, because now we're taking a real damage. This entire fucking time, we were not taking real damage, but in this specific instance, the game is not only, like, distorting noticeably, as if it's, like, struggling to even maintain this layer, but, now Chris is actually getting hurt. This entire time, like, what they thought was, like, this kind of layer of, like, you know, suspension, like, you know, this wasn't really real, now it doesn't matter. They're like, under so much fucking stress that, like, they're basically, like, the pain is real anyway to them. I typically don't have the greatest luck with, like, the health drops, honestly. I don't know what it is. It's very unlucky for me. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Shit. Ugh. I'm not really good at these attacks. But I could certainly fucking try. Yeah, no, I'm not really good at this one. I try to fucking just rush it before it ever gets to do that last phase. Shit. Damn. Damn. Alright. So me, just the base boss fight look almost like an EP version of Androgyny. Thank you for the 5 from Keely, by the way. What the fuck? There we go. Alright. Also, yeah, at the end of the fight, at the final phase, you can see, like, Titan eyes. But there we go. Now that we're done with this. The most interesting thing about finishing this fight is it's not like you defeat them, per se. It's like it doesn't even land a dent in whoever the fuck this is. It's more like they waited until they brought enough of something out of Chris. Without play, the knife grows dull. And then, again, biggest implication that we have not seen the last of this thing. We both have work to do. And if you want this mantle, hurry up and take it. And then, of course, the moment that just completely fucking throws all of this, in its own way, out of the fucking window. Yeah, no, this fight is basically rage baiting Chris the entire time. But we leave the game, and they seem genuinely freaked out, because why wouldn't they be? This moment is so fucking crazy to me, because I think this is the answer the game is giving you to the question of exactly how the nested nature of this game really is going to be answered. And I think the way it works is it's basically saying, in a way, the sword rate really feels like the game's expression of saying, just because it is more fictional than fiction, in a sense, just because that is the case, it doesn't fucking matter, because what you're feeling is still effectively the same thing. Like, it's still a very real thing that you are feeling, regardless of whether it is in a more, like, deeper in, like, those, in that nested structure. I feel like this game's answer to the whole idea of, like, more fictional than fiction is literally just going, it doesn't matter how deep in you are, the feeling is all the same. The pain is all the same, the joy is all the same. It's all the fucking same. And this is the other, I think this is like the last like major weird route difference, is that if you had done a weird route, then fucking if you had done a weird route, then Chris seems actually kind of upset, and Susie just says, just chill out, which is like the least fitting thing you could say in this situation. I decided not to be mean this time. But yeah, that is effectively the sword route. I fucking love this route. It is exactly the kind of shit that I was hoping to see in this game, obviously, but, like, I think it's even more interesting how it does something a lot more unique with this idea, in that it's clearly saying a lot more than just, like, this idea of suspending yourself in deeper and deeper layers of fiction. It's much more, how to put it? It's much more in the opposite direction of, even this extremely abstracted version of things is real in a way. And what you're feeling is still real. And I think that's such a fucking interesting thing to say in light of everything this chapter tackles in the realm of darkeners being, like, obsolete eventually after some point, or used up after some point. I do like the cruisy content if you do try to attack them, though. But also, yeah, note that, Ramb is just gone. They're gone. Like, I need to stress here, a Darkener that petrifies has never just, like, actually disappeared. He's just gone. And, as someone mentioned in chat, like, if I go to this vending machine now, it's sold out of smiles. No longer at your humble service. Something happened to Ramb. I don't know what, but I don't think petrification was where it ended. I already did go straight down to Ramb's store. And then here we see the rabbit just freaked the fuck out. The rabbit, like, saw something happen to Ram that was not just petrification, because it wasn't that freaked out seeing Ram petrify before. And it also says, wait a second, Chris, didn't you already go past? Implying that, you know, the mantle Chris was what they saw first. So, with the end of the sword route in mind, how do I have less magic? The fuck? That's so funny. Yeah, and that dialogue still happens if Susie unplugs it, so it's like, I don't know if unplugging it really stopped it. Which is... So, basically the takeaways from all of this are, doing this route invokes something that was in possession of the Shadow Mantle this whole time. Has Ram just fuck off somewhere, have something happen to him that is more than just petrification. And now, allegedly, there's just a fucking mental Chris just running around. And is still out there somewhere. So what the fuck, right? God, okay. Just getting my bearings now. So the main question now, I think, after all of this, I don't really know if we've seen the last of Ram. It very well could be that we have, given how the game has treated him. Though it's not impossible that we might see more of him. The main question I have now, right, because I've kind of discussed, like, I think the third board is really just going after things that we have yet to see in the game, especially with, like, the very potential, like, deaths, like, metaphor. But it's unclear what happened to Ram. However, my question is, what the fuck is the mantle holder, right? What is it? Who is it? And this is kind of where, like, a lot of the little implications I've been making kind of come into play. So, the thing about the mantle holder, once we finish the sword route, the smiles that mention, like, the humble service, which seem like a very clear callback to the demon texts in Undertale, which appeared to be, like, Kara speaking about, like, you know, you've made yourself completely clear, I, your humble servant, will follow you to the utmost, so on. And then the sword route having so much devil imagery, the shadow mantle, and the way we meet it, the mantle holder, like, you know, similarly kind of treating Chris like this sort of, like, servant, something that is beside them constantly. And more than anything, there's this overall thing in the end of the second board of Mantle where you're in a void, some devil imagery entity thing is speaking to you, talking about, like, how much, like, good work you've done before just doing away with you. So, I think that the shadow mantle, the mantle holder, is a very different thing compared to whatever, like, Kara represents in Undertale, because Kara was a lot more about how I kind of described in part one, sort of the player that you always have been. Who or what Kara is partially influenced by how you go about the game. Don't forget you can visibly see Hero Sword get disconnected and die on screen if it's still there once Susie disconnects the controller. I mean, still, but regardless, then, like, there's no other explanation other than, like, well, clearly it had to see some version of Chris, and we were not there for Ravik to get shocked, so, I think we're dealing with a situation where Kara was, like, you know, like, at the end of, like, the genocide route specifically, was very concerned with, like, their whole thing was basically getting into the player's head, because the whole idea with the post-genocide route was, the whole idea with that was basically just, like, how to put this, the whole thing with them is they kind of interrogate the player, especially, Molly, it didn't see Chris, it saw Ram in some not okay Ram state. Yes, but it saw Chris after, is what I'm talking about. It saw both of them. We don't know precisely what happened to Ram, and regardless, Ram just has fucking disappeared. We could argue about the logistics of, like, how exactly that happened and whether that is the Shadow Mantle holder or not, but regardless, it is all made intentionally very ambiguous. But, like, there is a lot of confusion here, and I think it's very intentional, because, it's very intentional and made ambiguous. I could see how, like, Mantle Holder and Ram being the same thing, or, like, different aspects of it could be apart, but I really don't see it. I don't really fully buy it personally, because I don't really personally think Ram was trying to goad something out of them. He didn't seem interested in that necessarily, he just wanted them to continue playing their games. But regardless of that, regardless of like the specific ways, like I think it's just more likely than not it was probably just the hero's sword, Chris. But that aside, Kara's whole thing is after a genocide route, they interrogate the player for effectively being hesitant to erase like the world that they had just destroyed, and kind of trying to like get the player to realize, like, you know, you already made your choice a while ago, and I don't really see what the point is of trying to restore something that you've already destroyed. Kara is more about getting into the player's head and being like about like what the player has always been, regardless of the world that like they are kind of like immersing themselves in. The mantle holder seems sort of like an inverse. The mantle holder does not seem concerned with the player because we already are doing the weird route. They are not goading anything out of us. However, they are clearly fixated on Chris. They're fixated on bringing something out of Chris that they apparently gain from doing the weird route. There's something that they enjoy about the weird route. Remember that getting in the hiding place of the mantle holder literally is preceded by a door bordered by a fucking red outline with red little horns sticking out of it. They're not concerned with us. They're interrogating Chris about why they're not allowing themselves to have what they think Chris deems to be real fun. They're not doing the hobbies that they used to. They didn't have the mannerisms that they used to. They're more repressed. They're kind of more detached from everything. Chris seems to be like goaded into like continuing this, and there is something they seem to gain out of it and exploring it. However, it comes with invoking something that I think they regret having to revisit. The name Eram, it comes from like a larger phrase, I think in Latin, which translates to something like, I am no longer what I once was, is like the full phrase. Eram specifically is the once was, the past. I think the mantle holder, in some sense, I think it is what Chris used to be. And it is asking Chris, why aren't you like me anymore? What happened? Why do I have to go through all of this to see that fire in your eyes again that you used to have? Because isn't this like what you deem to be fun? Don't act like that wasn't the case. Like, ever. Why did you grow up? I think they are basically the, I think they honestly could be the headband. And specifically, I think they are that because we fight them in the Mantle Games version of the shelter, which we know Chris has been to. It's their hideout, but like, there had to be some inciting incident to being in the shelter in the first place. I think the headband is, I think the headband is, like, that symbol to them. It's one of the first things Toriel even mentions, is, like, when talking with her in Chapter 1, is, like, whatever happened to that headband that you, like, wore for months? How could it have stolen the mantle from Sham? I mean, this fucking thing is powerful enough to get into, like, a game within a game without anyone noticing it, and is in cahoots with whatever the fuck friend represents. I don't think it's really concerned with how it's doing it. That is something I'll have to get into a little bit later, but, like, I'm not saying that Eram is the name. I'm saying that the reason why Eram was picked as the name of that song is to literally, like, I think it is picking out from that phrase and saying that, like, this is about a part of Chris that they used to be more aligned with and no longer is aligned with. I am concerned about how it's doing it. Well, I can't really answer that for you. I'm just telling you that the way I'm connecting it right now, and given the clear, like, devil imagery, which is connected directly to the headband, I mean, what the fuck else? I don't know what else makes more sense. Given that this is clearly a very personal, like, demon of Chris's, quite literally. This is their demons. The mantle game is literally, like, the closest to, like, some Yumi Nikki bullshit you're going to get of, like, this is their, this is a part of their psyche. I used to be. Yeah, like, I'm no longer what I used to be. It uses that part to literally say, this is what Chris used to be. Which, like, it could be a reach, but I feel like with everything else that's, like, going on, I think there was just some inciting incident where they were much more of a little shit as a kid, but they, ended up doing something that went too far, or, like, the shelter incident was an inciting incident, and they lost that headband, and so they now have that association of, like, I can't be that anymore. That is, I'm no longer what I used to be because I don't want to be that. Thank you for the 30, by the way. Eram and Rousey are like two halves of Chris, represented by the red horns. Eram is the mischievous devil, Rousey is the feeling of wanting to belong to the Dreamer family and be like the ideal version of Asriel. I like that take. I can understand that take. Which, like, yeah, that's not even to get into the friend thing, because as I mentioned before, all of the files concerning friend in the mantle game and in the intro, they are not all caps. However, there is a clear, like, additional pair of underscores that seem to omit the name. Yeah, like, I think we're close enough to chapter 5 that I'm frankly not too concerned about, like, making sense of it. But I am telling you that that's my takeaway right now, is I don't think that we've seen the last of it. But this is very clearly a part of Chris's psyche more than anything. is what I'm more or less saying. Ram held on to the Chris from the past. I could see that being the connection, where, like, maybe the reason that they kind of, you know, hadn't interacted with Ram is because that's, like, a remnant of what they used to be. Frankly, that's kind of where my head is at. I think they're, like, sort of an inverse Kara situation where, it's basically a devil imagery fucking thingamajig blorbo thing that is basically trying to goad Chris's, like, past tendencies out of them for one reason or another, and it seems to have a tie to the weird root, to the shadow crystals, which, like, ties those two parts of it together, and also seems to tie friend to this as well. I think what the friend fodder thing more or less confirms is that, there's definitely more to them than just being fodder, in my opinion. I think they were used as kind of a way to show that, along with the mantle holder, because, again, they seem to speak as if the shadow mantle was just something they were wearing. I think friend is going to be one of the things that we see in the shelter, and that's why we don't know what the fuck the deal is with it yet. That's my takeaway with friend at the moment. Given just chapter 3's context is, we just don't fucking know. We just don't know much about it because we're not in the shelter yet. It's going to only make more sense when we're in the fucking shelter. They are the Mantle Holder is a fascinating fucking character to me, genuinely. I think I've, like, gotten decently somewhere with it, given all the, like, the little crumbs given so far. But, like, more than anything, because we're so close to chapter 5, I'm just kind of excited to see what the fuck is going to be. You ran backwards as a mirror like a nightmare, the final boss of Link's Awakening, which resembles that boss. I think something can mean multiple things. Thank you for the 5 quid, by the way. Like, I am aware of that much, but I think there is a more personal meaning to it, is what I'm saying. It'd be really hard for me to imagine that not being the case at this point. This reminds me why I finished this chapter with the immediate thought that whatever you find in the sword root has endgame significance. Yeah, no. I think either we're going to see them again in chapter 5, or just straight up in the fucking shelter. Like, it's gotta be one or the other. I have a very important question coming up, though. However, I have to ask if it's just a visual effect. How many dark fountains can you see outside? Like in real life? It's pretty light out right now. Ugh. But yeah, that was Sword Root. I think that's more or less like my coverage of it overall. I think, overall, the Sword Root feels like kind of a manual or Rosetta Stone for the whole fucking game that we are yet to fully understand. I think it literally was just Toby's excuse to vague post for an entire optional route of the game in the most wacky-ass chapter of the game that he could possibly, like, imagine. That's what I think it is necessarily. It's just like, it was Toby's way to vague post. But it is specifically very much about Chris and about their psyche. And I think also it's like a perfect nexus of that and exploring the fucking, like, just nested nature of everything. I fucking love it because I think it perfectly encapsulates, like, the nested nature of it, while also, like, iterating on it by basically going, this doesn't just exist. Regardless of the fictional depth, it's still very much real to you because you are still feeling things because of it. So the feelings are real. And that's what I think that final stretch of the final board is literally just breaking those layers in a more kind of calculated, like, maybe less batshit insane way compared to, like, the egg room in chapter 3, where, like, you're breaking the program itself almost, and the program doesn't know what to do. This was more a case of, like, the connection is so strong now that it's kind of, like, blurring those lines now between what, like, which layer is what anymore. Fucking fascinating. That's about my takeaway, really. I love it. I think it goes without saying. Like, of course, I love it. But yeah. I'm pissed at how long it took for me to realize this was a reference to him smoking weed. I was not very chuffed by that dart. It is. It literally is. Because it's the meme is him chuffing a dart. Clearly. Also, hi, special guest is here again.
Dude, I'm so fucked. It's so early.
So early. We've both been up, apparently. Ah. Ugh. Alright. I've been going for a while. There's a part of me that wants to just finish this because there's so little left. However, I think I'm going to be able to better formulate my thoughts on the rest of this if I rest on it. So, I say this is a good time to call it, honestly. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is, probably just, like, I think what I'm going to do is see if, like, maybe, like, pretty early in, like, the coming week, I will, do, like, another stream to finish Chapter 3 and then start Chapter 4. And just see how far I get at that point. I'm not too worried about the night fight, honestly. Like, I've got a pretty good memory of the attacks that I think at the most it would take me a few attempts. I genuinely... I am... Let me show... Revivement. Revived us. Revivement. 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 I'm prepared. I'm not too worried about that. But... It's literally just more so for the yapping's sake. I don't want to be, like, too silent for, like, the most batshit insane parts of the chapter. So... I'd say it would be a pretty good, like, time to call it for here.
Also, it's nearly 6 in the morning.
Yeah. So... We have literally just the gumball machine thing and then, like, the end of the chapter to do. I think that shouldn't take any more than, like, an hour or two, depending on how much I have to say. Which I could probably just make that, like, a small stream of its own, and then, like, next Friday I start Chapter 4. So... I'll see what I can do on Sunday or something. And then maybe for the rest of it I just do something else. Yeah, I think that's a good call. How will we know when you stream again? I will schedule one in advance. It should show up in your sub feed. Also, I have a Discord server, so I often put announcements about that in there. I also have a Blue Sky for posting announcements about that, like, at least a few days in advance. So, it should be all good. I've got places that I'm around to say so. But yeah. That was really fucking fun. I really enjoyed yapping for a while. I hope this suffices for how much I've had to fucking say and just sit on for a while. I've just had more important things than this to do. But, I'm very glad I could at least do so in this more, like, unhinged form. Second. So... I would say that that's it for now. I will see you all soon again. I'm thinking I'll probably just do like a second smaller stream to finish off Chapter 3 and maybe discuss I think even just discussing chapter 3 after finishing it is going to yield plenty of results. So, I think that would be at least like another 3-4 hour thing if I had to guess. Or rather at most. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. I'm glad I'm back to doing this again. And I'm also glad to have already said so much. I hope you enjoyed what I've had to say. I don't have much more to say there because I am frankly pretty fucking eepy. So.
Kiss me on the mouth. Good night, I love you.
Ah.
Eh.
Thank you all for joining. I'm glad so many people could hop on for this one. Fucking 800-ish people. What the fuck? That's so many goddamn people. I'm very glad to see it, though. I appreciate it. Ugh. I will see you all next time. I'll catch you later. And I will let you know when I am ready to do the next one. It is definitely going to be 2 streams per chapter at this point. So, see you soon. Bye-bye.